Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
Everybody good? Subdued. Did anybody go out last night? Come on, did anybody go out last night? No, not really? Okay. For the next 3 nights, a big part of the events that we put together, I think it's very important at least. I had a startup a long time ago and I used to go to kind of tech conferences and when the doors closed at 5 p.m., if you weren't a speaker, there was effectively kind of nothing and you just disappeared into the evening of whatever city it happened to be in, San Francisco or somewhere else. And I always thought it was a huge networking opportunity missed. So every evening this week we have kind of after dark, we take over an area of the city and it's open to all attendees. I know last night was completely kind of at capacity. And so if you look on your phones, on the app, you look at the schedule, you'll see what's happening and where it's happening each evening this week, and I advise you to go along. You'll meet people from more than 100 countries around the world, some incredible startups, lots of interesting investors, and absolutely everything in between. So let's get started with our very first speaker. The impact that blockchain technology is having on all the talks we're having this year is utterly remarkable. So we wanted to kick off this morning with another leading thinker in the crypto and blockchain space. Their latest round valued them at a stunning $14 billion, placing them firmly at the top of the crypto game. Please welcome from Forbes, Miguel del Castillo, and the founder of blockchain.com, Nicolas Cary.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for coming out to see us today, or to see this gentleman in particular. I wanted to start things off with a little bit of audience engagement here. We're going to do an icebreaker, and I want to give you guys a choice what that icebreaker is going to be. Do you want to hear the story about Nick's talk with European Parliament, or how he got kicked by a horse? Horse? All right. Real quick, Nick, how did you get kicked by a horse?
Yeah, so I may or may not have a broken arm this morning, but on Sunday I was in Colorado and I was celebrating my bachelor party with some of my friends, and there was a horse involved, but it just kicked me. And hopefully it's okay, but I'm very happy to be here with all of you, and I'm going to bring my A game to this discussion.
We're glad you survived.
Yeah, thank you.
For those of you who don't know, Nick is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Blockchain.com. Blockchain.com is kind of difficult to describe. It doesn't fit into a lot of the corporate boxes that we check when we talk about companies. So I wanted to kick things off just by having you quickly give us an overview. So first of all, what is Blockchain.com? And then I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about how your vision for what it is has changed over the years from when you founded it to today.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I'm so excited to be here. I want to thank the Web Summit team and crew. It's a monster effort to put this together, and for everyone for coming out, for teaching each other and sharing ideas. Celebrating everyone building things is one of the things I love to spend my time doing. At Blockchain.com, we founded the company over 10 years ago, and the one thing all the founders had in common was sort of a mutual interest in statistics. And so we built something called a Block Explorer, which was a search engine for looking, at the time, at the Bitcoin blockchain. We wanted to see whether or not there was economic activity. We wanted to better understand the data heuristics, and we learned that people were actually using it. So we got excited about participating in building more tools for the cryptocurrency community. And the first thing we decided to do was build a wallet. A wallet is a really key piece of software infrastructure in that market. And since then, we've had over 85 million people sign up to use the blockchain.com wallet. It's completely free, and you can download it from the App Store, and we have users in over 200 countries. Since then, we've been building. And if anyone hasn't been paying attention, obviously the global markets have been extraordinarily volatile this year on the macro level and then also in the crypto space. For us, this is the 7th time in 10 years I have seen a fairly big correction. And happy to talk about that, but the big story in all of that is throughout the ebbs and flows, those that you will experience in your lives and across your careers, it's important to build. Constantly keep building and listening to your customers, and that's one of the things we did. So the wallet sort of started our journey, and it's sort of evolved into a passport to the future of financial services. We just started with Bitcoin, then we added Ethereum, we added a lot more digital assets, now we have hundreds, and we are building a capability to do everything from store your digital collectibles in your wallet, to digital identity, to stable coins, to much more, and hopefully build that accessible tool for anybody, regardless of their circumstances of their birth, to be able to send, receive, secure, trade, and exchange digital forms of wealth.
And we've seen a lot in the news lately about some exchanges suffering some financial difficulties, having to do a lot of layoffs. These are what we call in industry centralized exchanges as opposed to decentralized exchanges. And the centralized exchanges are taking custody of the assets for their users, their customers. From early on, blockchain.com was founded a little bit differently than that. Can you talk to us just a little bit about sort of the difference between self-custody and centralized custody and how that is playing into some of the spillover effects that we're seeing today?
Yeah, this is really important to understand. The promise of Bitcoin originally was to build a peer-to-peer electronic cash system for the internet. So basically making it possible for anybody to send precious information without having to rely on an intermediary, a custodian, or a counterparty. And so building tools that are non-custodial, like the purse you might have or the wallet in your back pocket, where you can store different types of features, whether that's an identity, a credit system, a cash instrument, a collectible, a ticket to a venue, all those things fit neatly in your wallet. And the promise of using decentralized ledgers is that anyone can access these systems on a global basis. What's happened, though, in our industry is some individuals and entities have actually re-centralized custody and ownership over user data, user funds. Now, if done properly with a high degree of security, that can work. But it's also sort of antithetical to the whole point of this thing. And so we are seeing hubris, and we're seeing a lack of fiduciary duty in some of these centralized entities, which is causing some contagion in the market today. In the long run, I think the promise of decentralization is something that's inherent in our company's DNA. We have employees in 50 countries around the world serving users in over 200, and building tools that enable individuals to be sovereign over their ownership of their wealth is still critically important to our business.
We hear a lot of talk about how centralization, about how letting a third party take custody of our assets might be a secret to institutional adoption. It might be the kind of safety blanket that big companies need in order to get involved. And there's a lot of really positive spin out there about this act of letting other people take custody over your assets. As a Bitcoin OG, I think the fact that his company has the blockchain.com domain is evidence of how long he's been around. What have you seen? How have you seen that change over the years? I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about the ideology of crypto, how it's evolved from when you first started to today, and whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, so in the early days, there were really just some cryptographers, computer scientists, and individuals interested in distributed computing kind of participating and talking about these ideas on web forums. Then they started building things, and there have been sort of waves of adoption over the past decade. And so the earliest ones were very nerdy, and then it started to kind of cross that chasm a little more slowly. And we've really sort of seen 4 significant adoption curves. There was one in 2013, one in 2015, one in 2017, and then most recently in 2020. And each time one of those waves has come, between 2 and 10 times the previous number of network participants joins and signs up for services like ours and our competitors. And most recently, we saw roughly 100 million market participants join the crypto community. And so we're getting to a point now where we are genuinely crossing the chasm into mainstream, and it's not just something for some internet nerds. And I'm really excited about that because that is going to really bring a whole bunch of new exciting features, use cases, and business models that all of you guys can potentially participate in. And so we're at this moment.
But what's the but?
The but is we probably have another decade of building, and that's okay. I think if we're at 20% adoption of crypto in the United States, based on some fuzzy math there, roughly 1 in 5 people have either bought crypto or have some exposure to it. We have a long way to go, and so we're committed to building for the long duration, but I think the rest of the community needs to be concentrating on building resilient systems that are very useful for regular people.
What about this concept of centralization? It's kind of a difficult one to weave as a for-profit company. When you see some of your competitors putting giant ads out there at the Super Bowl, putting their logos on Major League Baseball umpire uniforms.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, there's a lot of spending on the marketing happening right now, which is one way to do demand generation, but we've always felt it's best when your customers basically recommend you to their friends and family. The centralization thing is a bit concerning longer term, but I think the pendulum is swinging back in the direction of decentralization. The large internet platforms that we all relied on to basically build our current set of businesses, things like Twitter and Facebook and Amazon, we're seeing some of the ills of those large centralized databases of people's behavior, of their personal identifying information. We have concerns about how that is being used in our democratic processes and much more. And so returning ownership over your data and how you behave on the internet, I think, is extraordinarily important. Now, it's really sort of an internet generational thing. We're all sort of learning how the internet is changing the way our societies are shaped, and we can make corrections. And so heading in the direction of decentralization, personal empowerment, self-sovereignty over your information and how you use it and who you share it with is extremely powerful and super important for us.
So you were one of the companies that made a big investment recently in a sponsorship deal. Tell us a little bit about that and why. I think that there was an initial sort of like reaction of enthusiasm. I think this is really cool. And then there was some, after people sat and thought for a while, a little skepticism about all of a sudden seeing these crypto company logos all over the place. Like, what is the sponsorship that you guys made recently? And what role do you see that playing, not just in the development of blockchain.com, but in the industry generally speaking?
Well, I think there's a huge opportunity for mainstream brands to basically harness some of the cool capabilities of blockchain technology to have new ways of interacting with their customers. And so we recently announced a partnership with the Dallas Cowboys. It was the first with the NFL. It was a very complicated negotiation. And the reason we did it was because they are the premier brand in the NFL. They have the largest fan base internationally and are one of the most valuable sports franchises in the world. And so being with a mission-aligned, values-aligned organization with our brand, and then implementing some technology over the coming years is going to be extraordinarily fun for the fans, and it's going to bring a whole bunch of new adopters into crypto. A fun fact, before we did that, we did them surveying with the Dallas Cowboys community. 54% of that fan base in the NFL believes that crypto will play some role in the future of their financial services. And so if that's any indicator of the direction of travel for more adoption, we want to be with those brands and with those leaders that have a winning tradition. And so that's why we got involved with the Dallas Cowboys.
There is something different there, I think, when a crypto company gets into sort of mainstream sponsorships like that. If I see a major credit card company sponsoring a golf event, I just think about them trying to get access to the viewers. But when I see a cryptocurrency company making a big sponsorship, there's a bit of a tinge of evangelism, even in that very act. Like, do you see these big investments as sort of a way to show these giant brands that there is value in crypto? And if so, like, what role do you see companies like your own and other well-funded exchanges in building those bridges between old school brands and the future?
Yeah, so look, I think there are definitely some vanity purchases where someone buys stadium rights and it's really expensive, and that's just a branding thing. That is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create new, unique fan experiences that have never been tried before, engaging directly with our customers in the venue. Yeah, you'll see some of our branding around, but we're going to have a QR code on the back of every single seat in that stadium. So 80,000 fans are going to be able to interact with Blockchain.com wallet, potentially with some exciting new things I can't entirely reveal today, but fan experiences that do everything from potentially airdrop NFTs to giveaways. We're going to be hosting block parties and unique access to all kinds of exclusive content. And that's an interesting thing that the Dallas Cowboys wanted to explore too. New ways to have relationships with their fans. 10 years ago, almost every business was trying to figure out how do they use social media to have a dialogue with their customers. I think over the next 10 years, almost every major brand is going to be thinking about how they use crypto, blockchain technology, and NFTs to have unique fan experiences with their communities. And so that direction of travel has now started, and we're going to see some really interesting things built out from it.
It's interesting, after 11 years of crypto being a thing, 12 depending on where you put that starting point, that we still see such extremely hyperbolic panel names as our own. Blockchain will change everything. And I think that says something, right? Like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when we saw a panel like blockchain will change everything, I think there was rightly some huge skepticism and red flags. And perhaps that skepticism still has a place today. Nevertheless, the sentiment that this is actually going to change everything in one way or another persists. And I'm curious what role you see the cryptocurrency industry as sort of evangelists, if you will, or teachers of these mainstream brands. Is there an example that you really are in love with where that is kind of singing?
Yeah, there are several. So I think most of us have grown up with the internet in this room, and so the sort of first version of the internet was a venue you could go to read stuff from centralized media sources like AOL or something like that. You could host your own application server and create an email account or something like that. Then we had sort of Web 2, which were things like Amazon and Facebook and PayPal and more. This Web 3 phenomena is a retooling of the internet to create new business models and new ways for individuals to exchange precious information over the internet. So when we say that blockchain technology and Web 3 are going to change everything, what we're really saying is that the internet is constantly improving, and it's going to continue to innovate and deliver on extraordinary experiences and change the way we interact with each other, change the way we exchange wealth, change the way we keep in touch with our loved ones. That's definitely been true, and it's just accelerating. So over the next decade, it's my view that the internet will become the greatest and most powerful economy itself in the world. And we need to build tools to make it easier for all people to exchange precious information in that economy. And so in a lot of ways, there's some very specific examples, because it's not always just about being on the internet, too. Between the Dallas Cowboys example and in-game, in-real stadium, fan experiences that are unique, there's a clothing company I know of called the Trace Collective that partnered with a company called Provenance.org to prove that all of the organic clothing they make is sourced correctly, that people are paid fair wages, so when you buy one of their articles of clothing, you can scan it and see a history of the proof points about that product in the real world. And that's an example of the internet and the retail world forging a path together. Just yesterday, Meta announced a partnership with Prada and several other luxury brands to build a marketplace on their platform so people can buy some luxury goods and show them on their online profiles. And just like when you were a kid, you might have collected seashells on Long Island or somewhere else, I think young adults are going to collect all kinds of digital things, and it's going to be really extraordinary to see what happens.
I think one caveat I want to throw in there when you mention Meta is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that in the nascent world of Web3, if it's not open source, if you can't build on it, it's not necessarily what we would consider Web3. How do you feel about that statement?
I'm sure they're having ferocious debates at Meta about that concept, and ultimately the power of the Web3 community is really in collaborating on an open source internet-based platform and supporting interoperability, meaning if you buy some asset in one place, you can exchange it somewhere else and then trade it in a different venue. You know, these centralized platforms are built on surveillance, control over all your data, and closed gardens. I think they're going to have a very hard time competing in a world where people want to have more ownership over their data and be economically rewarded for sharing that data with different internet-based services. And so that's the kind of biggest change, is instead of the shareholders and the owners of companies necessarily benefiting the most, the actual users of the networks actually have an alignment of incentives to participate in those networks to be economically compensated. That is a huge foundational change in the business operating model for internet-based protocols and platforms.
If somebody is branding themselves as Web3 or Metaverse and you want to do business with them, but they don't have a code base on GitHub or somewhere else that you can go build on, be skeptical. I think I just would leave you with that little tip there. The core of Web3 is open source. What would you say is the most important thing about the nascent world of Web3, or if you want to bring in crypto generally speaking, that really has your attention right now that you think most of us are missing?
You know, I'll summarize quickly because we're going to run out of time. 10 years ago, I got involved in this industry because I thought that it was the most important place I could spend my time. Everyone in this room will be pursuing money for the rest of their lives. You want to earn money so that you can raise a family, invest in experiences, serve your communities, and maybe treat yourself once in a while. So reinventing our relationship with money and building money that serves the world and the internet at the same time, I think is one of the most powerful ideas that we can invest our time in. And so despite all of the things like the stadium and Web3 experiences and the rest of that, I think building tools that make it possible to broadly increase financial inclusion and build transactional systems that lower the cost of making payments on the internet is going to build a more efficient economy for everybody. And I know recently you were telling me backstage, you've witnessed this a little bit on a trip to Africa. I'd love just a maybe closing view on that.
Yeah, I would happily wrap that up. I agree. I think that the core of the crypto value case is the ability for people to take control of their own finances, and not just as far as like where your money goes and how you spend it, but what you build. And I recently spent some time in Africa, specifically Kenya and Tanzania, and seeing these people that have been traditionally waiting for some outside investment and frequently being overlooked, taking matters into their own hands, writing their own code, getting their hands dirty, solving problems that only they can solve. It's really inspiring. And I would definitely encourage anybody who's into self-empowerment to get on those code bases, do some searching, and figure out what you can build on your own.
Yeah, we used to say, you can be your own bank. And I think that's a very powerful concept, and I'm excited to see all the work that's happening around the world on that. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to everybody.
Thank you. Thanks. Whew, that ran out of time fast.
Drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive.
Synonymous with traveling the world as Airbnb. And when the lockdowns hit in 2020, it seemed like the writing was on the wall for them. But the company weathered the storm and completed their IPO, and taking decisive leadership stands along the way. Still, it has to be said that some things are never going to go back to the way they were. So then what's the future for sharing and hosting in the post-COVID world? Our next speaker is in charge of finding out. Please put your hands together for the Harvard Business Review editor, Amy Bernstein, and Airbnb's global head of hosting, Catherine Powell.
Thank you. Good morning. Wonderful to be with you today. I'm Amy Bernstein. I'm here with Catherine Powell of Airbnb. And let's just get right into it. Catherine, you joined Airbnb as the global head of hosting in January 2020, weeks before the pandemic shut down everything, all travel, everything. Walk us through those first few weeks.
Yes, I joined Airbnb in January 2020, in fact, to run experiences. And experiences are a very, very Airbnb experience because it's all about connection and belonging, and they are in person. And we had this amazing vision of growing this business. And 2 months in to my new job, I had to suspend my business. I mean, we had to suspend all experiences. It wasn't safe to have people connecting in person. We pivoted quickly to online experiences, which was great, but a few months after that, I mean, Airbnb saw our business just disappear over a cliff. We lost 80% of our business. So at that time, our founder, Brian Chesky, decided to merge the homes business and the experiences business and focus on what was core to Airbnb, which is our hosts. So we had other businesses like transportation, we had a magazine, we had a content studio. He shut down everything except focusing on what was core, was our hosts, and so created this role of global head of hosting, which I took over. So I look after our 4 million hosts. But the world was in lockdown. No one was traveling. Our hosts were hurting. They have a living from Airbnb. All of that stopped. And it was an incredibly difficult period. But about the summer, so July, we started to see, as soon as people were not in lockdown, get in their cars, drive to a rural destination, rent an entire home with their family, often with their pets, and travel. And so our business started to pick up. It was like Airbnb was this product that people needed during the pandemic. And we were watching people travel locally, but to rural destinations. They were staying longer. Kids were working remotely. Parents were working remotely. So we started to share these insights with our hosts and say, look, if you don't accept pets now because you will get more bookings.
Right.
Upgrade your Wi-Fi. I mean, that's an obvious thing now, but then they weren't even thinking about their Wi-Fi. So we started to see this, and we started to see how travel started to blur living and working.
Yeah. So the whole sort of work from anywhere trend was working for Airbnb, right? But you didn't see business picking up evenly. So some areas, clearly, travel was restricted. That wasn't going to happen. But new areas opened up for you, right?
Yes. So we saw there are regions like Asia Pacific still, it's slowly coming back, which is great to see, but there are definitely regions that were more impacted, where lockdown remained longer. Urban destinations, cities took longer to come back, so it was difficult to see our hosts coming back to business then. But what was interesting for the cities like Los Angeles or San Francisco or London, where it was picking up, it was longer stays. They were like stays of 28 days or more, and in fact, 1 in 5 of our nights booked at the moment are for a longer stay, and more than half of our nights booked are 7 days or more. So people are traveling and staying somewhere much longer. And we're seeing our urban destinations have come back to 2019 levels, which is great. And as lockdowns restrict everywhere and travel returns and people are vaccinated, international travel will come back too.
So more traditional travel is picking up. You've got the longer term travel. Are you dealing with two overlapping trends, or is one giving away to the other?
Well, we're seeing the fastest growing trip segment, as we call it. The fastest growing trips on our platform are longer stays, and we define longer stays as 28 days or more. So we are seeing people work remotely on Airbnb. So we do a lot of work with governments and tourist organizations, destination marketing organizations who want to attract people. These, they've all been impacted by the pandemic. They want to attract people to come to their communities. And so we work with them to help promote longer stays. And we have hosts who turn to the platform wanting to host. We've seen across the US, for example, as rural destinations started to grow and people were traveling, our hosts in those areas, the numbers would grow. So one of my responsibilities as head of hosting is to make sure that everyday people can become hosts. People who needed to, those impacted by the pandemic. 1/3 of our hosts were severely impacted by the pandemic, turned to hosting for that additional income. And so I need to make sure that it's easy to become a host. So we spent a lot of last year innovating around products that were going to address what guests were doing, how the travel behavior for guests was changing, and what hosts needed. So it was, we converted being able to list your space on Airbnb to 10 steps so that it was easy to do for everyday people.
And the core of hosts has shifted, has evolved since the pandemic, right? You've seen different kinds of people coming in.
Right. Well, we have the majority of our hosts, like 90%, are individual people. But what we saw during the pandemic, women, as you know, were adversely impacted, and we saw women turning to hosting.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think since the pandemic, new women hosts have earned $12 billion from hosting. And this is in addition to the work that they do. So they're healthcare workers, they're teachers, they work in social work, but they can host on top of that. I mean, all you need to host is a space and legal right to do it.
Yeah, yeah. So with the growth of digital nomads, are you offering, or are you helping your hosts in ways to attract them? How are you accommodating this wave of digital nomads, which shows no sign of going away?
So one of the most important things for us to do is to equip our hosts to meet the needs of guests.
Mm-hmm.
So we are a tech company in the travel industry, and our product is people.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is if we develop the right tools, we can train and educate and give our hosts the ability to respond in a really agile way. And that's been part of our resilience during the pandemic. So as people work remotely, I mean, I talked about Wi-Fi earlier. We created a Wi-Fi tool so that our hosts can show guests. I mean, I'm sure any of you who've worked remotely, Wi-Fi is the most important thing that you need. And so we've created a product so that our hosts can say, yep, this is my Wi-Fi. But the other thing we're saying now is, look, if people are going to work remotely, they need a comfortable place to work. They need an ergonomic chair. It's not a chair at a dining room table. They need a separate place to work. So we give all this information through the insights with our hosts, and then they'll adjust. I mean, our hosts, in fact, made, in the first year of the pandemic, they made over 2 million adjustments to their listings to ensure that guests who wanted to travel, stay longer, work remotely, had the amenities that they needed.
So if I am an Airbnb host, how is my experience today different from 3 years ago? What is that? How have you accommodated hosts?
So I spend a lot of time talking to hosts. I mean, the pandemic was such a difficult period for them. Something like 40% of our hosts globally host on Airbnb to make ends meet. Mm-hmm. They host to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage, to help with bills. And as you see inflation and the cost of living increasing, it's going to become even more important. I think this winter's going to be a really difficult winter. So we want to make sure that we are talking to them. We have workshops every week, listening to what their needs are. Mm-hmm. And then my job is to go back and talk to my product partners and say, look, we need to create these products. We need to share these insights. We need to change this policy to make it easier for them to host.
So I want to go back to the fact that you were brand new in this very big job when the pandemic hit. What was it like to assume a leadership position in a new company at this moment of crisis? Walk us through that.
Yeah, joining a travel company 2 months before a pandemic was kind of retrospectively risky. But I think what has been kind of most challenging, I had that moment of suspending experiences, mm-hmm. and I had no business. I joined Airbnb to run a business. 2 months in, that business didn't exist. It was suspended. That was very, very difficult. But then we were just so focused on the survival of Airbnb and supporting our hosts. I was then given this new role of global head of hosting. And then it's like all of us have done, it's adjusting to working remotely. I mean, I still haven't met all of my team. We've recruited people during the pandemic who have not met a single person yet. They are still working remotely. And I think one of the things for me that was the most important was I was spending time listening to my hosts, checking in with them. But then you've got your team mm-hmm. going through the pandemic, the stress and strain of working. And these were these young families, young parents who, and initially, before we discovered Zoom backgrounds, I mean, you could see that people were working from their bedrooms. They had toddlers running around. They didn't have childcare. Right. Then you have your Zoom background, and then you kind of forget that it might be difficult for them, that they might be sharing their space, a very small space. So I think as a leader, it's been so important to be kind of intentionally empathetic, checking in. We've had a lot of people where the stress has been really considerable, the mental health, and physical health. And you've got to check in. But I think it's, for all of us who work remotely, that the cultural fabric for your team or for your company is so important. I think it's frayed during the pandemic. So, we've just introduced our live and work anywhere policy, which is not about being remote first, it's truly about being flexible first. So you have the choice of working in the office or working from home. But what we've made sure that, or in fact working from any country in the world up to 90 days, our jobs page, when we announced that, had nearly a million visits, and it's now had over 2 million visits. So there's that appetite to work remotely, but we are making sure that there is intentional connection, that we make these appointments for people to come together and connect physically in person so that that culture can be protected.
That's such an important point you make. Many organizations are grappling with hybrid work. Should people be forced to come back to the office? What do you see? What is your view on this, and where do you think we're going?
So we gave people, we spent a long time, Brian spent a long time thinking about what the right live and work anywhere policy should be. Didn't rush into the 2 days or 3 days a week. He didn't believe in the hybrid, and I think he's been proved right, because people are having to kind of retreat from that position. But what was clear was a couple of things. One is, many want the flexibility to work remotely. Many need an office to go to. Mm-hmm. Many are in small apartments with young children, and if they can get to an office to work, they need that break. They need that opportunity. So it was important for us to offer that as well. And I think it's basically the way in which they've adjusted has shown that we need flexibility. We need to give them the right to work in an office. We have some roles where we haven't been able to offer the same amount of flexibility. In my team, I have country managers, we have people who work in policy. They need to be based in a certain country or a certain city. So we haven't been able to offer the flexibility to everyone. And you just have to kind of offer what's right, but make sure that you're still delivering what needs to be delivered for the team.
And as you think more globally about that trend that you just described, how is Airbnb going to sort of erode the growth of digital nomadism? What's the next wave that you see? What's the next trend that you think you're going to be able to ride? Can you look out and see anything?
Well, if the pandemic's taught us anything, it's that we can't predict what's going to happen. But I think travel has changed, definitely. We called it a revolution channel. Travel driven by pent-up demand, driven by newfound flexibility.
Yes.
And I think we will continue to see that. I think we will see people, we are already seeing people traveling and staying longer, working remotely. We just need to make sure that we equip our hosts to be able to do that. But I think that shift in travel, that blurring between living and working, is here to stay.
Yeah.
Not everybody can do it. It's absolutely, there are many people whose jobs won't allow them to work remotely, or who have family situations or financial situations that they can't do it. But those that can, will, and what we're seeing on our platform is that hosts are joining the platform to respond to that.
So you've built the flexibility into the platform.
Yes.
And I'm just sort of in the last few minutes, you've had quite a couple of years. We've all had quite a couple of years, but not all of us started a new job. How did you personally handle all of that change and what must have been a very stressful few months for you? How did you deal with that?
Yeah, it was, joining a company, and also, joining a tech company without a tech background. I came from Disney. I was...
And you were in the theme parks division.
Yes, my last few years at Disney were in the theme park. So it was a very different and new culture, and I had to lead, and that was difficult enough, to lead a team where you're not from the same, you don't have the same experience or expertise that they have. But then to do it all remotely was really very, very difficult, working from home. One of the first things that I did was actually to buy a treadmill desk.
Yes.
to make sure that I could, and we've now got, you'll see in anybody who joins meetings with an Airbnb, you see people kind of on the meeting doing their steps. So that was something I think that also kept people moving, and especially those who were in cities who couldn't necessarily get out and get their exercise. So that was really important. And I think you just have to be so mindful of your own mental state, because it's I think everybody is feeling it in ways that you may not have recognized. I mean, certainly you started traveling early on in the pandemic and saw, people getting onto airplanes for the first time. It was crazy, and I think you've got to be kind of aware of that this pressure is there that you may not even have realized. So the treadmill desk was something that actually, I would say, a large percentage of Airbnb now has.
And how many miles a day are you clocking on that desk?
On a good day when I don't have to, the treadmill desk is, mine one, you can't run on it. I mean, it literally is a desk with a treadmill underneath, so they don't allow you to run because they assume you're going to be working. But it's difficult to kind of present and walk. I found that doesn't kind of go so well together. So if I'm not presenting too much, I can do 5 miles a day.
That's a good
Yeah.
day. That's 10,000 steps.
Yeah. Not, obviously I have to change my shoes, but.
Well, we are running out of time, and I know you have a plane to catch, but thank you so much, Catherine. This has been terrific, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. So listen, there is no doubt that the potential of crypto is exciting and groundbreaking. But with all the volatility in recent months, we are still left asking, can global adoption of cryptocurrency ever happen? And would it even be a good thing? Our next session brings together 2 global crypto leaders to shed some light on the inner workings of the sector. So please put your hands together for Global Managing Editor of Reuters, Simon Robinson, Tezos co-founder Kathleen Breitman, and Multicoin Capital Managing Partner Kyle Sayamani.
Good morning to everyone. We're just going to jump straight in. Kathleen, you and I spoke a few months ago now, late last year in Lisbon, at the sister event, and at that time, cryptocurrencies were headed up. And this topic today is the future of cryptocurrencies. Is the future different today than it was in November?
Yeah, a lot can change in 7 months. And in cryptocurrency, you don't measure it in regular years. Time dilation's a little different. It's in dog years. So it's technically been several decades. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you have a long-term perspective and you're building in this space, you have to have a lot of conviction because it does go up and down. And that's kind of the nature of an industry that's new, but also a little bit overcapitalized. And sort of searching for its right use cases. And there's a lot of experimentation in the cryptocurrency space, and consequently there's a lot of failure as well. And so we've seen that played out over the last few weeks in different forms and different manifestations. But yeah, I mean, listen, for me, my day job doesn't change. Yeah.
Kyle, for you, has something fundamental changed in the last 7 months, or is this just the regular up and down of markets?
Yeah, it's just the regular up and down. We are full steam ahead. We're issuing term sheets every week, building the future. I mean, the fact the prices are down is kind of good. A lot of the noise gets cleared out, so full steam ahead.
Okay.
Well, I think for Kyle, if anything, it's much better because the pricing for the equity deals is probably a lot nicer.
Indeed. But there is a perception issue, though, I think, and I'd like to address that, and I'd like to hear from both of you on that. So Reuters, for whom I work, has a story today, and it begins with a guy in the UK, a guy called Jeremy Fong, who I'm not sure what he does, but he was putting a certain amount of money every month into Celsius, the crypto lending institution. He didn't have a lot. He was making maybe $100 a month on the interest that he was making. And now, of course, his funds there are frozen. So, and he's, in the story, we quote him as saying that there needs to be more regulation around cryptocurrencies. And clearly, he's very upset and angry. What do you say to someone like that who has put what could be a big chunk of their savings into cryptocurrency?
I guess I'll take it first. So, not all forms of regulation are the same, and you need to be thinking about regulating different things in different ways. So, are assets securities, and what kind of investor disclosures do you need around that is one set of questions. It's actually the most common form of discussion around regulation. There's a different set of questions for crypto lenders and how they should manage and operate their books and risk and disclosures and such. And those are almost separate concepts, if not completely separate. The former, we'll see what the SEC does in the United States and other equivalent jurisdictions around the world. On the latter, though, in terms of just like risk management controls for borrow lend, that's a pretty well understood space. That's called the bank. Like there's banking regulations, those have been around for thousands of years. Every bank failure imaginable has happened at some point in time in the last 600-700 years. So that's a pretty well understood space. It makes, if you're gonna have risk and leverage in a system, it's good to have regulation around that. In particular, when it is impossible for outside parties to audit that and understand those risks in a transparent way. The amazing thing about crypto is that if you look at DeFi, look at Solend, look at Jet, look at Aave, look at Compound, look at Maker, look at all of these major DeFi protocols, all of them are completely functional. They didn't break in any unusual ways. In fact, they operated basically smoothly. And I think that's actually kind of a testament to the importance and power of real-time auditability and transparency.
Kathleen, let's just stick with the lenders. There is a difference in the amount of regulation and the amount of protections that would protect someone who has put money into a bank like that, right?
So yeah, I mean, like a lot of these DeFi schemes effectively like print money in return for you putting some money in, right? And like this all goes really well as long as the market is going up. The second that things start to go down, however, it gets unwieldy quite easily. And yeah, I mean, what's I guess a good thing about some of the protocols that Kyle mentioned is that they automatically liquidate, right? Like there's no sort of like congestion. One problem with Celsius is that it's basically manually stopped in order to kind of like set the card straight, but like really it looks as though they're scrambling, right, to like figure something out. It's a fundamentally unsound business model. It looks a lot like a Ponzi scheme from a outsider's view, and I think that's a fair characterization. And if anything, it kind of it shows the strength of the more automated systems, but it's still like clearly going to be a tax that the entire space is going to pay in terms of perception, and that's on the culture that like led to this, right? Like there's a lot of aping in and like a lot of jargon around like basically trying to do things that are like clearly very reckless, and that's I think more of a cultural issue than anything else. And there's not too much I can think about intervening, but I will say that like the Celsius fiasco and the Luna fiasco do highlight something that's interesting, which is the beauty of automated systems, in this context.
Kyle, do you think that the last couple of months really argue for a greater level of regulation, in particular around lenders like this?
There's been discussion of crypto regulations for crypto lenders for a while. Probably those will get accelerated in the wake of Celsius. I would imagine that's the case, but we don't have any particular insights as to what's actually happening there.
Okay.
BlockFi came under scrutiny from the SEC a few months ago.
They did, among others, but for a different set of issues.
Yeah.
And, right, like no one was making the claim that like they were irresponsibly managing their book and risk and collateral. And it's not clear that even if those regulations had been in place that were being discussed by New Jersey and the SEC and whoever else, that those actually would have prevented something like Celsius from happening. I'm not close enough to those issues to know.
So when this panel was first conceived, the original idea was, is crypto going mainstream kind of inevitable? Do you both still see it as inevitable?
I think a few things have to take place in order for that to happen. I think the predominant use cases for cryptocurrencies have been gambling and trading. I think a lot of that is because fees are extremely high, and that's basically the best fit for the industry at the current rate that it works. I think in order for the technology to scale well, we need better research and development, and we need better technological breakthroughs. Otherwise, we're going to keep on hanging out in this holding pattern that we see every few years, where there's booms and busts. I don't know if I'm going to be invited back next year, but maybe the year after. I can always tell when the crypto tides are up, because I get invited to fancy conferences like this. I'll be at like the Hotel Marriott for the next 2 years, and I'll be back here. But if you've been in this space for long enough, it begins to look a little old. But I do think there needs to be some technological breakthroughs that fundamentally make the technology more useful. A few years ago, I said custody was the big thing. Like, oh man, wallets are so unwieldy. It's like basically impossible to use this stuff. It's like a concrete parachute. And now I think a lot of innovations have happened in the custody space where it's actually quite easy to use cryptocurrencies, especially on mobile phones, which is fabulous. But the problem is, basically fees and like sort of the L1 networks are kind of cannibalized by their success in some ways. Ethereum and some of the other cryptocurrencies that are like really struggling to innovate, are unfortunately being almost eaten up by their own success.
Kyle, do you think that the crash and since late last year or maybe early this year, the total value of cryptocurrencies globally, I think, is down around 60%, 2/3 roughly, to roughly $1 trillion. Do you think that has damaged more generally the idea that cryptocurrencies will kind of go mainstream inevitably?
Not really, just because like this has happened 7 times in the last 10 years. It's kind of par for course for crypto. Certainly it gives haters fresh ammunition to use, but like, I don't know, like the internet was a fad in 2000 supposedly, and now the internet is everything in the world, right? Like, if you generally believe software is eating the world, then, and you understand that crypto is fundamentally about enabling people to be sovereign on the internet, like it's gonna happen. It may take longer than you like. Projecting timing is always very difficult, but I'm a believer I'm an optimist in the evolution of these things.
I want to ask both of you, what are the opportunities here? Not so much for investors, but actually for the companies in the crypto space. Right now, what are the opportunities, Kathleen, in your view? And feel free to talk about your own company.
I think, well, in the Tezos ecosystem, I think what's really nice is we've been courting more creative types, more artists, and things like this. And so we have a really strong foothold in the art space, which I'm very pleased with. So basically doubling down on the winners and sort of ditching the things that weren't really working. This is as great a time as any to sort of recalibrate and reassess some of our theses about what's going to actually thrive based on this technology. I think gaming is very underserved, and to date, a lot of the successes in the crypto gaming space have been on very shaky foundations, so this is a good opportunity to look back at that. I think fundamentally what cryptocurrencies do are not like a technical issue. It's not like a better database. It's basically a way to coordinate with people across the world who you might not otherwise be able to trust, basically using software to enforce contracts with them. And that's a very wide open field, and I think a lot of the space has suffered from not having a tremendous amount of creativity when approaching that prompt. So I mean, when the kind of tide goes out and crypto winter comes in, that's when some of the best companies in the space have been built and best approaches. So I'm cautiously optimistic because the last 3 years or so have been almost maddening in how frothy they've been, and sort of like this sort of specious things that, based on the assumption that it's always going to go up, we're thriving, and that's just not a sustainable business model, as we saw in the dot-com boom and pretty much every hell, even railroads. So that's my take. I think this is a great time for builders.
Okay, Kyle, what are the opportunities?
There's a lot of opportunities right now in crypto. Where I'm spending most of my time is today on consumer social. We're finally at the point where the tech works well enough, it's not perfect, but good enough to build consumer product experiences for the mainstream. They're not Apple level polish or Facebook level polish, but they're good enough for mainstream consumers. So we've done a bunch of deals in the last 6-9 months, things that look like a Discord, things that look like a Twitter, things that look like OnlyFans, that are clearly crypto-enabled, very crypto-native in their core operations. So we're very excited about that class of product space. On the other extreme, my co-founder, Tushar, has been spending most of his energy on what we call proof of physical work and data DAOs, which we've written about on our blog in the last few weeks. And in both of these theories, these theses, the goal is to help people all over the world get incentivized to perform some action in the real world, whether it's set up a helium hotspot, put a Hive map or dash cam in their car, upload data into a data DAO. But we think with this novel capital formation incentive structure, you can really change large-scale coordination in very clever ways.
Okay. I thought it was interesting, Kathleen, you mentioned the dot-com boom of the late 90s and early 2000s and likened what's happening now to that. So do you think that that's kind of where crypto is at, where things were incredibly overvalued, companies were overvalued, and there's a big shakeout going on?
Yeah, I think a lot of companies in this space were overcapitalized or predicated on the assumption that number would always go up, right? Like that's not a risk model, that's a fantasy. And so you are seeing a little bit of Darwinism come to the fore, which isn't a bad thing for any industry. If anything, I kind of embrace it because it's been a very it's been a lot of fantasy has been spoken about, and it isn't the worst thing in the world for that to come in contact with reality. Unfortunately, it's happening at a time in the world that's like extraordinarily difficult for many people, and so I think like the hurt has been exacerbated, whereas in other sort of crypto downturns, it's been a bit more contained.
Right, Kyle, do you expect governments around the world to step in a little more after this and introduce more regulations? You had the US Treasury saying the other day there's an urgent need for more crypto rules.
This has been a common refrain for 4, 5, 6 years by now, all over the world, not just the United States. There's been pretty little action by governments, like shocking a little over that period.
Why is that?
Some combination of administrative changes, general inertia, people who are in positions of power actually being quite pro-crypto, even though the public stance is more anti-crypto. Some combination of those things. There will generally be more rules in the future than in the past. Will those rules be 10x more detailed and onerous than they are now, or will they be 30% more detailed and onerous than they are now? Pretty open question.
Okay. Do you expect more rules to come out of this?
Well, many have been proposed, right?
Yeah.
It depends. Obviously like legislative processes across the world are very different. What is encouraging, I guess, what gives me hope is that a lot of governments themselves are looking at issuing central bank digital currencies in some form, and I hope that acquaints them with the technology in a way that allows them to make coherent policy about it. It's a little bit funny because like cryptocurrencies are basically, well, Bitcoin is optimized for one thing, which is to be censorship resistant. That's its entire, reason death. And so it's kind of funny to see like a currency issued by a government try to live on a blockchain. It's going to have a fundamentally different architecture. But I think a lot of the jargon and a lot of the learnings from going through that process of trying to make your own will hopefully yield some insightful and good policies. There's a Tezos community member, for example, who's suing the US government for clarity on the rewards one from staking, which is like not to get into the weeds, but it's going to be a new way of securing cryptocurrencies. And this is some next level edge of the volcano push for clarity. And I think that's all very good, and that's the way it should be borne out.
Okay. Kyle, I mean, given that we're down 60% in the last few months alone, both of you are fairly sanguine about kind of where we're at. Why is it? Because you've seen it before so many times?
People like to use a lot of inputs to assess, is a thesis working or not? The most commonly discussed input into the question, is a thesis working or not, is price. But I would actually contend that price is the least important input into answering the question, is the thesis working or not? So I don't care, like, is the correct answer. We look at developer activity, we look at quality of devs, we look at funding going into space, we look at the actual quality of the applications being built. That's what matters, not the price.
Okay.
I think cryptocurrencies solve a problem that we've been trying to solve for like centuries, which is basically how do you exchange value with someone who may or may not be very close to you without the use of a risk of an intermediary. So, I mean, what gets me up in the morning and like what convinces me that this is all worth doing is that I think fundamentally the technology does solve a social problem and within a very novel technical way. And so you kind of have to keep the faith that like it's going to find ways to be relevant and ways to be useful to people over and over again. And I think that, you know, I think it's a really extraordinary space to operate in because it's really pushing the envelope of how do you do business with someone across the world? And that's becoming a more and more relevant question as the internet becomes more pervasive.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kathleen and Kyle. Really appreciate your time today. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Simon.
Okay. So listen, Wikipedia was one of the earliest harbingers of an open and shared internet. Its founder, Jimmy Wales, has had an enormous influence on the principles of an open, free web. Today, immersive real-time content has given superfans even more ways to express themselves and connect with what means most to them. Fandom, a platform with over 200 million monthly users, powers this passion. And our next session will uncover how technology can power real, powerful, and lasting fan engagement. So please put your hands together for the editor of CNET, Connie Guglielmo, Fandom CEO Perkins Miller, and Fandom and Wikipedia co-founder Jimmy Wales.
Entrance music even.
Hello, Collision. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? Excited to be here to have a very, hopefully, engaging and interesting discussion about a topic that I, as a very, I don't know, I would say power user of the internet and online communities, want to talk about, which is the role of people, like all of us, who spend time in online communities and sites, fans, if you will, but also where that technology is going at a time when there's so much toxicity online and people trying to undermine the online world and online communities. So I'm going to start right away by just turning it over to Jimmy and having him give us a little bit of a, I don't know, I guess a review or a small history lesson on Wikipedia from there to here and what you're thinking and the evolution of it and where we are today.
Yeah, so Wikipedia has been around for 21 years now, and we've become obviously part of the infrastructure of the world, the infrastructure of the internet. But the other thing is that we've gone through a period of time when Wikipedia went from being kind of a joke to being, you know, people are like, oh my God, the internet's so toxic and so horrible. But then there's Wikipedia, and it's completely different. And the wiki communities are, you know, like generally very nice places. And, you know, although the world struggles with all the viral misinformation, disinformation, we've proven to be pretty immune to all of that. And so today, I think people are turning to us saying, I'm really interested in this. We want to know more about how do these communities operate, how do they generate quality work in the environment of trolling and hate speech and all the bad stuff online. So there's lots of things to study and lots of things to think about with Wikipedia and Fandom.
Well, let's just talk about one of the aspects of Wikipedia that I think a lot of people want to emulate and admire is the self-policing aspect of it. And I know, Perkins, you're going to talk a little bit about that at Fandom as well, but the success of the site in allowing people who actually care about the content to keep an eye on everyone else. So can you talk about that and how you've seen that evolve?
Yeah, I mean, it's really about genuinely devolving power into the communities and giving them the ability to control the environment on their wikis. This is true of Fandom, it's true of Wikipedia. You know, if you think about somewhere like Twitter, let's imagine you see somebody doing something horrible on Twitter. Define that in your mind however you want. There's basically three things you can do. You can block them, and that helps you but doesn't help anybody else. You can report them, and if you've ever reported anything on Twitter, you know that's kind of a black box that doesn't work very well. Or, the most popular option, you can yell at them, and that's what a lot of people do. And that just creates this online sort of toxic environment, and that's because as a user of Twitter, you don't really have any ability to genuinely control the space you're in, whereas in wiki communities, you know, they elect their admins, the admins are accountable to the community, they're accountable to each other, which is actually probably as important as anything else. And they actually have the ability to control this space, so they can block people completely from the platform very quickly. And that makes a huge, huge difference. You know, you can imagine the difference between, you know, you're going to invite your friends over for a dinner party and you're going to have an interesting conversation and some great food. What if the rule was anybody who turns up is equally allowed to be in that space, and the only thing you can do is yell at them if they're misbehaving? Like, we wouldn't have nice dinner parties. And so you've got to give people the right and the ability to control their environment.
Are you optimistic that this platform will continue to evolve? We're seeing so many bad actors co-opting online communities and spaces, and we've just, in the United States, lived through an election where disinformation had an outsized influence, and the concern that people are hiding who they are and not being genuine, but people want to be engaged, they want to be connected. We've just lived through, or hopefully we've just lived through a pandemic and now have moved a little bit past that. Do you think that the model can survive the rise of so many bad actors?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we've been doing this for a long time. There's always been bad actors out there. And, you know, it's really is, again, it's about that control of the environment for people. I mean, you know, at Wikipedia, there's this external thing, sort of reliable sources that really matters. For Fandom, oftentimes there's an external thing like, you know, what happened in season 4, episode 5, like that's a matter of fact, and it can be validated and so forth. And so for us, I would say for Wikipedia, my bigger concern is not bad actors, but it's actually the decline of quality journalism, particularly at the local level. I think that's a real problem for humans, that we aren't really doing that kind of first draft of history in a way that we did 30, 40 years ago. And I think that leads to a lot of other problems. But that's an indirect problem. It's not that people are attacking Wikipedia. It's that we need to figure out the business model of local journalism.
Well, that's the garbage in, garbage out problem, right?
Yeah.
And as somebody in the media, obviously I can appreciate that. Perkins, let's talk about Fandom. Why don't you give folks just a quick overview of what Fandom is, because it's obviously been very informed by the work that Wikipedia has done.
Right, so Jimmy, you know, back in 2003 actually had this seminal idea that these wiki structures would be amazing tools for people just to celebrate their nerddom in general. So started what was then GeoCities, which became Wikia, which then became Fandom. Today, there are 250,000 communities in Fandom, where 300 million people every month come, and the communities are in gaming and movies and TV and anime, and essentially what it is we are the source of the imagined world. So if you want to know what's happening in Stranger Things or Lord of the Rings or Minecraft, people come there to go dig deep into what the story is, what the history is, and even how to play the game better. So it's basically this massive reference source for entertainment.
And it truly is a fan site, right, as opposed to Wikipedia, which I'm not going to say there are not fans of Wikipedia, but people who are coming together because they have a very strong interest or affinity for whatever, a TV show, movie, etc. So that makes them a slightly different community than the general community that you might get at a social media platform.
Yeah, I think the brilliant thing about Fandom is because it's all about imagined worlds, there's nothing to take too seriously. I mean, you know, we have We have a fandom for Star Wars fans called Wikipedia. We've got a fandom for Star Trek fans called Memory Alpha. And I think the most serious thing you'll see being debated is like, was Kirk's tunic yellow or was it a gold? I mean, it's not going to be anything that's going to challenge the world peace. We're really about sort of how much fun are you having in your fandom today, and are you at the bar debating, Han Solo's backstory, or are you sitting there trying to figure out how to level up in, in Minecraft? So there's just, we're not something that is anchored in the real world. We're in the imagined world. So that gives us a lot of license to have a lot more fun.
Okay, I will say Kirk's shirt is gold. That's my point of view as a Trekkie. Well, let's talk about, we had a discussion obviously before we came out on here on stage and some of the topics we wanted to address. And I was curious about the bad behavior that you might see on Fandom and how quickly people self-correct the community.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Jimmy said that, I think, and we talked about this earlier today, I mean, people are generally good. I think the challenge with social media today is it's, the trolls and the loud voices, it makes you think that everybody's just angry all the time. The reality is just a lot of good people generally want to have a good time, and Wikipedia is a reflection of that. There's great content that's been validated over time. It's a safe space, and we benefit from the same thing. We have these communities of Trekkies and other nerds that kind of come together and say, hey, you know what, we want to celebrate Lord of the Rings. And so we're going to talk about the canon, and we're going to make sure we understand what an orc is. And so there's just not a lot of heat that comes from debating about an orc, and when it does, people are there and say, well, literally, if you want to talk about something other than orcs, there's plenty of places to go do it. But on Fandom, we're talking about orcs. So generally speaking, the community self-polices because the content, it just is so, I think, in the imagined world space that it doesn't invite a lot of hatred or evil speech.
Let's talk about the business model behind Fandom, because obviously, and we're going to get to imagined worlds and what that concept is. A lot of people are using the term metaverse to describe it now, but you have a different point of view on what an imagined world is and a real life component as opposed to just an online component. But you're collecting a lot of information about people. So why should we trust you?
Well, first of all, we're really not collecting direct personal information. So people come to Fandom from Google. They are, hey, was Kirk's tunic gold or yellow? And they end up on Fandom. And you're not registering, you're just literally going through and getting the answer. So, we're not collecting personal information. But what we do in service to this idea of your fan identity, we do look at the data graph writ large. And we're building tools to help you find the answer you're seeking. So making search work better. We're finding ways to do recommendations. So if you've watched the latest Star Trek, what's the next movie you should watch? That's how we're using data. We're not using it on a personal information basis. So I think that also helps us stay more neutral and more community-centric.
But you're monetizing that information.
We are. So we sell ads. We do. So we're borrowing people's attention when they're on our platform to show them an advertisement. But again, we're not using personal information to do any direct capture of people's information on the platform.
Is there a day that you will charge people to be part of these wikis?
I don't think so. I think we're really in service to these communities, and we want to make sure the access is there. And I think you talk to the community creators. So if you're creating for the Elder Scrolls Wiki and you've got your 2,000 folks who are in the Elder Scrolls community, they want to preserve that community and they want to make sure everybody has access to it. So I think getting in the way of that doesn't really help that community thrive.
And I guess I would say that since you've self-identified as a Star Trek or Star Wars fan, and I am both, just by the way, I like my Mandalorian helmet that someone 3D printed for me. You've already basically identified as a certain psychographic profile, if you will, so that advertisers are willing to spend more to reach that audience, which then would negate the need to collecting all that data and trying to target the advertising.
Yeah, I think what we're able to do, it's pretty interesting actually, is because we're collecting anonymized information, just behavioral data. We've created this platform called Fan DNA. And the idea, we release these reports called State of Streaming and State of Gaming. We have a State of Fandom that's coming out. And what we're able to see is, these interest graphs. So if with a new Star Trek that comes out, we're able to see, well, how popular is that Star Trek versus other Star Treks?
Brave New Worlds, yes.
Yeah, exactly, and Brave New Worlds, thank you. And there's also Lord of the Rings coming out for us fantasy nerds. We're able to see, well, what does that graph look like? And then what are the intersection points? So you're able to see that, well, anime fans are also Lord of the Rings fantasy fans. And that's a pretty interesting insight that you just don't get typically when people talk about genres.
Well, I'm just interested in it from the point of view of not needing to have to sell personal data and creating a database where all of my many weird interests and try to match advertisers to it. Okay, let's talk about the future, right? I said metaverses as an imagined world, and I'd like to hear both of your thoughts on where you think the future of these online communities is going. Is it online? Is it online real worlds? What do you think? I'm just going to turn it over to you, Jimmy.
I think there's so many possibilities and so many things going on. So, a lot of times when people are talking about metaverse, they're talking about VR headsets and all that. I think it's interesting. I'm not as convinced that that's the future. I don't think we're all going to be sitting around in VR headsets in 20 years. But it's interesting. I think some interesting stuff will come out of that. I think really the trend that I see that I think is really interesting is I think people are really pretty much fed up with the toxicity of a lot of the social media stuff, and I think usage is beginning to soften and so forth. I think people are really more interested in healthier online spaces where they can have friends and family. They're interested in quality content, and I think one of the things that Fandom is doing that's very interesting around this fan DNA thing is using the data just to understand what people like, so that we can customize. And like my example is, I really love Ozark, just finished the last episode, very good. I really loved Inventing Anna. And so Fandom is going to understand me and know I'm going to be really interested in the Madonna biopic because it's the same actress, right? And I think she's fantastic, right? And that's the kind of insight that just kind of falls naturally out of the data, so that when I come to Fandom, I'll be offered things and I'll be like, oh, right, that Madonna thing's coming. I'm not a huge fan of Madonna. I mean, I like Madonna, and I just think that sort of thing is the future of helping people find, and in a sense, this is nothing new, right? The idea of customizing things according to people's interests, but doing it not with the view for virality and so forth, but a view towards providing them a quality experience that's meaningful to them, I think is a powerful trend for the future.
What do you think of the term metaverse, before I turn it to Perkins? Metaverse.
Metaverse, it's a made-up marketing term, so we'll see how that goes, yeah.
Okay, Perkins.
Well, I think what Jimmy said about people's expectation to find what they like more easily will continue. So I mean, Google has proven that, hey, if you want to know something, you can go to Google to figure it out. What I think the next degree of the interest graph is to make it more personalized about my entertainment. And you see what's happened in the streaming wars over the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, there's billions of dollars being spent on content on dozens of platforms. How to find a show that interests you is terrifying. On the gaming side, there's console gaming, there's mobile gaming, there's independent PC gaming. There's 75,000 new games on Steam today for PC gamers. The discovery of content that you want to consume is harder than it's ever been. And so I think what you're going to find is that people are going to gravitate to tools and technology that help them a bit narrowcast and to find their communities and to find their tribes so that they can have the experience they're seeking. And right now it's very difficult to do that, and it's one of the areas we're really investing in.
I'm just curious whether all of us who've been in lockdown for the past 2 years just want to go outside and put down our devices. I mean, I certainly have binge watched, and I think I said Brave New Worlds instead of Strange New Worlds, so I apologize to Star Trek fans. But do people want to get away from these digital worlds?
I was just in Poland last week at PureCon, and for how many people have been to PureCon? That'd be none. It's the largest Comic-Con in Eastern Europe, and there's 75,000 people that showed up dressed up. I was wearing my Captain Kirk tunic and had a lot of selfies with me. There were, people are desperate to get outside, but they're not necessarily desperate to get away from the things they love. And so I think what we're going to see is, I think hopefully with Comic-Cons and PeerCons and other ways to express, you can do both. You can both kind of bring your full self to the world. I think we'll see more of that.
Okay, we have time for one last lightning round question. It's not really a question. I asked each of them to tell me in basically a tweet, there's one thing they want you all to remember from this very fast conversation we had. What would it be?
Well, I mean, at Fandom, we've had a fantastic run the last few years. We're actively interested in new partnerships. Anything that's strategic for us has to do with helping fans realize their identity, helping us serve those communities. So anybody here's got anything interesting to show us? That'll be fantastic.
All right, Perkins, you have like 2 seconds.
I think we just remember that fan identity is real, and there's platforms out there that will super serve you, and that's us at Fandom.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you all for attending. Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to do a little poll before I bring out our next speaker. Raise your hand if you'd like to have a robot in your home helping you. You know, maybe cleaning, okay, doing a little dishes. All right, what about a robot that drives you to work? What about one that takes care of your children, your elderly parents? People are getting a little bit more nervous now. So until recently, the idea of real intelligent robots living with humans has been the stuff of science fiction. But today, mobile robots are beginning to step out of the lab and into real-life jobs worldwide. So where to next? This next company really challenges and enthralls us with how they push the limits of robotics. Please welcome to the stage the CEO of Boston Dynamics, Robert Plator.
Hello, I'm Robert Plator. I'm CEO of a company called Boston Dynamics. And for 30 years, we've been building robots. My team and I have been working to create robots with accelerated behaviors. And I'm proud to say, over that time, we've become fairly well known for some of the machines that we've created. Some of those machines I'll talk about today. When I tell people, let's see, we're not advancing the slides here, it looks like. Can I get the slide to advance, please? The clicker doesn't seem to be, there we go. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the robots that we're building, Spot and Stretch and Atlas. Now, I was looking out in the audience, and when they asked how many of you wanted robots in your homes, I didn't see very many hands raised. And that sort of gets to an interesting point that I've observed in our work. When I tell people that I'm from Boston Dynamics, I usually get one of two reactions. The first is fear. they accuse me of bringing on the robot apocalypse. Now, mostly I think this is unjust, but honestly, there is a little bit of anxiety around the kinds of robots that we're building. But the other and much more common reaction is pure joy, like you see in the face of this girl and her little brother, who came upon Spot in a public demonstration. Now, there we go. And this is the way we developers feel about robots. We're excited to develop them. When we work years or months to develop them, we feel real joy. But it raises a question: where do these strong reactions come from? And I believe it comes from the quality of the motion. When we see a robot that moves like an animal, it taps into something deep in our psyche, something that's the product of evolution. Because when we see a robot that moves like an animal, we've really only seen that kind of activity in live beings before. Now, when we see movement like this, we see emotion or intelligence, something we're really only used to seeing in living things. And I suppose it creates a kind of cognitive dissonance. Our evolved brain knows it's a machine. Our lizard brain sees an animal, and that creates surprise or joy and sometimes fear. Now, this wasn't really our goal when we started building our robots. We created robots that balance dynamically and move organically because we knew we had to if we were going to build robots that could really get around in the world. And I'm proud to say that we're really making progress on that front. This is Atlas in our laboratory in Boston. And I can say with confidence that we can build robots that can pretty much go anywhere a person can go. And in some cases, we're even building robots that exceed human capabilities. How many of you can do a backflip? Come on, somebody's got their hand up out there. I used to be able to do a backflip. In fact, I even did one on stage once at a robot talk. Should I? That was 20 years ago. Robots are here to keep us safe, and I'm going to let Atlas do my backflips for me these days. Another thing that robots are getting increasingly good at is vision. And what you're seeing here is data from our robot Stretch as it works in the back of a container, seeing boxes and picking them so it can put them on a conveyor. And so this is not unlike the same kinds of sensors, lasers, and cameras that are on autonomous cars. We're building them into robots so that they can interact with their environment. And robots are getting better and better at manipulation. And here we see Spot doing a couple of basic tasks that you might find in your own home or in your place of work, throwing a switch or opening a door. Now, this task is almost 90% automated, but there is a person saying, throw the switch, here's the doorknob, go open the door. And the rest of the task is fully automated. And you'll notice some details. The robot has to coordinate its body and its arm, just like you and I do, whenever we're doing a complicated task like this. And that coordination is something that really marks the way we build robots at Boston Dynamics. In the coming years, we're going to see more and more robots that have increasingly sophisticated manipulation skills. Now, we have almost 1,000 robots with customers out in the field today doing a variety of jobs. Spot is reading gauges at customers like Global Foundries. In their manufacturing facility, a camera on the back of the robot can read an analog gauge and record that digitally. It's measuring the temperature of transmission equipment at electric utilities like National Grid. When you fit Spot with an acoustic sensor, it lets the robot see high-pressure leaks at a major beverage manufacturer. And when we fit Spot with a laser scanner, like the Trimble X7 here, it can create a digital twin of a construction site. Spot is being used basically to do autonomous rounds and readings. The robot can recharge itself on its dock, and at a pre-recorded time, it'll make a turn around the facility, collecting data that lets the robot measure the performance of the manufacturing site. And by outfitting it with various instruments like visible cameras or thermal cameras, the goal is to detect failures in expensive pieces of equipment before they actually fail. And that allows our customers to avoid unintended downtime and make sure that they don't have any product loss because of an unintended shutdown. On construction sites, Spot is doing laser scanning to build models of those construction sites to measure progress and compare against plans. And now, the real star of the show that you came to see, we're going to bring up on stage. Please welcome Spot the robot. Spot is coming from over here in the corner, and we'll welcome it. I think we have a camera on it that we should project. There you go. Now we can see Spot. Now, Spot is always balancing. So it's always making small adjustments with its feet to stay balanced while it walks. And Spot has cameras all around its body. So when it approaches the stairs here, it'll actually see the stairs, and it'll create a little map of those stairs so it knows how to place its feet and come up on stage. Hannah Rossi, an employee of Boston Dynamics, is driving Spot, but it's super easy. She's just basically doing a point and go. Welcome, Spot. Welcome, Hannah. Now, I mentioned, now legs are great because legs are omnidirectional. They let the robot pretty much go in any direction. We can raise the body up and down. We can turn in place, translate. That's the beauty of legs. They can let you get into really tight and compressed spaces. Now, as we turn Spot around here, you'll notice there's cameras on all sides. So this is a superhuman capability, right? This robot can see all around it. And that lets Spot go over things forward, backwards, sideways. Those legs also let us pose the robot. And so when we go into a stand like this, we can move the body around, or the arms here. So for example, Spot has an attached arm. This is an optional feature. And that robot can use that arm, as I showed, to throw a switch, open a door. We also have cameras in the end effector that let the robot see things in the environment. So for example, I have a little toy here that will have Spot pick up. And what Hannah's going to do is she's just simply going to point the robot at that toy and tell it, please pick up the toy. The robot uses a camera, identifies where it's trying to grab, and does all of this autonomously on itself. Spot, can you bring me the toy? Thank you. And of course, robots, their real purpose in life isn't to dance necessarily, but people definitely enjoy it, and it demonstrates the real skill of the robot in moving around. So why don't we do a little jig to show off our dancing skills. Thank you, Spot. Here, I got to get a picture of all of you guys. Thank you, Spot. Thank you, Hannah. The rise of e-commerce has turned the logistics industry on its head. And we built Stretch as a mobile robot for assisting in this logistics industry. Stretch is a mobile case picking robot that we will sell into the warehousing and shipping industry. It has a mobile base. It can move in any direction. It has a strong arm. It can pick up to a 50-pound box. It has a pneumatic gripper on the end of its arm that it uses to grab the boxes. Now, mobility is important for this application because we want to start with truck unloading. And so you have to be able to get to and cross the dock and go into the back of a container. Now, you'll notice that the camera mast is independent of the arm. And so when the robot is dropping off a box, it's taking a picture of the box it's about to next pick. And so we optimize that time. Unloading containers is one of the worst jobs in the warehouse. It's repetitive, it's back-breaking work. It can be extremely hot in the summer and extremely cold in the winter. And so we think that this robot is going to find great reception in the logistics industry. Now, adaptability is important. And here, Stretch accidentally knocks some boxes down. It happens. The robot has to be able to adapt to an unexpected situation. And so what you see in this video, which was taken at a pilot test of Stretch with one of our customers, the robot detects that the boxes have fallen, and it's going to clean up after itself. That's the kind of adaptability that robots need if they're going to be working in the world with us. Now, Stretch is a multi-purpose robot. We're starting with truck unloading, but we think ultimately it ought to be able to do essentially any job that requires moving, placing, picking boxes in the warehouse, including building pallets or depalletizing or even loading trucks. Now, what's next for Boston Dynamics? We think the forefront of robotics is in mobile manipulation. We saw some very simple manipulation tasks here. We saw Stretch picking up boxes. But really, the world is full of much more complex shapes. And if we're going to have robots that work with us, we need to extend the capabilities of robots to use their hands. And I think we need to build two-handed robots. Because some jobs that we see in manufacturing environments really require two hands for some of the tasks. And here, we see somebody working in a manufacturing or automotive manufacturing environment, pulling out that strut, re-grasping it with your hands, and then putting it away requires, a general purpose end effector and a couple of different hands. Balancing loads, or even throwing, are things that'll be enhanced by having a two-armed robot. And so we're going to be using Atlas as a research platform to explore this new space of mobile manipulation with two-armed robots. And we're thinking about things like carrying heavy loads and balancing them, or even throwing. Now, our goal is to build robots that work with us in our places of work They don't displace workers, but they actually enhance what they do. By building power tools, we can upskill the people who are working in these jobs now so they become robot operators. And we relieve them of the repetitive and backbreaking work that so often accompanies this kind of labor. Anyway, I look forward to our robot future, and I hope you do too. Thank you very much.
Okay, so while our last speaker showed us how to develop incredible cutting-edge products, our next speakers are the experts in selling them. We've put together a talk with some of the marketing gurus of the world, and we're asking them to give the Collision audience their top trends that will define the year ahead. This is marketing gold dust. So let's get started. Let's welcome, in conversation with Business Casual podcast co-host Nora Ali, it's General Motors CMO Deborah Wall, Capiolis CMO Alicia Tillman, and the president of Interbrand, Gonzalo Bruco.
Thank you. Thank you.
So far away from you guys. I'm in isolation over here. Welcome everyone, and welcome Deborah, Alicia, and Gonzalo. Very excited to chat with the three of you. This is marketing in 2023. That could mean many different things, so we're gonna cover a lot of ground. But I wanna start with the who. Who are you marketing to? Who are your customers? I think it's the simplest maybe for you, Deborah. We all know GM, so why don't we start there? Okay. Who are you marketing to as the CMO of GM?
All right, well, you know, we market the gamut. I have 4 brands that market to every different segment who drives vehicles. We start there. But we also are targeting a group called Modern Citizens, who we think will help the evolution of the world to an all-electric future. So that's specific, they're progressive, they're first to try things, and we're really looking, hopefully, I think a lot of you might be falling into that segment here.
Alicia, what about you? Capitolis is maybe a little more difficult to grasp. It's a relatively new sort of concept. So who are you marketing to?
And Capitolis is 5 years young. So the best way to think about the business is we are a B2B marketplace for capital. So essentially, we connect large financial institutions, so think banks as a customer, together with institutional investors. So hedge funds, endowments, sovereign wealth funds, that's another set of customers. So the institutional side is wanting to invest capital in the system. So we don't have a problem in the world with capital, we have a problem with access and how to get it in. So they are being married with the large financial institutions who have capacity issues and need capital. So we bring them together on our platform. And so those would be our customers. And then ultimately, everyone benefits from a strong, healthy, thriving financial system. You feel it when it's broken, all the way down to how much money you carry in your wallet. And so we're ultimately helping to create more efficiencies in the capital market system.
Amazing. You have your elevator pitched down very well for something that's a little more complicated to explain. And Gonzalo, you're a brand consultancy, Interbrand is. So what are the kinds of clients you're working with, and what are the kinds of customers your clients are going after?
Definitely. Well, we work with a variety of different clients around the world. As you know, we publish every year Best Global Brands, which is the analysis of the top 100 brands around the world in terms of brand value. And one of the things that we are trying to do is making sure that the brands is still relevant for the customers. I think 2023 is going to be fantastic. There's going to be a lot of things that will be moving around well. And one of the things that we know very well is that today customers move faster than corporations. So that is why companies, they need to wake up a little bit, they need to change faster, they need to adapt to the new customers' needs to make sure that there is profit, there is growth, and they evolve in the future.
It's high pressure with customer preferences changing so quickly, to your point, Gonzalo. And there's so many choices now for how to market to customers. So starting pretty high level, Deborah, what is your marketing philosophy at GM? Whether it's creating human connections, whether it's staying ahead of the curve, how would you sort of describe that philosophy?
Well, let's just start with the idea that we have to be fast, flexible, and have a lot of fun right now, because it is a crazy world. But otherwise, our philosophy overall is, at General Motors, is we call it everybody in. Because for the world to really transform, it has to be an incredibly inclusive world. So we're really working to make sure that we have an answer in electric vehicles for everyone, no matter what price point or what type, from small vehicles like the Bolt EUV, which is electric, to all the way to a Silverado truck or a Hummer EV. And we want to make sure that everything that we do in that world of electric vehicles is accessible to everyone, because unless we bring everyone along, we don't succeed as a community.
And Alicia, I'm curious about your approach to marketing, because you're working with institutions and banks in some cases that have been in business for many decades. So maybe there is some more convincing to do to sign on to your platform and to use it. So what is your philosophy at Capitolis?
Yeah, and the other part of it is it's a highly regulated industry. So how you market, you have to be very, very thoughtful about. Look, our belief at Capitolis is that the economy should work better for everyone. And that's everybody at the top, the middle, in between, all over the world in our communities. And oftentimes, and we certainly see it based on market conditions right now, is when the economy is not working, it's your low to middle income communities that suffer the most. And it should not ever be that way. And so we're bringing much needed innovation to really make sure that capital is flowing through the system in a safe, highly regulated manner, so that we can, in fact, create economic prosperity for all. And so when we think about how we need to market, we have to be transparent. We have to be very clear about the problem we're solving and the value that we bring to help solve for that. And that's the philosophy. It's very simple, and I think it's applied across any industry you work in. Transparency first. What's the problem that you're looking to solve, and what's the unique value that your brand brings to help solve for it?
Amazing, thank you. And Gonzalo, I'm going to ask this question a little bit differently for you. When you're signing on or bringing on a new client, a new brand you're working with, what are some of the initial questions you'll ask them, or your process to try to start to understand their customers? Because it, of course, is going to be different from brand to brand. So how do you start to suss out perhaps your clients' marketing philosophies?
Well, definitely, I think the first question is, I would like to start with the departure point. What is going to be the long-term trajectory? What is going to be your ambition? And what is going to be the behaviors that your company are going to be believed with? So I think after a couple of years of crisis, and it seems that we are going to have a couple of years more crisis, maybe not pandemic, but from the economic side, I think companies, they need to reinvent themselves. They need to go to different trajectory completely. They need to determine the purpose. The purpose is going to be super, super important to make sure that they can motivate their own employees. Employees are very, very, very tired. And after a couple of years of suffering, you need to speak with them first. They are going to be, at the end of the day, the ambassadors of the company, the ambassadors of the brand, and you need to engage with them. And also, you need to speak with your new communities. You need to speak with the customers. So sometimes the CEOs and the management teams, they don't really know their customers. They are really thinking about the politics internally. You know, and I think you need to see the outside. You need to co-create. You need to partner with the customers to make sure that you can define the ambition, the trajectory, the purpose, and making sure that your entire company is aligned with the business strategy. So the brand strategy and the business strategy, they need to work well. And the last thing that I highly recommend is what is going to be your amazing, iconic move that will help you to differentiate. Because all the companies are more or less the same. You need to find new things to differentiate to make sure that you are relevant to your key stakeholders.
Let's stay on that note of differentiation. Deborah, we were talking in our previous session together about increased options for customers in the auto space. It's not just options for what you get in a particular vehicle, personalization, EVs, autonomous vehicles in the near future, but there are so many different brands to choose from now in the auto space. So how do you approach differentiation in marketing, whether it's actually talking about your competitors or ignoring that and talking about the benefits of going with GM?
Yeah, I agree with Gonzalo. It is the key still. I mean, the world is so complicated today that people want clear signals to what it is. So, and with the house of brands, it becomes more difficult when you start talking about it. But, you know, we have very defined segments. So Cadillac, many of you might know Cadillac, it's transformed completely. It will be our first brand to be all electric. It's launching a new vehicle called the Cadillac Lyriq, which has an incredible set of experiences, responsiveness in the vehicle, very different than probably anything that most people have driven in the past. So it really stays up, and if you look at their positioning, they really based it on a positioning of diversity and inclusion, which I think is so relevant, and in the auto world, it's so meaningful. Then on the other end of the spectrum, we have Buick. It's the #1 brand for women, 54% women customers, proves that you can have successful car brands that are targeted to women. Hooray, it's been a while, right, in the industry, and I think that really shows it's based on technology and experiences. So each one appeals to a specific segment and really works to develop that technology and the experiences. Because my last point here is in automotive, you know, you used to just buy a vehicle, you keep it 3 to 5 to 10 years. What you bought in the beginning was what you'd have that whole time period and cycle. Now the cars are responsive, they change. Over your journey with a vehicle that you purchase, the car will get better and have new technology and new experiences. So now it becomes all of that branded differentiation has to be on the experience level. So really exciting time, really different than anything we've ever had.
Thank you for that. And Alicia, the competitive landscape for Capitolis, I think, is less robust maybe than for GM. You're probably convincing your future clients and customers that they need your service when they might not actually be thinking about it. So what is your philosophy in getting a new client on board when they might not know that they need something like Capitolis?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it all starts with how well you tell the story of what you do. And I can never underestimate, look, telling a good story doesn't cost a thing. And it's often a really difficult thing to do. So if you are a capitalist and the world largely does not yet know who you are, and you're trying to define a category that doesn't exist today, it becomes very difficult to think about that story. And then equally as difficult, where do you place that story and how do you market it? And so those are the two things that I've been in the role for 7 months now that I've been setting out to do, which is, and I shared this a few moments ago, you always have to start by really listening and understanding to what your customer is challenged with. And everybody is trying to solve something. Everybody works in an industry that needs to be reinvented or disrupted in some way. And we've got to be able to articulate that and articulate that well. Like, so find a place of relevancy first and foremost to come together on, and then talk about your view, your innovation that you are putting forward to help solve for that. And then as you have success with that, demonstrate those results through case studies and the like, so that your customer, prospective customer, can see real life examples of how that can in fact work. And so if you take it in those steps, understand what's happening and what you're trying to solve for, create a story of true value, and then demonstrate success through use cases so that others can really see things practically by way of example, that's kind of how we're thinking about building the brand at Capitolis.
I love the focus on storytelling, especially now with so many different platforms you can choose on which to tell those stories. So Gonzalo, as you're working with brands, what have you found works well in terms of platforms, channels, specifically within social media? You have, I'm on TikTok for literally hours every night. I buy things because of TikTok. It works very well on me. So what has worked for your brands?
Well, you know, one of the things is that we are hyper-connected, and CEOs are, they don't know how to communicate very well. So they need to learn how to adapt to new customers, how they should be communicating to different audiences. Remember, in a company, there is a different kind of segmentations, different communities within the company. So this is something that in terms of marketing will be very, very important in terms of the future. I think we need to understand what kind of communities will buy my products in the long run, and this is something that the companies, they need to really design in the long run. I think the marketing plans that we have tomorrow will be completely different, because there is going to be an issue with liquidity. So that means that we need to tell the marketeers, we need to tell to the board of directors that the marketing is very important, that the communications is very important, that managing intangible assets is very important, especially in complicated times. More than ever, you need to retain and attract the customers in the long run, and you need to spend money to make sure that you can go through them. Purpose is going to be very important. ESGs are going to be very important. So companies will need to think how we can measure ESGs in the company. Supply chains is going to be, as you know, very, very complicated. So marketing strategies will go next to supply chains to see how we can mitigate that around the world. And of course, there is going to be a lot of spin-offs and M&As. And that means that the brand that used to be my brand in the corner in my street will change. So you need to over-communicate to your employees and your customers what is going to be your new proposition to the world.
And quickly, Deborah and Alicia, just what channels are you most excited about from a marketing perspective? Deborah, we can start with you.
I'll talk about the individual influencer channels. So we worked with LeBron James, amazing, for the Hummer. He had a Hummer when he was, first starting out his career. Now he moved to the Hummer Electric, and he demonstrated crab walk, which is the electric cars can actually go sideways. If you've ever, it feels like you're able to skate or go into any interesting, get out of any corner that you possibly can. We launched that feature with him, with his channels, 125 million strong, stronger than really any old channel would have been or any broadcast channel, and it's been the #1 thing that's differentiated the vehicle for us. So we love things like that, and we love TikTok too. It's been really great on that.
So we're in the B2B space, and so the influencer marketing strategy can work, and perhaps down the road it'll be something that we explore. I certainly did in the last B2B global brand that I worked with. But I would say the channels that are most relevant for us in building a prospective customer base as well as telling our story, I mean, it's definitely social media. So if I look at LinkedIn, we primarily use to sort of build our network. We also use LinkedIn to have a voice on issues that go beyond product and services and move more into sort of societal issues. We do use LinkedIn for that. We also use Twitter for the same, both from building our contact database as well as marketing. But then we also use Instagram in particular, primarily to showcase the culture of our company. We don't use it to peddle products and services whatsoever. As we look to attract employees into our company, we're using Instagram today primarily as a place to really showcase our culture.
Alicia, I'll end with you very quickly. What do you foresee as the role of the CMO in the future? How is that evolving over time?
So I will say this, and I know we only have a few seconds left. If you are doing only what is on your job description, then you are not going to make a memorable mark on your company. You are CEO, senior leadership team, advisor number one. You are there to help think through different areas to expand your value proposition into. You are the number one voice of the customer. You are the person that is the champion of purpose and things that the brand needs to speak out about. These are all things that certainly have evolved a lot over the recent years and are fundamentally what I believe sets one CMO apart from another.
Amazing. Alicia, Deborah, Gonzalo, thank you so much. I learned a lot.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks,
everybody.
Thank you.
So Uber is no longer just taxis, freight, and eats. In certain parts of the world, you can now book flights, train tickets, hotel rooms, and car rentals through the app. So will Uber become the super app of transport worldwide? Here to tell us is tech columnist at Inc., Jason Aiton, and Andrew McDonald, Senior Vice President of Mobility and Business Operations at Uber.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. And Andrew, thank you. Now, I've been told I can call you Mac. Is that true?
Mac is good.
Fantastic. Now, I'm pretty interested in this conversation because, like probably a lot of people here, I came here this morning in an Uber, which doesn't sound like a big deal, except for I actually live in Michigan, and I drove to Toronto, but I didn't want to have to figure out where to park, and it was just easier to take an Uber. So I got in an Uber this morning, I came here, and I remember I lived in the San Francisco Bay Area many years ago, and I kind of remember when Uber was the new thing, and now it sort of feels like the company is all grown up. And yet I also get the sense that maybe things are growing and changing as much as they have at any time in the last decade. And this morning you guys announced that you are rolling out UberX Share, made a little bit of news. And so I'd love to just start with that and hear more about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, awesome. So very glad to hear you took an Uber here this morning. Hopefully lots of folks in the crowd did as well. Our goal is to make every journey better. So you drove here, finished your trip with an Uber, that's part of the story, right? The big announcement today for us is relaunching UberX Share, formerly known as Uber Pool for folks who used to ride Uber Pool. Today we went live in 4 more cities in the US, but it's really going to start a summer of launches for us. As you said, it still feels very early days at Uber. You'll see a lot of product launches from us this summer. UberX Share is one of those, but there's a lot more that we're excited about. Uber Reserve, bikes and scooters, Uber Connect for sending packages, picking up your food at stadiums, Uber Travel, so lots of good stuff coming.
So if someone is familiar with Uber as the app you use to get a car, to go somewhere, how is that different than UberX Share? Because there are probably a lot of people who use Uber who don't even know what that means.
Yeah, so UberX Share is essentially us trying to bring carpooling at scale For decades, governments have been trying to encourage people to share a ride on their way to work or their way out, and technology allows us to do that better than ever before. And so we essentially use our matching algorithms to find two people going in the same direction at the same time. We try to pair them up, lower the cost of the ride, put more people in fewer vehicles, the driver earns more on the trip, cities have fewer cars on the road, and people pay less. So that's what Uber Share is, carpooling at scale enabled by technology.
Okay, so one of the things that I shared that I was going to have this conversation with you this morning, and sort of the question I got from people was, do you really think that people are going to want to climb into a car with a stranger after 2 years of avoiding that at all costs? In fact, it wasn't that long ago, and this may still be true in some cities, where if you get into an Uber, you have to still wear a mask, for example. I'm just curious, like, what are the signals that you guys have seen that lead you to feel like this is the time to do this?
Yeah, so it's a great question. We tend to follow the lead of governments as it relates to safety rules. So we've pulled back mask mandates in most of North America as governments have pulled them back as well. There's still a few places, New York, LA, where you need to wear a mask in an Uber. What we've seen, just like we're all seeing, bars are packed, restaurants are packed, airplanes are packed, people are traveling, people are going out, people are going back to the office. And so UberX Share is going to be a part of getting people moving again. Again, it offers a more affordable option for those that want it. It's not going to be for everybody. And starting out, we've still got safety measures in place. For instance, we're only doing 2 people sharing at any given time, not 3 or 4, although that will come. So yeah, it's not going to be for everyone, but as I said, society's reopening, demand is booming, and this is an option.
Now, UberX Share might be sort of a new thing you guys are doing, but I'm curious, is the goal for Uber to be bringing in not want to take a solo Uber, or are these existing Uber users who want to be more conscious about their environmental footprint or saving money? Like, how do you see them compared to your current customers?
Yeah, so even where Uber is today, the vast majority of our TAM exists at a lower price point than UberX, right? UberX is still somewhat of a luxury product, and we think globally, when you think about developing markets, the ability to go point to point in a solo ride driven by somebody else is a luxury product experience. So the vast majority of our opportunity going forward involves structurally lowering costs. There's a bunch of ways you can structurally lower costs. You can put more people into small vehicles, more people into large vehicles, you can get more affordable vehicles, you can take excess network capacity and pair people up, and that's what we're doing with UberX Share, right? So when you do that, when you bring down the price point, you bring a bunch of new people into the category, but you also get people who are already using Uber to use Uber more because it's affordable.
Now, you mentioned drivers, and the drivers who participate, I think they have a choice. Is that true?
Yeah, drivers can opt in or opt out, and that's a big difference from the last version of the product, which many drivers didn't like Uber Pool, the original version. There's 2 reasons. 1, it was lower rates than UberX, and 2, they were forced to take it. Now, they can opt out, and they're getting the same rates as UberX, which means if you utilize more, you're actually earning more.
Okay, and that's a great point, because obviously drivers having the choice feels like it gives them some more control over their own destiny. And as I ride in a lot of Ubers, it's sort of my default way to travel. So I talk to a lot of Uber drivers, and I was talking to the person who drove this morning, and he was as excited as, I almost wanted to tell him we were having this conversation, I didn't. But he was so excited because it's how he takes care of his family, it's how he does all those things. So for a driver, in addition to like making a little bit more, that seems kind of ambiguous. What are the other benefits for participating in allowing shared rides?
Yeah, so as a driver, and I drive as well, you need to learn and know the product. As a driver, your whole goal is to be utilized as much as possible, right? You want paying customers in your car for the highest percentage of hours that you're on the road. That's how you make the most money. And so UberX Share increases the number of paying customers in your car. It increases the time you've got paying customers in the car, and you're getting UberX rates, so if you've got 2 people traveling at once, your earnings are better. So what we've seen so far with the relaunched version of the product is that drivers who are using it are earning more than drivers who aren't using it, and at the end of the day, earnings are the bottom line for drivers.
Yeah, earning more is always better than not earning more. We can all agree with that. So us taking a little bit of a shift into how this sort of fits into the bigger picture for Uber and sort of this goal of becoming the default travel and experience app. Obviously, the title of the session includes the word super app, which is sort of like an app to do everything, one app to rule them all, sort of a thing. Just talk about how does this, what might seem like a small step, sort of fit into that bigger picture?
Yeah, for sure. So our goal is to make Uber a daily use case for people. Today, it's a weekly or monthly use case for most. And the way you make it a daily use case is not only by bringing transportation costs down for people, but it's by offering more options, right? An UberX ride is not the right option or necessarily the best option every time you leave the house. And so how do people get around? Well, they get around using bikes and scooters. So we've got the availability of Lime scooters in hundreds of cities around the world. Some people don't like on-demand transportation. They want pre-reserved transportation, especially for things like going to the airport early in the morning. So we launched Uber Reserve, which is scaled all across the world and is growing really, really rapidly. When people leave the house, sometimes they want to use transit. So we've got transit directions in more than 50 cities around the world to help you navigate public transit systems. Sometimes you want a cheaper option, so shared rides. Sometimes you want an even cheaper option, and you can get motorcycles, bikes, scooters, all these different things that bring down costs. So again, our goal is to help power every single journey. Our secret sauce is putting a technology layer on the physical world. I think that's what makes Uber unique in the realm of tech companies. And transportation, every part of transportation is still so broken. There's a huge, huge opportunity for Uber to bring value.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been with Uber for a long time, right? 10 years?
10 years in May, yeah.
Okay. And so you've seen a lot of things change over the last 10 years. And I'm curious if you can just talk for a minute about how Uber thinks about adapting to the needs of its drivers and of its customers and its stakeholders as it sort of builds out this, I think your CEO referred to it as like the Amazon of travel. Like, just what's that thought process like?
I mean, it's not an overly complicated thought process. The reason Uber is a verb, the reason Uber has been a successful company is because it's a product that people love, right? And so as we think about how we continue to grow, as I think about what it means to be still in the early days of Uber, right? And when I say early days of Uber, in our largest market, the US, 4% of potential users use us on a weekly basis. 4%. In our largest market by volume, Brazil, 7% use us on a weekly basis. So we are still very early, and we're still very far from most people using Uber on most days, which is ultimately our goal. So the way you do that is you ship awesome products, right? So it's not enough for us to add transportation verticals. We have to make them meaningfully better. So if we're going to launch car sharing, so peer-to-peer car sharing, which allows anyone to put their car onto the network to be used by somebody else in place of a rental car or in place of individual car ownership, it has to be better on Uber than any other option in the market. If we're going to Uberize the car rental process, which we're now doing in Washington, D.C., where you can get a car rental delivered to you at the push of a button, it has to be magical. And so, as we think about being the Amazon of transportation, as we think about being a daily use case, it has to be that sort of core magic, which Uber was, which was push a button and a car shows up and takes me where I want to go, where people are like, wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's sort of funny, the analogy of being the Amazon of travel is actually interesting because there was a time in Uber's early days, like its actual really early days, when every new app was the Uber of something, right? That's every pitch was, we're going to be the Uber of what, and now, like Uber is the Uber of a lot of those things, and which makes sense. Why not take that value and offer it to your existing customers through that same sort of mentality? And it's really been kind of interesting to watch how that's happened. And you mentioned being able to get transit, being able to rent a car in Washington, D.C. I think perhaps there's markets where you guys are testing things like rail and plane tickets and that kind of stuff. Like, just how do you see that expanding over the next couple of years?
Yeah, so we view our ultimate competitor as individual car ownership, right? So the reality is the world suffers from far too many cars, right? In the US, you've got many more cars than people. And I think the reality is that has a lot of outsized negative impacts on the world, whether it's congestion, pollution, lack of public space. I think the world would do better with fewer cars that were better utilized. right? An average car sits idle 99% of the time. And so if we can put, again, taking our secret sauce, which is putting a software layer on the physical world, if we can make more efficient, more cars more efficiently utilized, that's the greatest impact we can have on the world. And so you're going to see us focus our innovation on reducing individual car ownership.
Now, a lot of companies who grew a lot over the last couple of years during the pandemic are having a really rough time now because they scaled beyond what they were capable of sort of delivering as people stopped staying inside all the time. Uber's kind of in the opposite category where it was a really rough time. People weren't going to get into a car with someone else for a while, and that's really starting to rebound. I saw that bookings in your last quarter were up even compared to before the pandemic, not just during the pandemic. And a lot of analysts think that this will be the biggest summer travel season ever. And so how is Uber preparing for that?
Yeah, you're right. We've had these very conflicting dynamics through the pandemic, right? In a course of 3 weeks, in late March, early April 2020, my business, the mobility business, dropped 84%. So 84% of our business went away in 3 weeks. There are very few companies in history that have had to deal with that level of rapid decline. Now coming out of the pandemic, and this has been true now for 6-9 months, we have the opposite effect. Consumer demand is absolutely booming. And Uber as a product actually only works really well when we have a balanced marketplace. And a balanced marketplace in this environment means we need more drivers on the road. And so, we've added over 1 million drivers to the platform in 2022. Drivers in the US and Canada were up more than 80% year over year in May. So the driver side of the marketplace is correcting, but right now we have way more demand than we do supply, and that's the challenge we're focused on fixing. So I think all the things you're saying are true, all the things we're hearing. It's going to be booming summer travel. We're seeing business travel come back. There's so much pent-up consumer demand to get out there, and Uber's going to be there for that, but the challenge for us is not the demand side, it's the supply side.
So when you think about meeting that supply side, that was really the thing that caused a problem for some companies. How do you guys sort of think through not going for broke and then ending up broke? Like, how do you meet that demand with a supply that's sustainable over time?
So it's a great question, right? Because historically, 3-4 years ago, what we would have done is gone out and spent a ton of money on driver incentives to bring back drivers. And we are investing there, but I think really at a reasonable level. The good news is for us, a bunch of the macro factors that have driven very tight supply on the driver side are unwinding, right? So when you talk to drivers about why haven't you been on the road? Well, health and safety concerns. And thankfully, slowly but surely, we're working our way out of this pandemic. People have lots of money in their pockets from government support programs. You've got an ultra-tight labor market overall. You've had a ton of growth in the gig economy with the expansion of delivery platforms. You've had a massive reduction in closure of borders, which has limited immigration, which tends to be a very strong source of work for gig platforms. So you've got all these macro factors that have contributed, and a lot of those are unwinding, right? And so that should help on the supply side. The other things are Uber specific. We know that Uber is the best platform to earn money on in the gig economy. The reason for that, you can work as a driver if you want, you can work as a delivery person, you can do both. We're the biggest network, so you earn more because more of your time is spent on trips. We have the most customers, multiple earnings opportunities, all these different things that make Uber the best platform to work. And I think even the way you saw us relaunch UberX Share today, or shared rides, shows our commitment to the earner. We've given them the option to opt out, which is not available on other platforms. We're paying them full UberX rates, which is not available on other platforms. We know what makes this business work, and it's people who earn money on the platform, and so you're going to continue to see us invest there.
So as we kind of wrap up, you said that the ultimate competitor is personal car ownership. Just full disclosure, we have 6 people in our house and only 2 cars, so I feel like we're doing okay, but none of them can drive. How long is that? I mean, when do you see that happening in the future? Like, if you look down 5 years, 10 years down the road, like, are we going to get to that point?
Yeah, so I think you're going to see a macro dynamic, and then you're going to see a lot of micro segments that change their behavior. So at a macro level, the car's not going anywhere, right? I mean, I think you're going to continue to see people buy cars en masse. US, Canada, these are car cultures. There's a degree of freedom that comes with that. But when you actually zoom in and look at specific consumer segments, you are already seeing this behavior change. There's a ton of great data out there about how 16, 17-year-olds are getting their driver's license at a far lower rate than their parents did. And that's because they don't need to get a driver's license. They can move around using Uber, Lyft, public transit, micromobility, all these other options for mobility as a service that their parents didn't have. When you talk to city dwellers, where it's really expensive to own a car, right? If you live in Manhattan, the cost of owning a car is extreme. These people are migrating away from even owning, never mind 2 cars, they don't need to own 1 car. They can move around the city using all the options I just mentioned. When you look at older adults, right, people who maybe should be driving less or shouldn't be driving because of their health, they're moving away from owning cars. So if you look at specific segments, you see this change is already happening.
Yeah, that's great, and that's a great place to leave it. Mac, thank you so much for taking this time. Let's all thank him and share a ride.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. It's great to chat.
So overall, the data shows us that lately, venture capital rounds are shrinking. VCs are taking a more critical lens, and startups, well, they need to tighten their belts. We now ask 4 leading VCs to tell us about the shifting landscape in this next session. Between them, they've led the success stories like GitLab, Snowflake, and Masterclass. So in conversation with Bloomberg's Katie Roof, please welcome Managing Partner at 2 Sigma Ventures, Vili Ilchev, Managing Partner at First Mark Capital, Beth Ferreira, Managing Director at Redpoint Ventures, Logan Bartlett, and General Partner from CRV, Matt Garrett.
Everyone, great to be here. It's a tough fundraising environment, but you wouldn't know it from the enthusiasm here. People seem pretty excited about tech right now. But yeah, I'm covering a lot of the pre-IPO fundings for Bloomberg these days, and I notice there's a lot fewer of them. And I'm wondering, Matt, are you finding at the early stage that it's harder to raise funding right now as well, or is it more of a growth stage issue?
Yeah, I'm in the hot seat. It's progressively harder the later you go. So I would say seed, you're still seeing a decent amount of fundraising, and that seems to be going at a decent pace. There's not really a lot happening at Series A, Series B, but I would say even at the seed, you're seeing a good bit of slowdown as well. And so, when I speak to people, it feels like it's going to be slow throughout the summer, and maybe things will pick up in the fall.
What would it take for it to pick up in the fall?
I think a number of things. I think a lot of times what happens, kind of with COVID, right? For the first few months, I think a lot of the uncertainty just kind of, people kind of freeze during uncertainty. And so I think as we start to, this becomes more of a steady state thing, I think is like the difference in expectations between how investors are thinking about where valuations should be and where founders kind of adjusting from where things were a year ago, and that starts to equilibrate a little bit. I think the other thing is just companies right now don't want to go out and raise. VCs have been focused a lot on their portfolios, and so they haven't been as active rounds have been taking longer. But inevitably, companies, they're going to need to go out, they're going to need to raise money. And so I think things will start to accelerate a little bit. And if you're a seed company, like, you probably don't have this huge war chest where, you know, you can wait out for, you know, several months. Whereas if you're a Series A, or particularly like Series B and on, most of these companies now have like 24, 30 months of capital, so they can kind of wait out the fundraising for a while.
So, Logan, would you find that companies are a little bit in denial right now? Sometimes founders are, you know, maybe unaware of the extent of the correction, or are you finding that a lot of them have realistic valuation expectations?
I think it depends. I think there's a whole cohort of companies that raised last year that have raised at pretty high valuations, and those folks don't need to worry that much about fundraising because they have more than enough cash. And then I think there are a group of companies that do need to raise now-ish, and they're partially being jerked around by the venture capital community who doesn't know how to value businesses anymore. The late stage or the public stuff is down 60, 70%. And so if you raised a round last year, you might not be able to clear that round from a price standpoint this year. And so how do you actually go out and figure out what price are you willing to accept? And I think you're seeing a wide spread of like what one firm will tell you you're worth 500 and another firm will tell you you're worth 200. And so the process gets dragged out as you're really doing price discovery. And so to Matt's point, I think once venture capital sort of decides what the new normal is, then I think it's going to be a lot easier for fundraisers to happen. But entrepreneurs don't figure that out until VCs tell them what they're willing to invest at. And so it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing right now.
Is it better to raise a down round or a flat round with like liquidation preferences and lots of stuff?
Neither. I would say that at some point there's going to be a founder that is the one that says, hey, down rounds aren't the end of the world, and we're gonna do it. We got in front of our skis, and we're gonna be the one to lead. Much in the same way, I think you saw, I don't know, Brian Armstrong take his stance on what could be talked about in the workplace, right? And right or wrong, or whatever you feel about that, there's one person that's out there and did that and led for anyone else. And Toby from Shopify decided to do it, and there were others. And so I think you'll see one founder go out there and say, hey, we're just gonna take a down round, and it's not the end of the world. When that happens, I think it's going to be a lot easier for other people to do it. And so I would err on the side of taking a down round rather than getting complicated structure. But it's also just a perception thing with companies and the rank and file employees.
Beth, are you finding certain sectors are having a harder time than others, or some, you know, there's more investor enthusiasm? I know crypto's been hit particularly hard. I mean, you know, which sectors are you finding are having a more challenging time versus others?
So beyond crypto, I think it's really across the board, and you have to think about, you know, you as a founder, there's all kinds of challenges that you have as a founder. So, you know, if you don't have product market fit, you're going to make adjustments. You know, in the last couple of years, we had, it was much more difficult to hire people, so you had to think about, you know, how to hire people in a different way or pay them more. And now we have this challenge that capital is harder to get and is more expensive. So as you think about that, every company has to be rethinking their strategy and their budgets, because they were planning for this in 2021 when this wasn't the reality. So if you're not really rethinking where you are and how much you're spending and what the strategy is, you're probably doing your company a disservice. And so I think it's across the board. Everyone needs to be doing it. It's going to affect every single sector.
Are there any particular sectors you guys are most excited about investing in right now?
So we haven't stopped investing. I mean, we're at the same pace, and you know, we're super excited about consumer. You know, obviously there's you know, supply chain and the commerce infrastructure space around the consumer industry. So we're just, you know, we're moving ahead.
Billy, would you say that the era of founder friendliness is over? I know that a lot of times in the past, VCs were all fighting each other to be the most founder friendly, but now it seems like the dynamics are shifting at least somewhat. What do you think? Where are we at?
Well, I think over the last 2-3 years, VCs
had to do what they had to do to win. It was a game of winning. It wasn't a game of picking. And so, yeah, I think VCs probably were more loose with what they were willing to concede on. I think in this environment, we're going to go back to a more traditional approach of, rolling up your sleeves, doing the hard work, and picking great companies. And it's just going to be a lot less competition for capital. And I think venture investors are going to go back to, doing the hard work and looking for great opportunities.
Is now even a good time to raise? I mean, would you advise a company to go out in this environment, or would it be better to wait for, some better time?
Well, the question is, we don't know. Oh, sorry.
We don't. No, I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't know if there's going to be a better time in 6 months. I mean, I think that's a big question. Some companies don't have the choice. They have to go out and raise. But if you can figure out a way to give yourself some runway and get more runs on the board, this is the time to do that.
I wouldn't raise right now.
Yeah.
I just, if only, you might raise at a lower price in 6 months, but at least then it will be a more efficient process, and everyone will have agreed, hey, this is what a Series A is, this is what a Series B is, this is what a Series C is, and you're not going to get jerked around. Right now, I think the spreads of prices are just so high, and some people aren't investing and they're taking the summer off. Some people are very active and trying to figure out who is actually doing what and what they're willing to value companies at. I think is just, it's murky right now. And so if you have the choice, I would wait till after Labor Day. If you don't, go raise, get money in the bank, survive, live to fight another day. But if you do, I would wait till after Labor Day.
So, and this could be for anyone, but how do you go about valuing a company right now in this difficult environment? I mean, with public stocks being down, some are using those as comps, but sometimes it's not so clear. So how are you determining what to value these companies at?
I think it depends on the stage of the business, and so I think at the later stages, I think what was happening is people were like, oh, there's so many companies that are going to be worth 10, 20, $50 billion, and so companies that had a few $1 million of ARR could raise at 300x ARR, 400, 500x. So these companies were getting raised at $1 billion, and if you're a venture investor, that means you think this company's going to be worth 10, 20, 30 billion. When the markets get crushed, and then you kind of like quality of earnings and good companies and bad companies really start to separate themselves. I think it puts a lot higher bar for a company to start raising, kind of above $1 billion, or starting to touch that. At the earlier stage, earlier stage investors used to always solve a lot for ownership. They wanted to own 15, 20% for a Series C, Series A business. That kind of started to go out the window, and as Vili said, it was just about winning. And so you would do a Series A where you may only have 10, 12%, even like 7, 8% ownership. And what we saw was founders seemed to be solving a lot for not valuation as much as dilution. And so I think it's kind of those two things. I think we're starting to regress back to early stage investors are once again kind of asking for 15 to 20%, and then on a later stage on an absolute dollar basis, you're like, okay, there's not many businesses that are worth more than $3 or $4 billion, and so like, how am I going to make my 5 to 10x on this? And so I think that's pulling the valuations down at that end.
So there's been a bit of a talent crunch. I know that's maybe easing a little bit, partly due to layoffs, but how do you go about finding talent in this environment when everyone has a war chest of capital for that?
Well, that's partially why I continue to be actually optimistic about the environment. Yeah, we're going to go through a speed bump here, and we're going to see some slowdown, but then eventually it's going to settle. And I think the talent crunch is not going to go away. Part of the reason I'm so optimistic about where we are is, even if we go through a difficult economic environment, nobody's confused what the drivers of growth in the economy are. Regardless of what industry you're in, technology and software are going to continue to be the vector of differentiation, whether you're in banking or insurance or logistics, it doesn't matter. And so I think both there's a lot of capital on the sideline, and I think we all know where the puck is going from a macro trends perspective. So we're going to continue to invest in technology companies. I'm quite optimistic, which also means there's going to be an endless and infinite demand for especially technical talent that can build these companies. So I don't think we're going to be we're going to see a lot of talent looking for opportunities.
And so has remote work made it so that, you know, companies are going to continue to hire from everywhere, or are some of your startups saying, actually, we want some people to be back in person?
It's definitely an existential crisis. I mean, some companies have really thrived with the remote work, and I don't think that remote work is going to go away. But in certain parts of the company, and so product development and engineering and some others that need that creativity and that connectivity is important in some companies. And so a lot of our founders are struggling with how do we give people the flexibility that they want, but still keep that functioning group together in order to, you know, accelerate. Because there is like a common belief that if you are co-located, it is a competitive advantage. And so we might see more companies moving in that direction.
And so right now, with no IPOs, I mean, how concerned are your own investors about, you know, being able to eventually provide liquidity? I know you guys invest on a long-term horizon, but have the LPs been spooked?
As one of our partners always says, if you believe that the market's going to look like this in 5 years, 10 years, like, we should all just quit. Like, the markets are going to, I'm not saying it's going to be like it was, but you got to believe that markets are going to open up. And it's a venture, it's a long-term hold. So I think you have to be very optimistic, medium to long term, or else we shouldn't be doing this, is kind of my take.
Yeah. Well, there's always been windows where it's easier to go out for an IPO and windows that are not. And so this is just another cycle that we're going through. So it will open up in time.
Do you think we'll see more M&A? I mean, right, you know, last year I did stories like Clubhouse turned down $4 billion from Twitter. Are we going to see stories this year where maybe the bird in hand looks more attractive, or are you finding that strategics are a little skittish?
I think we definitely will. I think it's going to lead, my guess is here in the next couple of months with the public businesses, you need to get to the point that your board has reckoned with what your new price per share is, right? Because 6 months ago you were trading at 60, 70% above that. And so I think the boards are now having those conversations of, hey, we used to be worth 15 times revenue, now we're worth 8 times revenue, and if we can get 10, 11, 12 from an acquirer, then we will. And so I think that internalization is happening right now. Now that in the public markets, you get mark to market every single day, right? And so there's thousands of people agreeing what it's worth, and then ultimately the board says, okay, well, if this is what we're worth, then this is what we're worth. In the private markets, I think it's going to take a lot longer because there are those high water marks from last year, and one venture investor said, hey, we're worth $1 billion. How are you willing to sell for 200 million if that's what you're actually worth? And so I think that's going to take a lot longer, but my guess is public company M&A is going to happen here in the next, I mean, you're starting to see little bits of it, but I guess in the next couple of months we're going to see a lot more.
But I also think companies are going to have a hard time fundraising.
Yeah.
And that'll ultimately lead to more M&A as well.
Yeah.
And for larger companies, it's a great opportunity for consolidation. So, you know, as these prices are lower, getting some of those assets today versus later.
I guess I'll be the contrarian on the stage and suggest that in this type of environment, M&A tends not to pick up. Buyers get skittish and afraid to take risks. And so I actually think it's going to be a very difficult M&A environment. There are not going to be that many deals that happen over the next 12 to 18 months, or even 24 months.
Let's talk backstage about how we make that bet. How you and I bet on that, right?
We'll see. But M&A, other than in the public markets, it's quite difficult in technology. Despite what we read in the news, the number of our companies that actually get acquired, and few and far in between. And so I just don't think that's going to change in this environment. I think we need to be building sustainable companies and businesses that do not require an exit. And this is a good reminder that that's what we should be focused on.
So if it is a difficult M&A environment, do you think we'll see more startups go belly up, like fast? A fintech company that had raised a lot of money and then, shut down?
That was an interesting one because I don't really know how that happened. They ran so hard into a wall and ran out of cash. I think what's more likely to happen is there's going to be layoffs, and then 6 months, 12 months later, there's a sale, right? I think that's probably going to happen more. I'm sure there'll be more situations like that manifest themselves, but that seemed like a very unique set of circumstances where they were way out in front of their skis, burning way too much, not enough traction, market pulled back. I would hope that we don't see too many more like that. I'm sure there will be some, but I think we'll see a lot more layoffs. You don't hear about the company for 9 months, 18 months, and then suddenly they're sold as a bolt-on to some new company. I think that's going to happen a lot.
But I think you did have a lot of companies that were fundraising and growing unsustainably. Those dollars won't be there, and so to Logan's point, those companies will have layoffs. Their growth won't be that great, and so they're going to be stuck. They won't go out of business right away. They'll probably have capital, but they're just going to be stuck, and they'll probably have to sell or go out of business at some point.
Recently, there have been some CEOs that were replaced, and maybe they're moved to executive chairman or whatever. But are we going to see CEOs getting pushed out because of the difficult environment?
I don't know if it's necessarily because of the difficult environment. There's always a natural progression. A lot of founders grow with the business. The company gets to a place where it's at scale, and it's a natural place where a new CEO comes in to take it to the next level. So I think many of these high-profile CEOs who've gotten replaced, even if they might not have been portrayed in the press as this is what is happening, is generally what's happening. Is they've done a really great job for where they are, and now someone's coming in to take it to the next level.
But there is a spectrum of a power balance, and I would guess much in this, back to what Billy was saying earlier, I do think the power balance has shifted back. It was way on the side of the entrepreneur over the course of the last 2 years. It's going incrementally back to the investor, or at least a little bit of equilibrium, and so I hadn't thought about that. It wouldn't surprise me if we see more situations like that,
But it's also, as a board member, the last thing anyone wants to do is push out a CEO because, even if they're not doing that great of a job, it's so disruptive. You're probably not going to get a better CEO. So that is a last resort. And so to Beth's point, I think it might on the margin accelerate, but it's still not a good solution generally.
So we're here in Toronto, and I know Billy's excited about the Toronto tech scene, so I just wanted to get a question in there about that. What is it about Toronto that excites you about the tech scene here?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
What is it about Toronto that you're excited about here?
Oh, of course. Well, listen, I've been excited about this ecosystem since I became a VC 6-7 years ago. I think this ecosystem has so much going for it. It has the talent, it has the one North American market and access to customers. You have great universities, you have a very supportive government and tax system that incentivizes investments in R&D, the Vector Institute, AI. I think there's just a lot going on here in Toronto, and I think it's a great ecosystem to be looking at, which is why a lot of us are here today, is we think there are going to be great startups built in this community.
All right, well, thank you so much. Great to be here.
Thanks.
Billy, I was...
Okay. Now, some of you were here to see Alicia Garza, the founder of Black Lives Matters. Unfortunately, her flight from the United States was canceled this morning, so she won't be with us today. Speaking of the United States, there's a tremendous number of entrepreneurs here at Collision from the US. We have founders from Asia, from South America, literally from all over the world. There may be some founders here from Africa. And on that point, I'd like to show a little video about what drove some of the entrepreneurs from Africa to get here to Toronto to be with us today.
So this is amazing. I'm back in Lagos and over 20 passports here. I went with 20 passports and every single one of them I was able to get, them to stamp them with the visas. So thank you so much to the Trade Commissioner. Thank you, Sunil, for pushing me through on this and not giving up. I'm basically just glad that I decided to go to Abuja and get it stamped. Thank you, Cindy. So here we come, Collision. Here we come. Nigerians are coming. Nigerian founders are coming.
Okay, so we're calling this impromptu session Passport to Collision for good reason why. I'd like to bring out Ifeoluwa Adair Johnson, the CEO of Health Tracker. All right, I'll have a seat myself. So Ife.
Yes.
Tell us what was going on in that video that you took.
Well, you know how it is. We got investment. A lot of us, Nigerian founders got investment from Toronto, from Texas, Toronto. And we knew we had to be here. We knew that we had to come to Canada and experience Collision and be able to be global founders that we indeed are, right? So we had no choice, right? So, of course, we had applied for the visas, and for months we earned nothing, right? But guess what? Sunil did not give up on us. We were speaking to the trade commissioners. We were speaking to everybody we could talk to just fast-track things. And then 2 or 3 days to the event, we got the mail that the visa was out, or that it was approved. Unfortunately, we still needed to send our passports to the High Commission's office to get it stamped. And that was like Lagos to Abuja.
Abuja.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, because we're mostly in Lagos. So, of course, we're founders. We solve problems, right? And that's what we did. So I just made a decision and said, you know what, I'm going to go to Abuja. And over 23 passports went with me to Abuja. So I was telling everybody, like, I went with 23 identities, right? So, but we went to Abuja. I took the 5 a.m. flight. No, I left home 5 a.m., 7 a.m. I got into Abuja, 23 passports, walked into the High Commission's office, and like, we're here. We have to go to Canada. What are you going to do about that? And guess what? They gave everybody passports. So that was me counting and making sure that I didn't lose any of the passports that went with me to Abuja.
Yeah, it just goes to show that really only an entrepreneur can figure out what seemed like an absolutely improbable scenario where you finally got those visas, a notification.
Yeah.
But of course, you were all in Lagos, and it's the equivalent of needing to go to Ottawa, or I think even I don't know how many kilometers are between Lagos and Abuja.
I'm not sure exactly, but it was over an hour flight. Yeah.
Over an hour flight. So you booked a flight, and you put the call out, and all the entrepreneurs kind of came to your office, or I think some even came to your home.
Exactly. As at 9 p.m. that Wednesday night, people were still sending passports to my home, right? So people were sending to my office, and then when we were done with work, of course, people had to send to my home. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here. And just to put it into context, Health Tracker is a company that we invested in through Techstars Toronto. We've been making quite a number of investments in startups across the world, but particularly in Africa, about 20 investments. And we're finding the founders to be just sensational. A lot of them are here, in part thanks to you. Yeah,
yes.
Yes, I did not come alone, of course, right? The 23 passports were real people, real companies that needed to be here. So we have Lee of Glade, we have Black Copper, Muiwa, we have Truck, you know, and you know, a lot more. We have Cover AI. Yes, so a lot of them are right there, seated there.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And so, I mean, we met face-to-face for the first time on this visit. We've been doing our Techstars virtually. You were in the batch before the current batch. But you had to be here. You needed to come to Toronto. This has been something you've been working on for a while. And today, there was some other news that you had today. And there's a slide I think we can show that you announced here at Collision.
Yes, yes. Today's a special day.
Yeah. It may come up in a second. I don't know. They might cue it in the back. But why don't you just tell us what was the news today?
Okay, so today we announced on TechCrunch that L-Tracker raised $1.5 million to expand our services across the continent. So yeah, absolutely amazing.
Exciting. Okay.
Yeah.
So take a few minutes. Tell us about Health Tracker. What's driving you? You're a mission-driven founder. What problem are you solving in Africa or even globally?
Absolutely. So Health Tracker is an health tech company that is basically decentralizing medical diagnostics in Africa, right? The problems are numerous when it comes to healthcare infrastructure in the country, but one thing that we know is that 70% of all clinical decisions are driven by diagnostics, right? Which means if we're able to make lab testing accessible and seamless, then healthcare outcomes can be changed and can be improved. And we decided to focus on that. We want to bring the lab to people's doorstep in Africa. That way, anyone can know at any point in time what is going on in their body and be proactive enough to change their lifestyle, take medications, and just live longer and better lives. And basically, that's what we've been doing over the past 1 year. And this is just taking us to the next level.
Yeah. And also, I think you were driven to start this company for a personal story, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe tell us a little bit about what drove you to start Health Tracker.
So that fateful day, I got a call that my typical African dad, for people who are Africans here, you know that African men do not fall sick, right? You wake up, you get out, and you do your job. You're a man, you never fall ill. So imagine my surprise when I got the call that my dad had slumped. And it was unbelievable. He could not, how, right? And then the doctor told us, he's had hypertension and diabetes untreated for so long. And we had no idea. He had no idea, we had no idea. 4 years ago, he passed away. And it was so sad because this could have been prevented. These are non-communicable diseases that we just needed to catch it early. And there are millions of Africans who are moving around their day-to-day activities with no idea that they have any pre-existing conditions, right? So I knew that I had to come into that space. My background is biochemistry. I've led marketing in multinational medical diagnostics company, and I knew I had to find a way to eradicate these kind of problems and provide medical diagnostics, as seamless and accessible to everyone in Africa.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's an incredible story, and the company, it needs to work. And I mean, bringing the phlebotomist to the home, I actually think that that's a business model and an operational model that could apply very well here in Canada.
Absolutely.
And I think Canada has some potential in your future. There is an interest perhaps in expanding to Canada, potentially even living here one day. And I know the startup visa that Canada has was one of the things that attracted you to doing Techstars here in Canada, as it has for some of the global entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Last night, I had an incredible conversation with Minister Sean Fraser, who's Canada's Minister of Immigration, who's on another stage here, I believe at 3 o'clock today. And he has really taken to heart the desire of entrepreneurs from all over the world to include Canada in their plans for growth and expansion, and maybe even to live here. So hopefully there'll be some good progress on that in the near future.
Yes, we look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for.
It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
Because if we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
All right, here we go, the afternoon sessions. If you're one of the more, thank you over here. If you're one of the more than 2 billion people who have downloaded TikTok, right? How many of you in the audience are TikTokers? Yeah, let's do that. You might be familiar with our next speaker. Josh Richards tops the TikTok charts with engaging, authentic content that keeps his 40 million followers and his clients happy. The sky's the limit on TikTok, and we've asked Josh to give you guys some insider secrets. So please welcome the editor-in-chief of Style Canada, Elise Gaspariano, and Josh Richards.
Do I go? Okay, sit.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
It's going great, We're at
going
Collision, so
good?
can't complain. You know what I
Can't
mean?
complain.
No.
Josh is very busy, not only today, but every day, I think, by looking at your bio. Why don't we start with telling everyone a little bit about what you have going on, because it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this week was just been a crazy week just because of like travel, I feel like, especially too, right? Like, pretty much came in from LA, came here for Collision, also had to film for a DreamWorks animation show, and then do this today. After this, I get on a plane, go to France, do con, then after that festival, go to VidCon, do that festival. So it's just like going to all these events, being able to speak, do biz dev and whatnot. But it's all about networking for the production company and the venture fund. So yeah.
Very cool. Well, we're excited to have you with us today.
Excited to be here.
You've become very much a voice for Gen Z. It started with your first video, 70 million views. I love that the title of this is called Fuck Ups. So what was since 70 million views to now, what were the fuck ups?
Yeah. I mean, I think I made a lot of fuck-ups before I even got that first video that really blew up, right? It was probably a year and a half of posting 5 videos a day on the Musical.ly app at the time. That was before ByteDance came in and bought it. But it was just continuously trying to figure out different ways to post on the For You page and really get it to go trending, how that algorithm worked. And it was really beta testing, right? Posting 5 different styles of videos every single day until I kind of came across the tutorial video, which was that first video that really got to blow up. And I found people resonated with it because they wanted to, one, save that video, put it in their favorites, go back to it, learn that trick later. And then secondly, it would drive a lot of comments. People either saying like, oh, thank you, I've been wanting to know how to do this, or now can you show me the actual trick without putting the steps behind it? Can I get a part 2? So it just drove a lot of engagement. And after I found that tutorial videos worked, it was using that to post one of those every single week. And then as I started aging with my content, my fans got to age with me, so it's evolving that content continuously.
And so you started with kind of those how-tos, and now we're following your life, right?
Yeah.
Really. And so that's kind of, I guess, maybe the progression of you, the progression of TikTok. What is it, though, that makes TikTok so attractive, do you think, to Gen Z?
I think the ability to be able to be a star overnight. It's really this platform that anyone can go viral on it. Anyone in this crowd can go and post a video right now and get 1 million likes by tomorrow. So I think that's what's so interesting. You don't need the best phone that's out right now. You don't need the highest camera quality. You don't need the best lighting. You can be in your mom's basement filming a video, and that's what I was doing and able to blow up from that. So I think that opportunity and that ability to give kids a different path is what's so attractive.
Yeah, so that's from the content creator side, right?
Yeah.
And then from the brand side, I know you have some exciting things happening with Amazon and big corporate America. What do you think brands to that magnitude can utilize TikTok for?
Wait, can you say that last part again?
So
Sorry?
the brands of that magnitude, like the Amazons of the world, what do you have going on with them? Like, how are they utilizing TikTok to capture that Gen Z audience?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's really being able to get these companies to reach Gen Z and have, I think, Gen Z be heard when they're trying to talk to these different companies. If that's specifically what type of content they're interested in nowadays, or if that's talking about certain movements that Gen Z cares a lot about. So I think it's just bridging that gap of 2 generations.
Okay. And what would you say, what do you think is coming next? Like, so you're on TikTok now, obviously. You're on Instagram, you're on all the platforms. What are some of the new things that are happening in the social space that you are interested in?
Yeah, I think probably something that I'm most interested in, or like when it comes to creating content for me, is I've always been someone that's very frontward facing or in front of the camera often. And with CrossCheck Studio specifically, it's given me this opportunity to be behind the camera, right, and be more of a producer and be involved in these projects, but not have to be the content creator, and being able to give other influencers the opportunity to find their podcast that they want to make, or to find their unscripted show, or just their voice in the space. So I think that's something that I'm really excited to do. I've always loved to kind of be that person that's also directing or be behind the camera as well, so yeah.
And from a platform perspective, are there any other platforms to keep an eye out? I know you said like really interested in live streaming right now.
Yeah,
things like
I mean,
Twitch.
I think live streaming is something that's like gonna continue to take over just because people want authenticity. That's why I think TikTok has done so well. You do have that lower production. You do have that kind of more feel that you're talking right with your fans instead of 6 years ago where YouTube, you had to buy an $1,000 camera and you needed to have that whole setup. So with apps like TikTok, and I talked about it earlier on my Q&A, like Be Real, for example, is another app that just came out where it's like you're posting what you're doing exactly in that moment with just your best friends. It's not a filter you're putting on. It takes a picture of you and the back of your phone too, right? So like the front and back camera takes a photo at once and it goes and posts it. So I think people are just wanting to have that authentic.
I'm going to interrupt you. It's called Be Real.
Be Real.
So it's video, like.
It's just a picture, so it's like
just a photo.
It gives you a random notification at a random point of the day and just says Be Real. And then you tap it, you take a photo of what you're doing in that moment. It kind of just takes a photo of you and whatever's in front of you.
Oh, really cool. Okay,
Yeah,
I hadn't heard that.
yeah.
What else do you? What else is the latest and greatest? I feel like I haven't heard that.
I mean, I feel like for platforms, that's probably the last one that I've seen or the newest one that I've seen like start to take off. But again, the core about that is just to be authentic, right?
Yeah.
It's like what we saw on Instagram. When I first got Instagram in like 7th grade, it was like I was making a smoothie and then I was posting my smoothie recipe online, right? It wasn't so much getting my selfie and like getting filters done, none of that.
When you scroll down, you kind of, you kind of see, you get back to that authenticity, right? So I want to stay on authenticity for a second. We have a lot of brands in the audience, whether they're startup or corporate. How can they be authentic nowadays with the audience? Because I think you're right. I think it's really hard to be, right? And so is the best way to do that through someone like you, through a content creator like you? What are some ways that brands can do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important for these brands to align with creators that they feel either have the same mission or have the same, like mission plan, or a creator that's authentically already using that brand, right? So a lot of the times when I look at different companies I want to team up with, it's companies that I'm already using on a daily basis, so I know that's going to be an authentic deal I'm doing. It's when I go and promote it to my fans, it's not another billboard that they're seeing on social media, something they're just scrolling past. They actually feel like I'm being very honest with them and being able to tell the truth. So it's always important that you're finding a creator that cares about the same thing the founder does.
And I'm sure that comes in those kind of initial conversations. I saw, I think it was on your Instagram stories, your Lipton Brisk iced tea. I don't know if that was paid or not.
No,
but
it wasn't. But
okay, it came across super authentic, but to me that was like, nailed it.
Exactly. But that's also something I think a lot of creators feel like they can't do, is post about a brand that they're not necessarily working with because they're like, oh, it's a free promo. And yeah, I love making my money. Who doesn't? But when you're able to post and show this brand, like, you authentically care about it, you just love it on a daily basis, now that brand's going to be 10 times more inclined to work with me than they were before, right? Because they know I care about the product without needing to be paid.
Totally. So it's kind of like a reverse strategy on the content creator side too.
Exactly. Then the content creator is able to go and show them like, hey, look, I already messed with your brand. I've already done some work for you guys. Why don't we make this partnership a little bit more real?
That's a great tip for any like content creators out there, actually. You're like reverse engineering that. I love it.
100%.
So we know that you post things that you love and that you're authentic about. If a brand is approaching you, right? What's that conversation look like? Because I'm sure there's lots of brands here today that would like a minute of your time. So how do they capture that influencer that they want to work with? Is it sliding into your DMs? What's the best way to get in contact?
Yeah, for me personally, it's either approaching me when I'm at one of these types of events, right? Like we do a lot of these where I'm able to network with a lot of people, meet a lot of people, get their numbers, talk to them. But I would say also a lot of the time it's going through like email, like just being able to email me or email my the president of Crosscheck Studios, his email's in my bio on Instagram. So just being able to talk to my team, like that's always the best way to go about it.
So let's talk a little bit about Crosscheck Studios, because you have an amazing partner, Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
How did that come to be?
So with Mark, I always looked up to him as a younger kid and as I started my social media career and kind of wanted to follow his footsteps. obviously, we all know Mark Wahlberg started off with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, and he had his moment and his kind of like one-hit wonder, but he was like, how do I pivot from this and keep going? He got into the acting space, and then from there he became an entrepreneur and started founding his own businesses and companies. So when I look at today's modern version of like what is a one-hit wonder, I mean, you see people blowing up on TikTok every single day, right? So that's kind of how I made that relation. And then from TikTok, I really wanted to get into founding different companies, and I started with a talent management company, and then moving into angel investing. And when I wanted to get into the production or TV and film space, I thought, who better than to go and talk to Mark Wahlberg, someone that's been my idol since I've been a little kid, and see if he can give me even just some tips or tricks. And as we got to start talking, we were able to form more of a long relationship. So yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Just called up Marky Mark.
Yeah,
Love it.
Marky Mark.
And you had some other kind of cool mentors, it seems like, along the way. Ashton Kutcher is a name that came up. How did you get involved with him?
Yeah, again, with Ashton, it was also just trying to find someone when I first started angel investing, in that space that could give me advice on how to juggle two different worlds. Obviously, Ashton, who started off in acting, is now looked at as a very serious investor and has made amazing investments. So it was really just that conversation with him of how do you juggle those two worlds, how do you find time for both? And he was telling me stories about how he would be on set, and in between scenes, he's in his dressing room taking venture calls. So it's really just finding that time whenever you can, and that's kind of the I guess what I've lived off since that phone call with him. So yeah.
So you're 20.
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay, so list off all the things that you have going on right now, because I hope everyone got like a little glimpse of what you just said. You have a production company.
Yeah.
You're involved with the NHL.
Yeah,
now.
We have a relationship with the NHL, just being like a special advisor over there and helping them bridge the gap with Gen Z and getting more kids involved to play hockey.
The venture capital company. And what do you kind of look, because there's, I'm sure, other people that are looking for funding in this room. What is your VC looking for when you guys look at startups?
Yeah, I mean, we look at pretty much everything across the board. I think the most important thing for us when we look to invest in a company is how are we going to be able to make this reach Gen Z, or how does this relate to Gen Z, because that is one of our big focuses. But then also, it's always about betting in the founder. I mean, every single time I am going and talking to one of these companies, it's founder first. I got to believe in them, because at the end of the day, a lot of the times, sometimes their first thing won't work out, but their second thing or third thing will. And great founders always find a way to win, so it's more about betting on them.
Very cool, very cool. So what's coming up next? Besides France?
Yeah, coming up next. I think the biggest thing to look out for is going to be, obviously we've teamed up with Amazon, so looking for projects in the TV and film space on Prime Video, and then also we're raising our second fund right now for Animal Capital, so be some great things in the venture world, and then also in the TV and film space.
Very busy, very busy. Ooh, I didn't see the camera there. Hi, guys. So from a Gen Z, you talked a lot about Gen Z. If we were to kind of go through, maybe the top 3 to 5 characteristics of what Gen Z is looking for when they're scrolling through TikTok, can you?
Yeah. I mean, I think one, there's always going to be that massive space for like relatability, right? They want to be able to relate to the person that they're viewing. So if that is through the favorite sport they play, or just their sense of humor or whatnot, they just want to find something that they're able to relate to. I think the era of looking at celebrities and being like they're the untouchables has kind of changed. We want to be able to feel like we can connect to the people that we're watching. And then secondly, it's going to be that charisma, that charm, like for a creator, right? You want to, when you're watching videos, it's going to be someone that you either smile when you're watching them or you laugh when you, like it's that, charisma that someone has. And then thirdly, it's going to be about, I think like the biggest thing is like educational. It's being able to actually have that person that's watching your video leave watching your video with something. They're not just wasting their time on their phone or kind of like waiting for the bus to come pick them up before school, so they're scrolling through. Like, they want to actually take something away from that video. So yeah.
Very cool. So we kind of went through the business side. How are you personally enjoying this?
Yeah, I mean, It's like...
You must be tired a little.
A little bit tired sometimes, yeah, for sure. I was yawning a little bit backstage, but I just drank a coffee, and then I was able to come out.
Ready to go. It's a good thing you're only 20.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think it's definitely super important to like take time for yourself when you're someone that's in like the social media space and you have a lot of eyeballs on you at all time, or just a lot of people that think they need to give you their opinion on how you should live your life, right? So like this past weekend, I was able to escape for 2-3 days and go camping with my family, spend Father's Day with my dad, and do all that. So I think it's really important to always surround yourself with the people you know that you love and love you and are your family. And then also, personally, I just put timers on all of my apps, on all my social media apps. I think people think I probably spend 10 hours a day on social media.
I was gonna say, what's your screen time?
It's probably not, we can check it right now. We can do a little like live check here. But for my like specific apps, I usually will like have the 15-minute timer on there. So after 15 minutes on the app, it's like, you can't go on anymore. And of course, sometimes I'm like, all right, ignore limit, give me another 15 minutes because I need to post a video or I need to get some content done. But yeah, I try to limit it as much as possible. Like in the last week, I only had 10 hours of screen time over a week. So like, yeah.
For someone whose career is social media, well, I mean, other things as well, but like, that's actually not bad.
Yeah,
I feel like we should take a poll of the audience. I think most people would be around like 8 to 10.
I feel like, oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm at 8, so that's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
So what does your family think of all this? You mentioned you did a little break camping. I think I read in your story, amazing article, by the way, in Vanity Fair, and Forbes did a great piece on you as well. But, you know, you were going to be a lawyer? Or
yeah. I mean, I think my parents thought I was going to be a lawyer when I was younger, just because they thought I was a great arguer. They thought I always wanted to win every argument I was in, so they were like, oh, this kid, he's going to school, he's getting good grades, perfect, he'll be a lawyer. But when I was going into my freshman year of high school, my sister, who's somewhere in the audience, I think. Here? Oh, she's waving over there. Shout out my sister because...
Is your whole family here?
My sister and my mom are here, yeah.
Nice.
But I wouldn't be on social media if it wasn't for my sister. She posted a video of me on Musical.ly when I was the summer before my freshman year of high school. And from that is really where like my, I guess, social media career started. The video blew up in our head. It got like 50 likes, so it wasn't a lot. But to us, that was nuts, and we were running around the kitchen. And then I just started posting videos every day. Was always a big numbers guy, so I was like, all right, I need to get 10K followers by the end of the summer. If I do, I'll keep doing it. And my sister was the one helping me out, just like in my mom and dad's basement, live streaming for 4 hours a day. She'd be down there entertaining people with me and just having a good time. So, yeah. Big props to Olivia.
It's like a family business that it started out.
Oh yeah, at the start it was. I mean, I had her cut in on like a 15% commission-based salary.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you
She
guys
was going and targeting. She was targeting like the highest spending viewers on the Lively app because they gave you a leaderboard of the top 200 highest spending like people that watched streams and donated. So she would just like go through, growth hack my account essentially, and be logged into my account. Follow all those people on the list. Go direct to consumer. Follow all those people. Like 15 other videos from my account. They got 16 notifications from a random Josh Richards kid. So they came into my live stream, and then we'd be like, oh, perfect. Now we're targeting the best customers we could be on the app, like instead of just hoping they come across our stream. So yeah, shout out Olivia. She's only a year younger than me, so she was 13 at the time, and I was 14.
Maybe she'll be up here next year.
Yeah, I know. She should have been up here. She'll be here next year, maybe speaking, giving people advice.
So supportive family, they saw that it was kind of, you had this dream team, brother-sister dream team, things were taking off.
Yeah.
And then they saw how much kind of success, I guess, you could have with this. And
yeah, I mean, they were always really involved, and like you said, like they were super supportive in everything I did. And I was that kid that was doing a yard company when I was like 12 years old, or I had a lacrosse mesh company when I was 13, dyeing the mesh, wax coating it, string kid sticks, or I had a hockey shirt company when I was 10. So they were used to me finding these little business endeavors, and then I think when social media came along and they saw how much it was actually growing and how seriously I was taking it, they were more than like supportive or being like, go chase your dreams. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they're very happy now.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah, nothing's changed either. You have a million things going on. So we're gonna let you go to get your flight to your next place.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hell
Thanks,
yeah.
Josh.
All right, we're back, or I'm back. All right, when we started this morning, Sunil said how special it was for us to be back here in Canada after so long. But it's particularly special to be here in Canada today because it's also, and more importantly, National Indigenous Peoples Day. This is a day, that's right, this is a day for recognizing and celebrating the culture and contributions of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Indigenous peoples of Canada. So now it's time to look at how innovation is shaping Canada's future. So please give a very warm welcome to our next guest. In conversation with the Globe and Mail's Willow Fiddler, please welcome Virtual Guru's founder and CEO, Bobby Reset, former MKO Grand Chief of Boonee Bonnie Bee Cree Nation, Sheila North, and venture partner at Raven Indigenous Capital, Jacqueline Jennings.
Looking for a pocket. That's awesome.
Nice.
Bonjour, Wachie, and happy National Indigenous Peoples Day. I come to you from Northern Ontario, where I am a member of the Sandy Lake First Nation, which is a signatory to Treaty Number 5 in what is known as Anishinaabe-Aski Nation. I'd like to also acknowledge that we're on the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. I am so thrilled to be moderating this panel. I'm excited to have the chance to meet and speak with these powerhouse women that we have up front here. We're going to talk a bit about what's driving Indigenous innovation and what our past and history looks like when it comes to Indigenous innovation. Often we think about innovation as the future, but we can't talk about that without first acknowledging our past and history. Jackie, we're going to start with you. If you wouldn't mind just sharing a bit about what does that look like for Indigenous people in Canada?
Thanks so much, Willow. Ani Buju, I'm Jacqueline Jennings. I'm a venture partner with Raven Capital. And when I think about innovation as this forward-reaching, momentum-building thing, I also have to reflect on our 20,000 plus year history with Indigenous people. Innovation, living in reciprocity with the land involved developing many technologies that were life-saving and have been incorporated into Western dominant culture today. I think about, petroleum refinement. Samuel Cure is often credited with this after spending years living with the native nation in his town of Pennsylvania, where that technology had been in use for hundreds of years already.
Bobby, do you want to jump in with some thoughts on Indigenous innovation and our history of it? What does it look like?
Hi everyone, I'm Bobby. I'm from the Treaty 7 territory. I live, reside, and play in the Treaty 7 territory, but I'm from Treaty 3 territory. I think, when we think back to years ago in the history, if you think back to our ancestors who were making moccasins and that was innovative. And, we always think back to the time that our ancestors really set the stage for us. And I think that, our innovation, in the Indigenous innovation especially, it goes back to many, many years. We're so far that we can't even really tell. We were just saying backstage about how the Inuit communities, how they don't know about the innovation that we have out here, but we don't understand and know the innovation that they have in the Inuit communities. And so I think there's just so much more work to do for us to be able to stand out and be proud and understand that we're here and that we're just getting started to be able to have that platform to shout it out to the world.
Sheila, Buju, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Yes, hi, my name is Sheila North from Bonbonabee Cree Nation, and I would have to say that, innovation and technology is old to a lot of old Indigenous people. I've met an elder and heard from an elder who was asked by a young whippersnapper asking him, "Are you impressed with the cell phones that we have in our pockets?" And the old man who was in his 80s just laughed at this young man, and he said, "Young man, we've been communicating over distances and long distances for many generations in shaking tent ceremonies. And when our families are in trouble and they're not in the same region or territory as us, we're able to communicate with them." So, you know, while we're grateful for technology, it is very old in a lot of ways. So I honor that, and I also, you know, thank you for taking time to learn about this and the contributions Indigenous people have made, especially today on National Indigenous Peoples Day, like I say.
Miigwech. Thank you. And it reminds me, I spent last week in Northern Ontario, that's where I live and work, and I had the opportunity to visit a camp. It's a wellness camp, and 9 of the communities in Northern Ontario have, they bought a piece of land. It's quite large, hundreds of acres of land, and they're just starting to use it now to develop and deliver programming for their communities and the young people there. And the space, I just feel so lucky to be able to have been there to see it, because the space is just amazing, and they are bringing back a lot of those the teachings, the knowledge. And one of the elders that I spoke with there shared how excited he is, because it's a chance for them to show, he said, basically the rest of the world, or at least in their community, in their region, the wonderful things that they can do. And I thought, you know what, that's innovative as well. For such a long time, many of those things were either prohibited by our governments or just not practiced. And finding those innovative ways to bring that back is just incredible to see. The other thing that we had in our pre-panel discussions, we discussed, is that innovation isn't just about technology. Jackie, what does that mean to you?
With Raven Capital, we're the only Indigenous-led venture fund in the world. We have raised we're in the process of raising our second fund, and so there is an innovation in entering spaces that we haven't previously been in, and bringing our own ways of being and knowing into those spaces. So, you know, we have some incredible companies, technology companies in our portfolio, like Bobby's company, Virtual Gurus, and also cosmetics company. Shout out to Cheekbone Beauty. We're probably all wearing it.
Yes. Yeah.
And Cheekbone Beauty is looking at new ways of using agricultural waste and byproducts to integrate into formulations in ways that have never been done before. So, you know, it's everything from technology to manufacturing to uses, and then also just the way that we do business.
Bobby is the first Indigenous woman in tech to close a Series A funding round. Thank you. Which I hear is a big deal. So, Bobby, what's your thoughts on innovation not just being about technology?
Yeah, I mean, you know, so one thing that Virtual Grooves is doing is we've created a platform where we're allowed to, we want to bring in marginalized communities and provide them work by lifting them up. A lot of communities don't have the resources or tools to find work, and so our platform is allowing them to come in, get work, and work from home, and allow them to stay in their communities, which is super important. That is leveraging technology of what we called a marketplace, and it's a talent place. And we're officially building some AI into it so that we can curate the matches so that they can predict the utilization of how long a match and a business will work together. And so there's so much Indigenous technology out there. If you look online and look at Animiki, they're in the crowd here somewhere. You know, we've got One Feather app, we've got a few other companies. In fact, I think there's over 20 Indigenous tech companies here today. Yeah. And that's huge. That's huge, because I can tell you 3 years ago, there was probably 1 or 2 Indigenous tech companies in the community here, and that was me and somebody else. So it just goes to show that we're making those steps forward, and that things are driving forward, so we're able to support each other through this. So, yeah.
Thank you. Sheila, what's your thoughts on that?
I have to say that we're hearing that news because of the preservation and the tenacity of people like Bobby and Jackie and Willow and all of the tech companies that are here, because it's not easy getting into anything these days. And it feels like that our people have been economically and everything shut out of our own country for many generations, and we're still playing catch up. And that's why there was, calls to TRC call to 92 is very important, especially for the business community, to understand why that has to be put in place, and basically talks about looking at your policies at work and are they inadvertently racist? Are you shutting people out of opportunities because they don't think the way you do? For example, I just brushed up on some of the reading on Indigenomics. If you haven't heard about that, one of the principal ideas around that is that wealth is perceived differently to Indigenous people, mostly Indigenous people, and wealth is your ability to be able to give what you have, whereas non-Indigenous is predominantly wealth is creating a nest egg for yourself and putting it away so you'll never have to run out. Whereas Indigenous worldview is, I'm going to get as much as I can so I can give it away. And sometimes that doesn't always jive, that doesn't always work with the current system. So we get left out in a lot of ways. And so this is about a bigger picture all the time than just innovation and technology. It's about being inclusive in a country that has the ability to do it. So let's do it.
100%. Big wedge. Yeah. So the big question, what's driving Indigenous innovation, and what does that look like for our future?
I can go. I think, obviously I think a lot of things are driving innovation in the Indigenous community. All of you being here is driving that innovation. It's inspiring somebody to come in and say, hey, if they can do it, I can do it. But in the Indigenous community, a lot of people don't necessarily make those those steps forward, unless somebody else is doing it. We follow because we've often been told no our entire lives. And so, I think women like us on stage here right now are driving it. I think are being mentors and supporting other new technology and founders that are coming out. Just a couple weeks ago, we went on an Indigenous retreat, and it was all CEOs under the Raven portfolio. And being in one room with a bunch of Indigenous founders that are doing the same thing and living through the same troubles that you're living through is probably one of the biggest and most eye-opening experiences I've had, because nobody really knows about us in that situation, right? So it's really just about all of us getting out there and inspiring. I have a motto, and it's inspire one, you'll inspire a nation. So we just got to keep getting out there and inspire.
Sheila, what do you think? What's driving Indigenous innovation?
It's the work ethic that is actually there. It's been there all along, and the ability to just keep going and moving on. 150 years ago, we were meant to be extinct. 150 years later, we're still here, and we're in every facet of society. And if we keep moving, where are we going to be in 150 years? So we have to keep moving forward, even though we face insurmountable challenges all the time. I think that is the beauty in the history of Indigenous people, and I'm glad to see and witness this now, and seeing all of you talking about this on Collision, like worldwide event. It's massive, and I'm really excited for the future. I think the only challenge is ourselves and our ability to bring people in that don't normally get brought into your circle. So I challenge you on that, to bring other people and to bring Indigenous youth into your world, and don't be afraid to ask for help from experts that know how to integrate. And like Bobby, she can do it all for you.
I have to say that I think the significance of the founders that we get to work with and their visibility on stage like this for the first time in the history of this conference. And I think we'd all be hard-pressed to find another tech conference that has Indigenous anything in a title on the main stage. Like Bobby and Jeff Ward and Jen Harper, and the people who are willing to go first is what is driving our innovation. And then the other supporting factor is the technology that they're building is allowing us to move faster than, how we've got to where we are today. We're just on this accelerated timeline. I couldn't stand on an international stage and say a lot of the words that we're saying, even 5 years ago. And our LPs are telling us that they, this is important. They want more of this. This is something that their stakeholders are demanding. And, there's a lot of noise out there about BIPOC and representation and equity. And really, there's a handful of leaders in technology who are Indigenous who are pulling us all forward. And I do want to just say one thing about representation, because sometimes I think it gets a bad rap as being performative or optics, but in our communities, representation is suicide prevention for our youth, period.
Yeah, thank you.
100%.
Great point. And I just have to say, it's an honor for me to be sharing this stage at such a groundbreaking moment, and to be able to witness the barriers that you all are breaking. We have a couple of minutes left before we finish. Any closing thoughts?
I think, that a lot of people maybe in this crowd might be wondering too, how can we get more Indigenous people in tech? How can we get more Indigenous workers into your company? And it starts by having that open mind and educating yourself on reconciliation and how to bring these people in. Because right now we're going to be launching out it's essentially a program, but we want to really start focusing on hiring a lot more Indigenous workers. And it's really difficult because, again, people we like to follow, and it's a little bit hard to get people to come out. But I think that if every company went and put the statistics on their site or talked about their statistics and didn't shy away from it, then you might be able to encourage some Indigenous folks to come and want to work for your companies. If everybody here just hired one Indigenous folk for your company, it would be a massive change in the Indigenous and the reconciliation world. So,
Thank you. I would take it even what Bobby's saying even further is like, if you're a founder and you want to hire Indigenous people in technology, you have to do the personal work first to make sure that that is going to be either, we probably can't guarantee it'll be a safe space for that person, especially if they're the only one in your organization, but at least that you are consciously doing what you can to reduce the harm footprint within that organization. And then for investors, I think we need to shift some of our thinking around the metrics and how we're qualifying a good founder. I hear a lot of narrative about grit, and all you need is an idea and a $60,000 credit card limit. Well, that is not a reality for a lot of Indigenous founders, especially if they've chosen or had the opportunity to stay and live in their communities because of the colonial impact of our history as a nation. So learning the true history and then adjusting, the criteria about how fast, how lean, how profitable, burn rates, all of that. To make this a more inclusive space for more Indigenous founders, we have to shift how we're doing business.
Sheila, jump in.
20 seconds. I just want to encourage you that if this is all new information to you and new concepts, I encourage you to go back and study and learn for yourselves of what Indigenous history is and what Indigenous innovation is, and pay homage to how Canada became Canada, because even our main roads, the Trans-Canada Highway, were trade routes for Indigenous people. And the fur trade helped, the settlers come and make a living, and we were the first entrepreneurs in our own country. And I come from a long line of entrepreneurs, and I honor that. And so I encourage you to keep learning and to keep understanding how we all came to be the way we are, because it's all of us to make a future for all of us.
Thank you, Miigwech, Sheila, Bobby, Jackie, and everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Here at Collision, we recognize there are unprecedented challenges facing the planet. Climate change, armed conflict, and more. As we confront the possibility of a global food shortage, it has never been more important to invest in food tech. Can this groundbreaking tech really save money and, more importantly, lives? We're going to ask the experts. So put your hands together for Arizona State University's Susan Goldberg, the co-founder and CEO of Bowery Farming, Irving Fain, and top 10 Midas List investor and managing partner at GGV Capital, Hans Tung.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. So we've got a real problem when it comes to food. You know, we've got 8 billion people. We can't feed them enough already. And how are we going to feed 10 billion people by 2050? So you're growing the food. You're financing the growing of the food. How did you get into this? I mean, you don't look like what I think of when I think of as a farmer, and I don't really know many farmers from, you know, Manhattan.
I do have a checkered or plaid shirt, so a little farmery. So I've been an entrepreneur since I was a young kid, and sort of grew up believing that technology and innovation can be used to solve hard, important problems. And I built an enterprise software business, was running it for about 6 years, and sort of picked my head up and was thinking to myself, I wanted to focus on something where I had a personal passion, but I was also working to solve a problem that was sort of larger than myself and was a societal level problem. And you look at agriculture, and it's the largest consumer of resources globally by a very wide margin. 70% of the world's water every year goes to agriculture. We put about 6 billion pounds of pesticides down annually across the world, and we've lost about 30% of all of our arable farmland in the last 40 years. And at the same time, you were just talking about it, you have a explosively growing population, a need for more food, and 70 to 80% of the world is going to be living in and around cities. So I got obsessed with the question of how do you get fresh food to urban environments, how do you do it more efficiently, and how do you do it more sustainably?
Well, Hans, let me ask you, so you could, you know, you're a VC, you could invest in lots of different areas. What interests you about this in particular?
Sure. I mean, I started off as a social networking e-commerce investor. And I was investing in Musical.ly, which turned into TikTok, and then Poshmark, StockX, Peloton, etc. And as we invest in these companies, you start to see people curious about food, post about food more and more and more. And well, that's great. It's like solving a 20%, 30% population problem of discovery new food. Like you said, you know, population will be 10 billion by 2050, and the amount of arable land is not increasing. With climate change, it actually gets worse and worse. So there's got to be a way to figure out how to solve this massive problem. And this is why we started investing, looking at food tech, and look at how to solve this food shortage problem over time. And then felt that indoor vertical farming, leveraging technology to do so, is a great way. And that's how we end up meeting Irving in the process.
So Irving, there's so much romance about the family farm, right? With, you know, this family raising all this great produce and the sun coming down on the flowers and the tomatoes. But you're growing food vertically in greenhouses. There's not that much romance in that.
So, first of all, you know, there's often kind of a misunderstanding about where a lot of our food grows or comes from. And in fact, just if you look at the U.S., 90% of the food production in the U.S. That's consumed in the U.S. is actually large-scale, you know, major farm companies, conglomerates, not family farms. So for the notion of the family farm represents less than 10% of the food that we consume in the U.S. And even more so, you know, there's an efficiency and efficacy that's been developed over time that comes from mechanization, scale, et cetera. So already there's sort of a sort of an opposition between what we imagine the farm to be, the red tractor under the tree and the chicken walking around, and where our food actually comes from. And that benefits oftentimes the large-scale farmers to leave that misunderstanding out there because it makes it feel as if that's where their food's coming from. The other side of this is yes, our farms don't look anything like the farms we all grew up reading books about, but there actually is an incredible ecosystem that goes on inside of the farms that we build at Bowery. And so what we're really doing is creating an ecosystem that's this combination of the biology of our plants, the software and the hardware and the AI and the computer vision that's monitoring and maintaining the environment, the automation, the farmers themselves, and how does that all work together to give the plants exactly what they need when they need it. And so in fact, like, you can oftentimes, we can grow better plants, healthier plants, tastier plants, more nutritious produce than you are even able to do outside, because we're not susceptible to all these unreliable externalities, the weather, climate, et cetera, that's plaguing agriculture today.
From an investment point of view, Irving, what are the big food trends that you see?
Definitely see a lot more personalization and also localization. When you first walk into Irving's plant, you walk into the farm and you taste the vegetables that they grow, it tastes amazing. They can embed taste of wasabi or any kind of flavor you want into these vegetables, so you don't even need a salad dressing anymore.
So are we all going to be eating, do you think, eventually from food that's grown in greenhouses rather than what we think of as a farm?
I think it is the way of the future, because with the scale and optimization, you can bring the cost down and you can copy exact what you see almost over every major city, metropolitan area in the US, so that this food supply will be local. So it's hard to imagine that's not going to be the way of the future. Everything they have they're growing is on renewable energy and recycle all the water, so the amount of waste that it produces is a lot less. It's just a more efficient process overall.
And the only thing is, it's actually different. You're using the word greenhouse. It's different than a greenhouse, because a greenhouse is single layer, exposed to the sun, more protected than outdoor agriculture, but still susceptible to a lot of the external environments itself. We grow in a totally controlled and contained environment, building like this, stack our crops from the floor to the ceiling under lights that mimic the spectrum of the sun, and so we grow year-round, independent of weather, independent of seasonality, completely pesticide-free.
So no, I get it. You can save water, you can save pesticide, but as luck would have it, today the New York Times had a really interesting column on this very topic, and it was headlined, "Indoor farming is a no-brainer except for the carbon footprint." And what it talked about was that it actually took more energy, of course, to grow food in this way than on a traditional farm. So your farm-grown tomato, and I mean farm under the sun, a plant in the dirt, took a lot less energy to grow than the way you're growing it. What do you say about that?
So there's two pieces, and Hans just mentioned this. First of all of our farms are powered by renewable energy, and that's incredibly important to us, from our research and development farms all the way through all of our production farms. So it's all renewable energy. The second piece of the puzzle is you have to think about not just a Bowery farm and a farm, but you have to think that what we're really building is the entirety of the supply chain. We're reinventing the fresh food supply chain in a way that's simpler, it's a lot safer, it has more surety of supply, and it's more sustainable. And we're cutting out all the middlemen along the way, reducing all of that waste, and providing a product a day or so after harvest versus weeks or months of time. So if you were just to start to try to power the entirety of the supply chain today with renewable energy, you couldn't do it. There isn't trucks and tractors, et cetera. There will be, I hope there will be, but there isn't right now. So there's an advantage in being able to take the supply chain, shrink it into a single building close to the community you're serving, and power that all by renewables. The other piece to the puzzle is there are so many other external variables. You look at how much food is wasted in the field. Over a third of food doesn't even leave the field oftentimes because it's wasted. You look at the impact from chemical runoff, fertilizer runoff. You see these blooms in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coasts of many states around the country in the United States. All of these other variables are a part of the equation in farming and are all components that we're eliminating at Bowery.
So there's obviously trade-offs. Do you eat his food?
Do I what?
Do you eat the food that
Oh,
he...
yeah, of course.
Oh, you do?
It tastes amazing. That's why if you visit their farm in Baltimore, I think you're going to walk away extremely impressed and cannot but marvel this is the way of the future.
So right now you're growing mostly greens, salad greens, herbs. You sent me some, thank you very much. They tasted very good, I will attest. Well, but what's next? I mean, are you going to start in on fruits, tomatoes? Where are you going from here?
So we have a robust agricultural science team at Bowery that is growing hundreds and hundreds of varieties of crops, well beyond what we're focused on commercially today. And we just about 2 months ago launched strawberries, and we're excited about strawberries not just because, first of all, they're exceptional, and everybody loves a great strawberry, but they're also a fruiting crop. And so if you're growing strawberries, you also are thinking about tomatoes, you're thinking about other fruits, you're thinking about hot peppers and cucumbers and other peppers, and so it's an entree into an entirely new product category. And when we think about what are crops that will ultimately be great for us at Bowery, it's about $1 trillion a year in market opportunity across the world. So is it every single crop? You can grow any crop indoors. Won't necessarily make sense economically, but there is a huge market in front of us that will ultimately become indoor farmed.
So Hans, at the 30,000 foot level, we're talking about, you know, these amazing vertical greenhouses, all of this different food. There's also been a lot of work going on in creating plant-based meat and in growing real meat, but in a laboratory. Is this a huge opportunity for investors, do you think?
Yeah, you look at the data for 2021, about $39 billion went into food tech investments, and it's kind of barbell. A lot of went into food science, what you call regenerating new kinds of food from plant. And the other side, you have delivery companies, more local, more faster, more service at cheaper prices and so forth. And on the food science side, you know, we're an investor in a few more companies, like NextGen, it's plant-based chicken, and then Redefine Meat in Israel, out of Israel, it's a plant-based red meat, and it's impressive kind of food science work that we're seeing. Even for Bowery, there's a lot of food science involved what they do as well, to come up with crops that's perfectly suited to grow indoor. So that's part of the equation of making this whole category completely different than before.
So who is your competition, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, really, most of the produce that we eat today comes from the field. And so when we think about, you know, where's the biggest opportunity, it's providing a higher quality, a fresher, a more nutritious product that's grown in a more sustainable way than what's coming out of the field today, whether it be organic product or conventional grown product. And you know, we actually price today at or below the cost of field-grown organic, which is really important so the product itself is accessible. But that's really where we think about the share of the market is and where we collectively benefit with more and more, you know, farms like Bowery building and growing.
You know, both of you have kind of touched on that there aren't as many people involved in this kind of business as there are in traditional farming. What do you think about that? I mean, a lot of people do make their living. In farming, it's a very you know, traditional form of employment. As we move toward this, are a lot of people going to be out of work? Is it going to take away jobs?
So first of all, we hire farmers at Bowery. In fact, the farmers are an incredibly important part of our process, and they come from the communities where we build our farms, and they're working alongside the automation, alongside the Bowery operating system to help grow and take care of our plants themselves. I think the other side of this is farming is becoming increasingly automated as it is. It's becoming increasingly automated around the country, you know, in the US and around the world right now. And part of the reason is there's actually real labor challenges for farms around the world. Certainly, you know, the farms in the US, which export a lot of the food globally, the US is the #1 food exporter. But it's not just a US challenge, it's a challenge in many areas in the world. And you're hearing stories of there were orchards in Washington a couple of years ago that just went unpicked because they couldn't get the labor up there to actually do the work itself. And so we're finding that the labor challenge is a very real challenge in traditional agriculture, alongside challenges in climate, some of these other areas. I mean, the once in a 1,000-year drought right now on the west coast of the US is wreaking havoc on farmers for all different types of crops. And so it's just you're stacking challenge on challenge on challenge, and we have a food system that needs to transition, and it is in the midst of that transition.
What do you think about that labor question, Irving?
I mean, we're talking about this before the panel. We all just went through the Pearson International Airport. There's a definite shortage of trained labor to be able to get the flights out on time and so forth. And so the demand for knowledge workers, trained workers, is unprecedented. So if there's going to be a lot more automation, the demand for trained labor force is actually much higher than before. So while people ask us, we are taking jobs away. No, actually the demand for more education and training is the highest as it's ever been.
Okay, you guys have told me all of the great things about this. What are the risks in this kind of business? Where do you see your biggest, most worrisome exposure?
It's a hard business. We design technology and in many cases invent technology that doesn't exist before, because this isn't something that's really been done before. We build that technology, we build farms, we run these farms and grow food, and then we sell the food that we grow under the Bowery name. That's a lot to do as a single company that's relatively young in its age. And so, I just think about the interdisciplinary complexity as we scale is something that we constantly have to keep an eye on and manage and maintain our standard of excellence in achieving, what we're out there to do. And it's hard, but, oftentimes the things that are most worthwhile are hard. And so, I wouldn't ask to spend my time doing anything else.
So Hans, you were a very early investor in this business. I think you said you started in 2016. Do you see this as a risky proposition?
I think we know that someone's going to make it work, and this was the best team that we found back then. It was the most efficient and the most visionary at solving this. At the same time, it takes time to get it right, and it takes relentless focus on execution and refinement to make it work. And so with what's happening in Ukraine, this huge disruption that is causing to food supply and food shortage. And you can have, in the US, every day, about 30, I think the number is like 3.7 million gallons of milk is thrown away from wastage and from just being spoilage, and that cannot be sold. And yet you still have food shortage supplies in Texas and other places. So matching that supply and demand is not easy on a national level. Trying to figure out how to do it locally is what we think is the key to solving this. This is why it makes so much sense to bet on Irving.
So is there going to be one of these in every single community, one of these vertical farms?
Yeah, I mean, what we're focused on at Bowery is there should be Boweries in every city, not only around the US, but around the world, because the problem of fresh food more safely, with more surety of supply, more sustainably and more efficiently is a challenge that every city in this world, developing or developed nations, are dealing with. And we have the technology to do that now, and that's really the focus.
So did you name it after the Bowery in New York?
So the reason it's called Bowery, and so if you know the Bowery in New York City, the reason the Bowery is actually the Dutch word for farm. And so that area of New York City was where the Dutch settlers in the 1700s, where they settled and they grew food that fed the rest of New York. So Bowery is the farms that feed the cities.
Although probably when most people think of the Bowery, they don't think about farms.
Now you will.
Most of food production in the U.S. happen on the West Coast, mostly California and Texas. This is why having this happen in the East Coast makes so much more sense, because there's so much more demand there.
Okay, we've got a very short amount of time left. What is the most exciting thing about investing in this kind of business?
Like I said before, investing in social networking sites, e-commerce sites is great, but investing in something like Bowery is a lot more impactful socially to what can be done. That's why it's so amazing.
And what's the most exciting thing about being in this business?
Sorry, say?
The most exciting thing about being in this business?
working on a problem with so many different people with so many different experiences around a problem that actually matters. It impacts so many more people than just us.
Okay, that's it, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next speakers are fighting to keep justice, equality, and inclusion at the heart of digital policy. It's inspiring to hear from them as they take on some of the most pressing issues of our time. Please welcome Editor-in-Chief of The Root, Vanessa DeLuca, from the Black Innovation Alliance, Kelly Burton, and U.S. House of Representatives member, Stacey Plaskett.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's just jump right into it, ladies. Over the last 2 years, we've really spent a lot of time talking about, obviously, George Floyd, marching in the streets, the pandemic, but we haven't heard a lot about the progress that's being made. And so can we start there? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what we need to do to get to the promise instead of focusing so much on the pain. And I'd love to hear from you, Congresswoman, first.
Well, thanks so much for that question. I think that we have made a lot of progress. And I think particularly in the United States, that progress comes from initially being very truthful about where we are and what our problems are. And in Congress, members of Congress are really interested in how we can utilize lawmaking, the authority that we have to go in the areas where systemic racism and the systemic issues that have created the divide that led to George Floyd, that led to the anger of January 6th, can actually take place, whether that's in education, whether that's in support of Black businesses, wealth creation, huge issue for members of Congress and the administration, the Biden administration as well.
Kelly, I'd love to hear you speak about specifically businesses, like how is that working? Are we seeing progress? Are entrepreneurs getting the support that they need?
So that's a great question. So excited to be here. At Black Innovation Alliance, we're a national coalition of organizations who are wholly committed to supporting Black entrepreneurs and innovators. And a lot of folks don't know, because we've covered so much ground in the last 2 years, that we were birthed in the midst of COVID. We came together because ecosystem leaders were having a hard time finding support for their work. And we said, you know, it's not enough for us to work in isolation. We're all on the struggle bus. And so if we really want to achieve the progress that we want to see, we need to come together. We can no longer do it in silos and do it alone. And so a core group of about 18 ecosystem leaders came together, and we were supposed to meet at a conference. That conference did not happen because of COVID, and we decided to take the conversation online, and within 6 months, we launched as a Black Innovation Alliance. And so I think in this moment, it's created an opportunity to bring folks together to understand, okay, we need a different long-term play. We need to figure out a collective play, like what's our modern day movement, and how do we start to power build around it?
And so how do we get there? What is the secret equation that we need to put together to start thinking about more about wealth creation? How do we build on that, and how do we, disseminate that information to everyone who needs to hear it? Do you want to go first? Sure, I'll tackle it really quickly. So I like to get on my soapbox about any number of things. I just keep a soapbox in my back pocket so I can always whip it out. But I think that oftentimes when we have this conversation around small business and entrepreneurship, we tend to focus on things that are not necessarily the problem, right? We try to focus on, for instance, venture capital, and we talked a little bit about this, but we really need to figure out ways to direct more revenue and resources to our small businesses. It's something that we're incredibly passionate about at Black Innovation Alliance. And so, yes, we need capital, yes, we need funding, but we also need revenue and contracts and opportunities for our businesses to actually scale and grow.
Yeah, and I think for Congress, the federal government is in many respects a force multiplier. I sit on the Ways and Means Committee, which is a tax writing, revenue generating committee, and revenue can grow or dispel wealth. We saw that during the pandemic, where we recognized that among small businesses and those that were getting the payroll protection program, the PPP loans, that only 60% of Black businesses were even applying for it, and 20% were receiving nothing. And so as members of Congress, we went back in and said, no, we've got to get a larger pool of money, and let's direct that to smaller community banks. Let's direct this to ways that we know that those businesses can receive. Since 1983 to 2015, white family wealth has grown every year by $1,000 annually. Hispanics have grown by just $66 annually. And Black wealth has been losing money $84 every year in that same time period. So the dissemination, the gap between white and Black wealth is growing tremendously, and it's up to members of Congress, it's up to Black businesses and innovators to be the ones to actually bridge that gap.
And if I can piggyback on that really quickly, we often have different conversations around wealth creation, whether it's, investments or 501c, 401ks, or whether or not it's about home ownership. But what we know is when you think about capital W wealth, it's generated one of two ways, inheritance or entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. And for people of color, inheritance is really not an option. And so that's why if we're going to close this 244-year racial wealth gap, we as a community really need to lean into entrepreneurship, because that's the primary thing that's going to drive capital W wealth.
Yeah, just another statistic. So when innovators, entrepreneurs start their businesses, the first people they go to is friends and family. So 71% of white Americans say that they can find someone, a friend or a family, to give them $3,000. Among Black Americans, it's only 21% of Black Americans who have friends and family that have $3,000 that they can just give away and not see it again for 10 years while that business is incubating.
And I'm sorry, the popcorn. I like this little volleyball thing that we have going. But I think that's absolutely right. But what we don't talk about is when you have that friends and family round that gives you, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 to play with, you're able to establish your customer. You're able to establish an MVP. Before you bring in other people's money, you're able to establish aspects of your model that makes you better positioned for the next level of funding. And so when people of color come to the table and, our white counterparts already not only had a head start of the funding, but had a head start of figuring out the concept, that puts us at even a farther disadvantage.
So is a part of, kind of leveling the playing field, talking about or learning more about getting access to more financial literacy. Is that a key component to, making sure that the injustice that's endemic in the system?
I think that's a facile kind of answer. And I think the literacy is not on the part of Black innovators and Black creators, but financial literacy on the part of the people giving the money. To recognizing that the Black businesses that they are not taking in, that they're losing money. that they're not getting an opportunity that they can. You know, the fastest growing, largest productive businesses are Black women businesses. And by not investing in that, the banks themselves are losing money. You know, banks request from Black people, 30% of applicants, they want personal W-2s. And they request 0% of that from white applicants. And so they're missing the mark on an opportunity. And I think for members of Congress, that's what we're showing, that there's an opportunity lost. Our GDP is falling off because we are not engaged with these Black businesses, and that there's so much more that we could grow if, in fact, there was parity in terms of the resources and the funding that we're going to those businesses.
And how do you feel about that, Kelly? Do you believe that, as Congressman is saying, that the financial literacy piece really doesn't have to sit with us?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But when you think about it, for most Black people, it's the first generation we had disposable income. We're all on our own personal journey around financial literacy. It's like, oh, now we've got the foundation, got the life insurance, you got the investment plan. Now, okay, what do I do next? So everybody is on their own personal journey. So yes, absolutely. But the challenges that really keep us behind are the systemic challenges that are deep-rooted in this society. So that financial literacy play, yeah, everybody has to be on their own journey and do their own learning as it relates to that. But the systemic challenges is what really holds us back.
And so we're sitting with an audience filled with tech people, people who have access to funding, investors. What is the message that you want to leave them with about how to bridge the gap, the wealth gap, the financial gap, you know, the business gap? What are some things that you feel are key takeaways?
Well, I think that a lot of investors in particular just need to do their own work, you know, and understand they really engage their occupation with real cognitive bias. I mean, there's a lot of kind of debate around this, but anywhere from 6 to 9 out of 10 venture-backed startups fail. I have a good colleague that refers to that as philanthropy for white dudes, right? So there's no way, I'm a social scientist by training, right? There's no way a 9 out of 10 failure rate would be sustainable for any other demographic. It just would be scrapped, right? And so we know that diverse teams are more high-performing teams. The investors have the data, they still do not change their behavior. And that's the problem. So the investor community, you all need to kind of, you know, do your own work together, like collectively update your norms and ways of doing and being, because it's not because these ventures are not worthy and not because they're not prepared. It's because you fail to update your practices in engaging with women and communities of color.
I think the message that we as a Congress, we as members of Congress, and you know, Kelly was so instrumental in me coming back from Web Summit and talking with my colleagues about starting a congressional caucus on Black innovation, where we're taking members from various committees, different backgrounds, geographically different, to try and come together to do what we can to amplify as well as support this issue. The thing that we are trying to convey to the various sectors is that there is a great opportunity that America is not taking advantage of. That the way that we are going to continue to compete globally, the way that we are going to maintain America's excellence and our innovation is by expanding the pool of entrepreneurs, expanding the pool of businesses, of hearing from those groups that have been left out of the process thus far. And for many of us, the belief is that the Black entrepreneur, the creator, the innovator, particularly in the tech space and in fintech, are the ones that are going to drive that innovation and the change that we need to continue to be competitive. And so we're trying to create through regulation, through amplification, even through pressure, what's necessary to try and elevate that and lead us forward.
I would just say really quickly, that's why spaces like this are so important, because it allows folks from across various sectors to come together and ideate, right? And vision and imagine what is possible for us to do together.
Well, that's an interesting point that you make. What does bridge building look like? What is the investment that people have to make, financial or otherwise, in order to make that work?
Well, for members of Congress, it's creating a tax regime that supports it, right? So we create a lot of taxes and tax credits. Those credits should go towards going into emerging markets. There should be additional credits that go to going to underserved communities, to being involved in areas that have not, to really, like we did in the 1800s, right? We gave support to those explorers and to Americans who went out to the West. Well, the West and the exploration right now is in technology. The West and the exploration is in the digital age and into what's happening here. And we as members of Congress have got to support that through the tax credits, through the revenue generation, through the loans and grants that we can provide to make that happen.
I would say for us, the bridge building piece is important, but you have to have trust. You know, you have to establish trust across partners. And with our corporate partners, you know, we really look for reciprocity, because oftentimes corporations will apply lip service to it, or they want to get photo ops or PR. They don't really want to apply the investment that's necessary to build the infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure, but when you think about infrastructure, what's infrastructure? It's the internet, right? It's the highway system. It requires deep investment. And no one is really, I won't say no one, but a lot of folks are not interested in the deep investment. They want to turn on the faucet and outflow, you know, diverse entrepreneurs, outflow venture-backable companies. It's like, well, who built the infrastructure for the pipeline that you're trying to open up? Everybody wants a pipeline. I want the infrastructure. And I want to know who's investing in the infrastructure that's going to ensure from K-12 all the way up through the C-suite that we're preparing and equipping people of color to be viable candidates and prosperous in whatever they aspire to do.
Well, yes. You know, as we come to a close, I really wanted to give each one of you an opportunity to talk about, you know, this is not easy work. It takes a lot, you know, a lot of intensity, emotion, mentally. What do each one of you do to continue to feel like you can do the fight another day? I'd love to hear from each one of you. I'll go first. You know, at Black Innovation Alliance, the beauty of our work is that we get to do it in community. The organization is a distributed network, so we get our instructions. I get my instructions as the CEO from the ground up. And so we even have a delegation that's here. We get to do the work together. We get to do it in community. And so when things get hard or tough and you're feeling lower down, you've got a group and an organization that has solid values built on love, trust, mutualism. You know, we say to talk and deal with and have conversations around DI. We're not angry. You know, we're operating in love and accountability because we think that's what's necessary in order for us to really move the needle. So the beauty of it for me is I get to do it in community.
You know, I think the thing that is a takeaway for me that keeps me going is I come from a very unique place in the Virgin Islands, which is a majority minority community that is really able to look to our own history and see how we have been able to determine our own outcomes. We took our freedom from the Danish government in the 1800s. We created a government. We're part of the United States, and the struggle is real, right? But we recognize that each generation does do better. And it's our part for the work that our parents have put in to make something better for the next one, and to make opportunities that didn't exist, that were not seen 30 years ago, to move them forward for the next 30 years. And I think that we are seeing a collective of not just Black people engaged in this, but having tremendous allies who are willing to listen, that we are able to trust after verification.
That's right.
Right? That they are in the struggle with us and that we can all rise together.
I love that. That's the perfect way to end this conversation. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, guys.
Holy shit. Over the years at our events, we made an effort to bring conversations about women in leadership to the forefront and support our community to network and make real changes. So we have been super excited to hear about Chief, a network for the most powerful women in leadership today, and to see how the company has developed and grown. All right, we can't wait to see what lies ahead for this newly minted unicorn and the power it has and the ability it has to harness. This conversation is being recorded for a podcast called Strictly Bullshit, I think. So please welcome in conversation with Co-Collective co-founder Ty Montague, the co-founders of the female-led powerhouse Chief, Lindsay Kaplan and Carolyn Childers.
Thanks. Hey now. Okay. I'm excited to be here.
Thanks for having us.
So, first of all, this is going to be part of season 2 of Calling Bullshit, which drops in the fall. And so first, I want to welcome you both to Collision and welcome to Calling Bullshit.
Thanks for having us. We're excited to call bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. So, as you know, on this podcast, we focus on purpose-led organizations, some of whom have some issues, but we also, since we like to light candles instead of just curse the darkness, we want to focus on purpose-led businesses that are really getting it right as well. And obviously you fall into the latter category. The two of you are absolutely crushing it. So I wanted to just start out by getting into a little bit of background. What is the history of Chief? How did the two of you meet? What made you decide to start this business?
Yeah. Well, I think the irony is that Lindsay and I first met at a women's networking event. And it wasn't the best one. It was terrible. And we've all been to these networking events with like a mound of cheese on the side and warm white wine and name tags that are placed in awkward positions. Yeah. And Carolyn and I saw each other and rolled our eyes. Yeah. And it was cynicism at first glance.
It's cynicism that brought us together. But we often say, you know, if a bad networking event could actually bring together two co-founders, imagine what a really powerful, well-intentioned network can do. And so as I started to think about the idea of Chief, Lindsay was one of my first calls to start to talk about it as my co-founder. And I think for us, the idea of Chief came from a very personal place of we were both getting more senior in our careers. We were spending all of our time managing teams, mentoring people, and actually never felt like we had resources for ourselves anymore.
Right.
And you know, the adage of it's lonely at the top, but I think for women it gets lonely a lot earlier. And that was our inspiration to go and start an organization of Chief to build the most powerful network of women and really focus on senior executive women as our first step.
Right. And so how do you articulate the mission at Chief? Like in a sentence, how do you talk about that?
Well, our mission is to change the face of leadership. It's really simple, and yet we have a really big job in front of us. At the current rate of change, it's going to take over 200 years for women to reach parity in the workplace. And so we need to make that change now, and it starts with powerful women coming together and creating a ripple effect in their organizations and in their communities as well.
Love that. And, you know, purpose-led businesses tend to be disruptors. I'd just love to hear you talk a little bit about the system, the dominant belief system that you are trying to disrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because in some ways it's disruption, but in other ways it's building the status quo that has allowed certain types of people to find success where others haven't, and just building that same ecosystem for different demographics. And I think we all know that a big part of what allows for success and allows for new opportunity is who you know, and those networks that you build. So I think for us it was really important to create a similar type of ecosystem and network that I think has been in place in many ways for certain demographics that just haven't been in there in that same shape and form for others.
Right. Yeah, I mean, some of the, as doing my homework for this, some of the statistics about women in C-level positions are shocking, right? Less than 8% of Fortune 500 CEOs are female. 20% of board seats globally are occupied by women. And the thing about this, to me, is that makes it so crazy is I've also seen suggestions. I was reading a McKinsey report that says business outcomes are better in companies where there is diverse and often female leadership. So it's almost like the patriarchy is cutting off its own nose to spite its face. You know, I just don't, it seems crazy to me. So, I mean, I would assume VCs here in the audience, I hope you are listening to this. You will get better outcomes if you fund diverse companies. So I'd love to hear if either of you have experienced any of the issues that you're trying to address through Chief personally in your careers.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the real focus on this area and the drive to start something like Chief was as I started to be in those rooms where decisions were being made and recognizing that it was just different conversations. And it was more affecting my team than me because I didn't hear the conversations about myself, but as I heard the conversations being had about people on my team and different ways of evaluating people, different ways of even just thinking about problems and not taking like the holistic point of view of recognizing that a business solution that might be great for certain populations aren't great for all populations. And so I think it was in those moments where you were finally in that room and you saw how it was playing out differently for such different populations and it's why we wanted to start with senior executive women, to just get more of them into that room and make sure that more of those perspectives were being shared in those rooms and the ripple effect that that could have across so many different organizations.
Right. Love that. So I want to pivot to just talking about the business. I want to understand how the business actually works. So how does one become a member of Chief?
So we are a vetted network. So we, like I said, focus on senior executives, which the easiest way to describe what that is VP level and above. And it's really important for us to make sure we stay vetted because otherwise you end up falling into that de facto mentor. And we want to make sure that this is truly a peer organization of people that understand your context and responsibility. And it's an annual membership model. I think the amazing part of all of this is that companies have recognized some of what you were saying before, that there needs to be more representation. They need to be investing in their amazing women talent. And so about 70% of our membership is actually funded by the companies in the same way that they would send you to a conference or get you an executive coach. They will fund a membership into Chief. And there's a whole suite of services that you get as part of that membership. The probably dominant thing that we talk about is what we call Core. It's called Core for a reason. It's a peer group where we break down the entire community into groups of 10 that meet on a monthly basis. There's an executive coach in the room, and it's just this amazing opportunity for you to work through your biggest professional and personal challenges.
Awesome. And the two of you are in some of these groups, yeah? You actually participate as
Absolutely.
as
Shout
members.
out to my core group. We had a great session last week. And look, it's really important for women to find other women who are in these senior levels and have time in a confidential space to talk about things that are pressing for executives, right? Executive problems always end up being people problems. And it's really important to find a professional board of directors to go through that, to give diversity of thought, opinion, advice, to help you not only become a better leader, but to stay motivated and to stay a leader and not burn out.
So one of the things that I have noticed, folks here have probably noticed as well, is that you've been out raising some money. I think I've got these numbers right. You've raised $140 million, and your latest valuation is $1.1 billion?
Yes.
With a B?
It's a lot of powerful women.
How does that feel? That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we started Chief about 3 years ago. And if you think back to where we were 3 years ago, we started early 2019, then you had the pandemic. There was just so many shifting things that have happened. And I think for us, this milestone is less about like evaluation, and it's less about the amount that we raise. And I think it's actually more for us just a really amazing moment to be able to celebrate a lot of pivots that had to happen over this period of time, and the idea that investing in women is a good investment decision. And so we're really proud of that, and our members are really proud of it, and it's just been an exciting time.
Awesome. And how are you using that money?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, first and foremost is always, we have 15,000 active members right now. We have 60,000 members that are on or potential members, I should say, that are on a wait list.
Okay.
So for us, we're just really wanting to make sure that we continue to invest in the experience and build more for all of our members. But because we're in such early days of what we can build and who we can build for. So we were talking before about the fact that our mission is to change the face of leadership. We were really thoughtful about where we wanted to start with senior executive women, but to really change the face of leadership, I think there's so much more that we can do under that umbrella.
Right. And you have physical locations as well, right?
We do. We always say we're a community that happens to have a space. And so we have spaces in New York, LA, Chicago, and one on the way in San Francisco. But really what makes Chief special is the network, is those core groups that, as we know, we're not really reliant on spaces anymore. And so they're wonderful amenities. They're great for getting our members together. But if you're joining to grow that network and to be a part of the community.
Great. And do you have plans to expand outside the U.S.?
So we just launched nationally in January. So we're still in early days of just the
in the
US. Just settle down, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
2 days in Canada, and I think that's on the roadmap now. So thank you, Toronto. But so we are working on expansion. I will say this, when we did raise the money, we knew it was really important for us to think about how we grow and continue to stay diverse. And so we committed to doubling our grant program, to making sure that we are welcoming in women from all different areas, from different roles, functions, as well as underfunded women founders. And we're also committing $1 million annually to make sure that we can invest in nonprofits, charities that are aligned with our mission of changing the face of leadership.
That's cool. One of the things that I have learned from other CEOs of purpose-led businesses they have pointed out to me that who you raise money from is actually quite important. In other words, having investors who understand your mission, are aligned with it, and are really supportive of what you're trying to get done. Has that been part of your journey as well?
100%, yes. I don't know that we would have gone on the path that we did and the way of raising capital that we did if we didn't find those right partners. And it hasn't always been easy. Like, we've gotten plenty and many no's as we've gone through the process. And you definitely have those moments of, you know, do you need to pivot the business model? Do you need to take capital from somebody who might not be as mission aligned?
Right.
And I think for us, it was really important that we stayed true to that, because we never would have been able to stay as true to our mission as we have been able to if we didn't have the investors that we do, and truly feel grateful every day. You know, we are a company that feels it's really important to make statements on, you know, things that are happening in the world, and there has never been a single time where, as we've made those statements, our investors actually reach out to us and say, like, we're proud of you. There's not that debate in the boardroom, and I think that that is a really key part for us of being able to do what we do.
Love it. Yeah, that's great. Well, what advice would you have for any female entrepreneurs here at Collision?
Yeah.
Well, I'm really inspired by the concept of time travel. As I said, it's going to take 200 years for us to reach parity, and I don't want to wait that long. So when I think about this as somebody that's driving impact, I always think about what I can do during my day to cut out the bullshit, which is your favorite thing in your podcast to cut out, and to really make sure day to day I am thinking about what's going to have the most critical impact on the business, on the mission, and on really changing the shape of the future.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I would just say, and especially for people that are here, it's great that you're here. It's really important to build a network. Our earliest investors were people that we knew, that knew us, believed in us, and we're like, yeah, this business feels like it'll be great, but I believe in you, Carolyn and Lindsay. And so I do think it's really important to constantly be investing in your network and in your relationships, because that's ultimately, I think, what helped us out of the gate was people that believed in us.
Awesome. So you also produce an excellent podcast at Chief. I listen to every episode.
Thank you for plugging the New Rules of Business by Chief, a wonderful podcast you can download now.
That's
right, you get your podcast.
The New Rules of Business. And I am going to steal a trick from you, because there's a question that you ask every, your guests in every episode, which is, what is the best piece of business advice you've ever gotten?
Yeah. I will go first. We've gotten so many great questions, or so many great answers to this on the podcast, so I feel like a lot of pressure of coming up with something like new and novel. But I actually think, to me, and it's something that I have to tell myself daily, is don't let perfection get in the way of progress. And particularly for a mission-based business that you want to hold yourself to a higher level of and do all of the right things. And the reality is, you're not going to be perfect. You're not going to get it right. You're not going to have the right position and everything, and you might be a little late on something. And I think it's important for us to give ourselves some forgiveness on that, and to give each other some forgiveness. So.
Well, and on the topic of networking, as we're at this amazing conference, I met somebody at dinner last night who said it was important to increase the surface area of serendipity. And so I think meeting people, forming relationships, getting to know different people from different walks of life is really important in business. Even if it doesn't make sense short term, it could really pay off long term.
You literally said last night at the dinner, oh, I'm going to steal that, and you already have.
I did. So thank you to the kind person who sat next to me at dinner.
Fantastic. All right, Carolyn Childers, Lindsay Kaplan.
Thank you.
Give it up for Chief, please.
Thank you.
All right. I'm so excited to welcome our next speaker. We've hosted him before when he led StockX, one of the hottest marketplaces online. I even helped him to find the best place to buy sneakers when he was in Hong Kong. His vision now is for Fanatics Collectibles, where he's diving deep into the booming collectibles business. I know that he'll bring a lot of insight, passion, experience to his talk. So put your hands together for Josh Luber.
This is a letter from Phil Knight, June 1965, back when Blue Ribbon Sports was what would become Nike. It's a form letter. He was sending it to college track coaches to try to get them to buy sneakers. I'm going to read you parts of it because it's kind of hard to read. Next fall, will your cross-country team be wearing the best shoe possible? It will, only if it's outfitted in Tiger, the best brand of flats in the world. He goes on a couple more paragraphs, and then it says, each model sells for $7.95. Tiger's not only better, it's less expensive. As one runner said, the only people who will be left wearing German shoes will either be uninformed or idiots. Wow. What? Not only is that a good line, check out the excellent use of as one runner said. I mean, he's a runner, right? He could have said that. Goes on a couple more paragraphs, and then he ends with, you are no longer uninformed. Philip H. Knight. Badass. Okay, so I have spoken at Web Summit, Collision, Rise, probably about 20, 25 times. And if you Google Josh Luber Collision Talk, you will find this picture first. It's a wide shot. Collision branding is good. It's the only time I ever interviewed somebody else, somebody who's much more famous than I am. And check out the excellent placement of the Getty Images logo. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. But every talk that I gave, and almost every talk that I've given for the last half-decade, has been about StockX, the company I created, the sneaker industry. I was pretty much the world's biggest evangelist for sneakers, or the extraordinary things that happened because of that, like the time that I got to make a video with Eminem, which we'll talk more about later. But I left StockX in 2020, and I started a new company. We make trading cards, baseball cards, basketball cards, football cards. And now, I'm the trading card evangelist. You're going to leave here knowing about trading cards, except this is my first time. Because of COVID and a lot of other reasons, this is actually the first time I'm talking, and I forgot how hard the first one is. And I've been struggling with this a lot over the past couple weeks. I actually thought about calling in sick. And then 8 days ago, to make matters worse, 8 days ago, I saw this on the Collision website. NFTs are going major league. Josh Luber, June 21st, 50, that's now. I make baseball cards. Whoops. So I'm renaming this title right now. I'm renaming this talk Real Time, and I've thought hard about it. It's a little bit meta, so stay with me. The title of this talk is now Mistitled Talks. Notice talks, plural. How many times can this have happened? Well, at least twice, at least for me. In October of 2015, I gave a TED Talk about sneakers. It was Big TED, not TEDx. It was a big deal. And the title of the talk in the room that day was this. We were asking the incredulous question that everyone asked back then about whether sneakers were going to become the industry that it became. And the talk went well, and they decided to put my talk on the TED.com website, which was a very nice honor. But I guess the good people at TED didn't think that was the most appropriate title for a talk, so if you go to TED.com and search for me, you will find this. First of all, another non-picture of me. That's two, I don't know what that's saying about me. But notice the title, Why Sneakers Are a Great Investment. Sneakers are a horrible investment, at least long term. Yes, people make a lot of money buying and selling shoes, and we built a big business at StockX because of it, but sneakers are still just rubber and leather and glue, and they will deteriorate no matter how well you keep them, so sneakers are not a good investment. Now, is it my fault that it's been 7 years and I've been meaning to email the people at TED to ask them to change the title? Yes, that's my fault. Is it my fault that I ended that talk with this slide, showing that if you had invested in Air Jordan 3s instead of other investments, you would have made more money? Yes, that's my fault too. But I had actually what was a bigger problem. There was a line in that talk that has since been proven to be pretty problematic. And it's easier to just play it rather than explain it. So I'm going to play you a quick line. 6th grade, blow pops in 9th grade, and collected... Yeah, I'm going to go back because they didn't catch the audio. Ready? Here we go. I sold chewing gum in 6th grade, blow pops in 9th grade, and collected baseball cards through high school. But cards are long dead, and the candy market's usually quite local. Did you catch it? Did you catch the problem? I make baseball cards for a living now. Here, let me isolate it for you. Dead, but cards are long 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 dead. Was 5 too many? Where it was like 3, 4, 5. You get the point, right? I stood up there and I said, cards are long dead. So there were 2 main problems with that talk that day, because sneakers are not good long-term investments, and trading cards are not only not dead, trading cards are what's next. And I stood up here exactly 2 years ago on this exact stage and said that. Well, not this exact stage, right? It was this stage. We were at the height of COVID, so it was the digital version. I sat in my house next to my life-size Alf doll, which is a context-free fact I'm going to leave you with. And here's a context-free picture of my son, who's also life-size, next to a life-size Alf doll. But Alf and I stood in front of a camera, and we said, trading cards are what's next. And then this happened. This is a graph of the trading card industry for the last 18 years. There's a company called Card Ladder. They do analytics around the card industry. And this is a proxy for the market as a whole. And here is where I said cards are long dead. And here is where I said cards are what's next. And if you look at the 11 years prior to me saying cards are long dead, I think I was pretty accurate. And if you look at the 11 months following me saying cards are what's next, I think I was pretty accurate there too. And here's where we are today, cleverly titled Today. But look at that curve. Holy crap. By the way, that huge curve and drop, that is not what's going on in the economy today. That is not NFTs. That is something else, entirely different. That little dip at the end, that is partly related to the economy today. So to make this a little more specific and to start you on your trading card education, this is the most important basketball card of all time. It is 1986 Fleer Michael Jordan rookie card in a PSA 10, which is the best condition that you can have. And here's how the Jordan fared in terms of value over that same time period. For the half decade or so prior to my statement, Jordan was about $30,000. And then within a year, it reached over $700,000. And everyone assumed it was going to $1 million. And then just as quickly it came down, and today it sells for about $225,000. That's crazy, right? So let's do more education. Trading card 101. The trading card industry has been around since the late 1800s, but it wasn't until the 1980s that it really blew up like we had never seen before. It was largely around baseball cards. It was estimated that at one point, 9 out of 10 teenage boys collected trading cards. But the card companies that made these cards, they quickly realized they were essentially printing cash. But unlike cash, there's no regulation. There's no one to stop them from printing more. So they printed more, and they printed more, and they printed more, and pretty soon there was way more supply than there was demand, and the market crashed. It's what's known today as the junk wax era. Remember, this was pre-internet. There was no transparency. Everyone thought they were the only ones that had 12 89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. rookies. But we all had 12 89 Upper Deck Griffies. Today, I have so many of these, I literally built a desk out of this card. It's badass, by the way. So what happened? What happened was 14-year-old card shop owners, aspiring card shop owners like myself, we grew up, we went away to college, cards weren't cool, we left the hobby. We left all of our cards in our parents' basements for the last 20 years, but we left the hobby. But what if we hadn't? What if we had doubled down? In 1986, if you invested $1,000 in the Microsoft IPO, which happened in March of '86, today that would be worth $4.8 million. If you'd invested $1,000 into unopened boxes of 1986 Fleer basketball cards where you can pull the Michael Jordan rookie, $20 million. So I guess we know what Bill was looking at in that very sexy, sexy photo. So why does this happen? Is this what's going on in crypto? Is this what's happening in NFTs? No, it is what happened with sneakers though, which is it's just about people. It's about people coming back into a market. It's about an extraordinarily timed product market fit of an entire generation of largely American males. I'm 44. We all collected cards as a kid, but we're now all of the age that we can afford to buy that card we couldn't afford when we were a kid. Or we have 10-year-old sons to collect cards with. But now we can buy cards alongside other traditional assets, and that's the key. Trading cards are now today true investable assets. This is a share of stock, it's a mutual fund, it's an ETF, it's a true investable asset. And the reason is because of what's called grading. Trading cards, like most things in life, are a function of its condition. The value is a function of its condition. And so if you were going to buy this raw or ungraded Michael Jordan rookie card, you would want to inspect it, determine its exact condition, determine how much you'd be willing to pay for it. But now you can send it to grading companies, to companies like PSA and BGS and SGC, and I swear to God, 7 others that all have 3-letter acronyms, and they will return that card graded in a tamper-proof case with a QR code and a UPC, and they will look at it under a microscope to determine not only that it's real, but a grade on a scale of 1 to 10. And now this has become a true asset. This has become standardized. And the value reflects that. A raw, ungraded Jordan is worth about $750. It goes up from there, but notice the exponential jump from PSA 10 to PSA 9 to 10. 19,000 to 225,000. That's because this is supply and demand at its most basic. Here's the supply. There are hundreds of thousands of this card printed, but there's only 317 graded at PSA 10. And we know this because the grading companies publish this data. So the supply difference is clear, and the demand is a function of, well, Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan. This is a collectible. This is an asset. And that's it. We're investing in athletes. We're investing in the subject of trading cards, except it moves real time. Steph Curry wins the championship, becomes series MVP. The cards go up in real time. But it's not just athletes. If this was a business pitch, we'd have started with this slide. This is the new company, Fanatics Collectibles. It's a subsidiary of Fanatics that I co-founded with Michael Rubin. The leagues and PAs are equity partners in the business. We've acquired the exclusive rights to make baseball, basketball, and football cards. We bought Topps, the company that's made baseball cards since 1952. And then in March, we launched what I think is the most fun part of this, Zero Cool, the first ever trading card brand for culture, for non-sports, for all the most important brands, IP, and people in the world other than athletes. Think about it. Time 100 comes out. How many are athletes? 4, 5? There's 95 other people. This is how trading cards become truly part of culture again, truly cool again. And the very nature of trading cards demands it. Trading cards are this unique product that sits at the intersection of 4 industries like no other product. It's a consumer good, obviously. We've talked about how it's a financial asset. It's a cultural artifact based on who's on it. And what we don't always want to admit, it's a form of gambling as well. So every business model, every business opportunity, every business partnership, everything in all 4 of these industries is on the table as we evolve the industry, as we grow the industry, and as you engage with the industry. Pulled hard in one direction, cards could look like Las Vegas. Pulled hard in another, it might look like Wall Street. I think the most interesting thing when it sits at the intersection of the Met Gala and Paris Fashion Week, because cards are a historical record, a who and a what of a when. It tells a story. Historically, that story has been the 2020 NBA season or such, but there's no reason it couldn't be the 2020 Coachella lineup or 2020 Louis Vuitton spring-summer collection or the 2020 presidential election or the COVID workers. At Zero Cool, we've had 2 releases so far. The first is VFriends, which is Gary Vaynerchuk's NFT project, where we took the physical cards, we took the NFT characters and put them on premium physical cards. And by the way, to the collision title talk monitors, which I assume is a job, I'm now fulfilling my obligatory NFT contact. Thank you. The second set was Jackass. The Jackass franchise, Johnny Knoxville, Steve-O, and the plethora of celebrities that have mutilated their bodies over the years for our amusement. That picture of Steve-O on the left, those are bees. Bzz, those are bees. I'm going to change that picture before I get in trouble. That's on a trading card. So this is not boring. This is not boring. And so I think back to that time in December of 2017 that I made a video with Eminem and how that's relevant here. Or maybe it's not relevant, and I'm just going to show that in every single time I talk anywhere, because if you made a video with Eminem, wouldn't you do that? So let's just watch the video.
These are the reissue of the Encore 4. There is only 23 pairs. Well, there's 23, but number 23 took a pair for himself.
Right now, there's a pair selling for over $75,000.
That's me selling it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, man. Go to StockX.com and hit me up on Match.com.
I mean, what? What kind of life do I lead? And then he put me on his Instagram. This is me and him as an Instagram that has almost 800,000 likes. So the relevance is, if this was today, would we turn this into a trading card? Actually, this didn't really go the way I thought it was going to go. That's okay. The internet wins 100 times out of 100. I'll take that every time. Of course, we shouldn't have a trading card of me and him, but what we should have is an Eminem rookie card. How cool is that? How valuable is that? And it's not like celebrities aren't already tuned in here, right? A couple months ago, Drake made all sorts of headlines when he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars opening up pack after pack of very expensive trading cards, trying to find one card in particular, which he didn't find, by the way. Around the same time, Logan Paul famously wore a $5 million Pokemon card around his neck to WrestleMania. And that answers the first of two questions that I know have been in the back of your mind this entire time. Yes, I've been wearing a trading card around my neck, and it's my Kim Kardashian rookie card. And I'm not joking. In 2009, Upper Deck made a trading card set. There we go. Upper Deck made a trading card set that today could only be described as a D-list celebrity set. Here's some of the other people in it. Do you know any of these people? That's not Shannon Doherty, by the way. Here's another. This is my favorite. This is the guy, he was a wrestler. His name was Leapin' Lonnie Bafo. But his claim to fame is actually that he was Macho Man Randy Savage's brother in real life, and I have no idea why he's wearing a gown and cap on this card. But this doesn't matter as much, because this is how trading cards go. You're opening up many cards, many packs, many boxes, and trying to find that one card. And in this set, that one card was Kim Kardashian. And this is only a part of my personal Kim Kardashian rookie card collection, because trading cards are just supply and demand. And who has more demand than Kim? She has 319 million Instagram followers. What happens the first time that she holds a card up on her Instagram and says, oh, look, how cool, my autographed rookie card? To the moon. Here's somebody selling the card right now for $60,000. Is that the right price? Is that market? Is that fair? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because at this point, we can now answer the second question that's been in the back of your mind the whole time, which is, why did I start the presentation the way that I did? It's not obvious? Really? I'm the trading card evangelist. You will leave here today and you will think about trading cards, and I will know that you are no longer uninformed. Thank you.
All right. At times, creativity feels out of reach, something we can tap into when we're under pressure, personally or business-wise. And yet, it can be critical in difficult times. These speakers are experts at keeping the creative juices flowing. So let's find out what their secret is. Please welcome in conversation with Tom Stackpole of Harvard Business Review, the founder and CEO of Pixart, Hovhannes Avoyan, and the CEO of Wolf Allens, Sarah Ashman.
All right, let's jump right in.
Yeah.
Before we kick things off, I wanted to do a quick survey just to kind of see who's in the room. So show of hands, who here is a founder? We got some founders. Who here is a creative? All right, a pretty even split, but we have more creatives than founders. All right. So we've been through some tough times recently. We've been living through a pandemic. We're dealing with inflation. So you both work in creative fields. You're creative people. Let's just start things off by kind of starting a baseline. You know, how do you think about creativity? What is creativity to you?
Guys, ladies first.
So I think we're all creative, and I think it's, for me, it's a kind of, it's all sorts of things. It's an outcome, it's a process, but it's basically solving problems in new and interesting ways. It's how you see the world. It's how you interact with the world and bring different kind of thoughts to how you're going to apply what you do to everything in your life, really. So I think it's I think it's inherent, and I think it's something that we can develop in ourselves and should develop in ourselves. Yeah.
How about you, Hovhannes?
Okay, creativity. It's an interesting question. I mean, if you probably ask 10 people give you different answers. What is creativity? And as a scientist, I like to think about creativity as a formula. For me, creativity is equal imagination plus technique. Technique is a kind of like a soil, but imagination is a seed of creativity. It's like something you should have, and then you use different tools, like also AI, which can help you to build the creativity. But for me, like imagination is the biggest part of the creativity in the formula, and I think the imagination could be developed as a muscle. Like you can train it, you can get it better and better over time, and you use it more and more. So for me, I think that's how we see our mission is, like just to empower you to provide you more opportunities to exercise and become more and more creative over time.
And so, I think one of the interesting things that about creativity is that it operates on a bunch of different levels, right? It's, especially in positions like yours, you have kind of your own personal creativity and how you think about your own sort of processes, but you're also thinking about institutional creativity. And so could you tell me a little bit about, sort of being at the top of an organization and thinking about how to sort of create an environment that allows your people to be creative and kind of what that looks like?
So I think in order to be your most creative self, you need to be in a relatively relaxed environment. I mean, of course, in my industry, there's always deadlines, there's always things that you have to achieve. But I think it's really hard to be super creative if you're just feeling you're under stress all the time. And so I think creating the right kind of environment is really important, and an atmosphere where you can be playful, where you can have attitude, you can bring your entire self to what you're doing and express yourself very freely. Creating that kind of environment is really important, creating space to be creative. And there'll always be constraints. Constraints can be a really good thing. There'll always be deadlines. That can actually be quite helpful in knowing when to stop. But I do think you have to cultivate an atmosphere where you can try new things, you can be inventive, you can be imaginative, you can encourage that. And that's a really core part of my business and the kind of things I try and propagate as a leader.
And that itself is sort of a creative process, right? Thinking about kind of the human dynamics and how you support people and direct them and sort of make them feel like they can focus on what they actually need to focus on.
Well, I think creativity is a discipline as well. I mean, you hear writers talk about this an awful lot, don't you? That every day you have to write so many words, whether they're good or they're bad. You have to develop these skills in yourself, and the tools that you use can be very helpful, as you know, and you're in the business of creating some of those tools.
Yeah.
And Havanas, how about you? I mean, you were giving a talk earlier today, which I hope people caught. Both of them gave great talks earlier today. But you were talking about how you push your engineers to also be users of the product that they create. So they're thinking about what a creative user is looking for. So tell me a little bit about sort of how that creates an institutional culture of creativity.
Okay, let me just go back to my early days as a company. So when we started, my Pixar is not my first company. It's my fifth company, actually. We started with a small group of engineers. We have no product management. We don't have UX, UI people, QA, designers even. So everybody, in the team, were engineer, product manager, UI, QA. And it's kind of created a strong culture within the organization that we are users of the product. So every engineer in a company at that phase, at the early stage, we would think about, okay, what we are building to whom? And first of all, we should build the product for ourselves. Are we going to use this product? Is it really cool to use the product? And then, when we get bigger over time, we still want to preserve this culture of everybody is a creative in our company, and we want to see our users not like something which is separate, just the other side of the wall. We should see the users as an extension of our team. So basically, we are a big, large team of creators creating, and we are creative in certain areas like photography, design, even entrepreneurial ideas, product management. So creativity is a very large thing. There's not only art, but we want to have our culture in Pixar to be based on this creator mindset.
So, I mean, one of the things that strikes me about sort of how both of you talk about this is that creativity, in a lot of ways, is also a question of talent management. It's about thinking about how to bring people in, how to sort of shape a culture. And so as we're thinking about sort of the subject of this conversation, which is tough times, how does that sort of question of talent and attracting people change when things start to feel hard, whether that's sort of recession or just sort of the kind of personal struggle that we've all gone through over the past 2.5 years?
So we were talking about this earlier, and there'll always be, so the industry that I work in is very cyclical, so you don't have to be in it for very long to go through the ups and the downs. And I think those of us who are older and have been through it a few times, I think become more comfortable with the fact that there is a cycle. And I think it's more the younger people coming into our industry that you then feel a duty of care towards to help them understand that this is just, life. This is what's going to happen, and we'll all come out the other side, and it will all be fine at the end of the day. But in terms of, from a leadership perspective, the obligation I have is to always be thinking further ahead into the future and planning across multiple scenarios, whether the future is going to be really easy or whether it's going to be tight, and make sure that the business is resilient enough and the fundamentals are in such a good shape that we can ride these things out. And then I think the thing that's most important to preserve the culture of creativity in the organization is being very transparent about these are the things that could happen, they may or may not. Here's how we're going to react to those things. Here's how you can expect us to behave. And I think that gives everybody a sense of being safe and secure and understanding there won't be surprises. And that's very helpful when you're trying to kind of, still preserve the creativity of the place. Because in downturns, it's even more important that you are being your most fearless and ambitious. It's really easy to become timid, I think, in these situations, and it's just the worst time for that, because there's always opportunities for those who are going to be most bullish about it. And so you want to be one of those businesses that is absolutely courageous and fearless in the face of it, and is able to think about where those spaces are going to be. And if you're being timid and anxious and shy and nervous about it, you can't do that. So, it's our job as a leadership team to make sure the attitude of the business is in the right place, that it can take advantage of the opportunities that will be there, whatever the state of the economy or anything else going on.
Yeah, I mean, many people believe when during the crisis, the creativity goes down. And to our experience, it's actually the opposite. During the crisis, during the economic depression, and during time when you have a COVID and lockdowns, we see actually the creativity goes up. Just a fact, as we see just almost instantly after the lockdown, we see the time of our users spending our app almost doubled, almost instantly. I mean, like people start spending twice more time on Pixar doing these edits and creative stuff. And it's not just because they have more time available, but when we have lots of anecdotal cases, how our users report to us that it's really like they see it as a mental escape from like monotonous kind of day of like being in a calls or being in a like a apartment and not being able to see other people. So people need to have this kind of creative outlet. They can really escape and have a relief from the stress and depression. The same things happen with when there's like other crises. So we see like the creativity goes up, not down, during the challenging times. And I know, anecdotally, there are lots of cases. I personally did that. I feel like when I was doing that 1 or 2 years in San Francisco, when there's a lockdown, as you cannot see friends, you need to find something to do. So, for example, I find like cooking as a good creative exercise when I can really do very creative cooking, and I use different technical gadgets like air fryer or pressure cooking and sous vide just to experiment and just mentally switch to something else. So yes, I think the creativity is a good tool to fight with the stress, and I believe we are here also to help to have this kind of relief.
So, one of the many reasons that I think we're so lucky to have you two here today is that you have so much experience in having gone through these kinds of cycles before, where you've seen economic ups and downs, you've seen changing world events really sort of change the context. And I remember being in my first crisis. I graduated in 2008, like right into the teeth of the recession. I'm sure that happened to some people here too. And it sort of did feel like the bottom was dropping out. And so, in thinking about creating a safe space to help people sort of explore their creativity, what kind of advice do you have for people who this is their first real experience of going through something like this, and who feel like the bottom has kind of dropped out?
From personal experience, and you've touched on mental health, I think to be your most creative self, you need to look after the basics in your own life and your own self. So I think making sure that you're physically and mentally in a good place and doing the things that help you do that, and making that habitual, even if it's just 5 minutes a day on taking care of your physical needs, or 5 minutes a day just spending time connected with people. I think the first thing you should do is take care of the basics when you go through any kind of period of stress, whether it's a personal crisis or whether it's one that we all experience together. Then I think after that, being connected to others and sharing the experience with others, I think, is really important. Knowing that you're not alone, and that you can benefit from others' kind of knowledge and wisdom, I think is really helpful. And then in terms of remaining creative, not becoming kind of stuck and stifled, I think cultivating your passions and retaining your curiosity. The world is going to keep on changing, whether we like it or not. There are so many things we can't control, and you have to let go of that at the end of the day. And you have to focus on the things that you can control and the things that you enjoy doing and the things that help you express yourself, and be around people who give you the confidence to do that. And this kind of term of being around radiators, not drains, I think taking care of those things and being very disciplined about it, making that a duty of care to yourself is going to really stand you in good stead, and know that it will pass. I've been through at least 4, I watched the dot-com crash. I was here for the 90s recession, 2008. We're all still here to tell the tale. We all will still be, and whether this is going to be a crisis or not, we'll all still be here in a couple of years, and we'll be talking about the experiences that we've had together.
Yeah, I mean, I started my first company back in '97. So I was running the companies during the 2000, 2008, 2014 crisis. And actually believe like the last one actually took quite a while till happens. I mean, it's still not kind of officially we are in a crisis, but I mean, we're getting there, and it's still like, take a pretty long time since the last one. And being through these multiple crises, I think it's people are really scared about them, and they really like kind of afraid. But I would say look at that from different perspective. All these crises also create opportunities, and for business and on a personal level. On a business side, my take is like the healthy companies will survive. So healthy companies will get stronger during the crisis because many things will be easier. Less competition, more access to talent and resources. Things became less expensive. And so this is the best time to start a company, best time to grow when you have a healthy business and you have a good unit economics, all these things. If you are not, then you are in trouble. But you are in trouble anyway, so it's just accelerated. If you are on a personal level, I would say that on a personal level also there is a good opportunity to invest in yourself. So go back to study something or learn or invest in your skills, and then things change, you will be more ready for the new reality. I think my advice to people here are just don't lose a good crisis and use the best of it as an opportunity. Everything is every opportunity starts because of a problem or a crisis. So okay, don't lose it.
I think that's a great place to finish things. So thank you both so much. This was a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jillian. Okay. Our next speaker is an acclaimed MIT scientist and best-selling author. Andrew McAfee's ability to connect technological advances to their real-world effects helps us imagine how forward-thinking ideas will transform tomorrow. Today, he has a compelling thesis. Being a nerd is good for business. In fact, he says that they've built the most successful businesses in history. Here to show how they finally conquered the business world, put your hands together for the Financial Times' Jillian Tett and Andrew McAfee.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to a session which could be called why it's good to be a geek. And I guess we're kind of talking to a pretty appreciative converted crowd here. But it's kind of great to be with you, Andy, because we've known each other for 30 years.
Yep.
We are officially that old. You're a scientist at MIT. I am a former anthropologist at the Financial Times. And when we first met, basically geeks, nerds, what you want to call them, were not that cool.
Yep.
They were the people who couldn't get the dances at the parties. And yet you are arguing these days in your book, The Geek Way, that actually today is probably the best time in history to be a geek. Tell us why.
Well, first of all,
tell everyone here why they're going to get jobs.
First of all, Jillian, it's always a pleasure. Like you say, we go way, way back. The second thing is, best time in human history to be a geek, that is a low bar, right? Because things have not always been awesome for those of us who like to dive a little bit too deep on problems. I want to make the case that things are changing pretty quickly and in a pretty remarkable way. In fact, it's the subject of the book that I'm finishing up right now. Can we see slides anywhere? All right, so there's the title. I came down on the geek side of the eternal geek-nerd dilemma. So this book is called The Geek Way, and I want to try to show you what the book is about instead of telling you what it's about. And what I want to do is show you change in the United States economy over the course of the 21st century, even longer than you and I have known each other. So here's a picture of what the US economy looked like at the turn of the century. Whoops, hold on. Can we go back to the start of that, please? So I want to show you the picture in the year 2000. And this is a picture of the 50 largest companies in the American economy in the year 2000. Advance one slide, please. We got 50 bubbles on this graph. These are the 50 biggest companies by market cap. No, it keeps doing that. All right, we're going to paint the picture forward. Watch the bubbles move. The size of the bubble is the market cap of the company. The x-axis is how old the company is. The y-axis is revenue. And then watch the recent years. You see this explosion in a group of young companies that kind of came out of nowhere and became very, very big very quickly. Very high revenue, very high profitability, very high market cap. The reason those companies are shaded green is that they're in what we would call the classic geek high-tech industries. And with this visualization, what I want to try to show is they are leaving the industrial era behind. In most of the head-to-head battles I can think of between these green bubbles and the blue bubbles, it's not really been a fair fight. I want to show you the exact same data, but put on a map instead of put on a graph this way. And instead of making you watch that entire visualization again, I want to show you 2000, and then I want to fast forward to 2022, even after this large correction we've had in tech companies' market caps. Let me show you a contrast. So here's the story in 2000. You see a tech cluster there in Northern California, but you see a bunch of big companies in the Northeast of the United States where the industrial era was still taking hold. Here's where we are as of May of 2022. You just see, it looks like a bunch of bombs have gone off, and those are the mushroom clouds on the west coast of the United States. And we see just the center of gravity, the economic gravity for the US economy has shifted west. I want to show you one more before and after on a map as well. But instead of a map of the United States, let's look at a map of the world. Again, here are the 50 largest companies in the world by market cap in the year 2000. Look at the relative balance of North America versus Europe, and a little bit of action in Asia with Japan. And again, if you're looking at the data very recently, here's where we are in 2022. So even if we look globally, the center of mass, the center of gravity for the world economy has shifted to the west coast of the US, and it's shifted into a very, very green state. And the reason I wrote this book is to try to highlight this phenomenon and then also to explain it. And my explanation is actually a pretty simple one. One of the fundamental things that's going on here is that the geeks have figured out a better way to run a company than the dominant model we came up with during the industrial era. And that's, I believe, why they're winning all these head-to-head competitive battles. Jillian, you're an experienced consumer of books and ideas. Did that make any sense?
It made a lot of sense. Those are amazing charts. I mean, I guess one of the first things anyone watching that who does not live in Geeksville in the West Coast would say is that just a function of regulators being asleep at the wheel and us having a whole new wave of monopolies like at the end of the 19th century with all the robber barons?
Even if you believe that, and I personally don't, but even if you believe we're watching a case where regulators are not doing their job and they allowed all this monopolization to happen, that for me doesn't answer the question, why did a very small group of companies in a very small area of real estate, why were they the only ones that could seize that opportunity? It's not like New Yorkers don't want to make a lot of money. That you live there, you know that's not the case. So regardless of whether you or not you think there's a monopoly power story going on, I want to understand why those companies were the ones that were able to take advantage of whatever set of opportunities was out there.
But do you not think that basically they created platforms, they created new products, and then essentially built a wall around them and stopped new competitors coming in? I mean, that's the usual criticism of groups like Amazon or, Google, groups like that.
Again, let's say I believe a lot of that. Trust me, I talk to a lot of executive teams. They all understand network effects. They all understand economies of scale. They understand platforms. Many people, myself included, have written books about that. Again, my fundamental question is, why was only a small group of companies from a small patch of real estate able to take advantage of all of that?
Well, I guess a lot of it is also you're attracting a lot of people. But I mean, why do you think, Andy? What do you think? Because I mean, I have a sense of them having grabbed a moment in technological development and essentially ridden that wave and boomed, but for a period. I'm not sure it's going to last, though. Do you think it's going to last?
I'll take a bet with you right here and now on stage. Mark this down, everyone. If we come back in 10 years, the market share of green dots on the West Coast will be bigger than it is today. I do not expect the industrial era to come back. You talked about this moment in technological time, and I think that's absolutely right. There's also a moment in time of corporate history, how we think about this thing called a corporation. We periodically revisit it and tinker with it in a pretty deep way. I think that's what's going on now. For example, two of the biggest bubbles, one of the biggest bubbles that you'll see on this map right now is actually Tesla. I mean, is Tesla a network effect story? Not any huge. Is SpaceX a network effect story? That explanation doesn't really work for me. So even in industries as diverse as consumer electronics, advertising, automobile, space exploration, that patch of real estate remains small. We see the same kind of company emerging to dominate very different industries. I think that's interesting.
I think that's fascinating because I guess one way to say what you're saying, speaking as an anthropologist, is you're seeing a very distinctive tribe, if you like, of entrepreneurs, of innovators who have this specific cultural pattern that's really, is that means I'm going to get an A on my essay, Professor?
I mean, you're using the words of your tribe of anthropologists, right?
Yeah, I mean, as an anthropologist, I have long been fascinated by Silicon Valley and by the fact that a lot of people who work in Silicon Valley are so consumed by their algorithms and their models and their big data sets and their quantitative ways of reasoning, they can't see the social patterns that not only drive them, but drive others. Yep. And there is a kind of tribal mentality to a lot of people in the tech world in Silicon Valley, which I would argue is both their strength and their weakness. Yep. Now, you're saying it's a strength. So tell us what you think is the strength of this tech tribe that's driven this green bubble. And then I want to talk about the weakness.
Yep. So I don't use the word tribe, but I love it because tribes have beliefs that are almost articles of faith, right? They don't question them.
Creation mythology.
They settle on them. They have very strong norms. They have in-groups and out-groups. So your word tribe works like crazy for me. Let me tell you one story about the geek tribe that I've been trying to understand, and then I want to get your reaction to some of this that's going on. I interviewed a guy named Will Marshall, who started a company called Planet that puts little bitty satellites up in space. They scan the Earth every day and sell the imagery to all kinds of people. Will used to come from a very different tribe. He worked at NASA for a bunch of years. And at NASA, you get taught not to wing it when you're doing a space mission. They're very planning heavy, they're very process heavy, they're very triple check everything heavy, and there's a good reason for that. You can't just kind of willy-nilly build a satellite and put it into orbit. But Will got convinced that they were too planning heavy and that all that overhead was not necessary. And what they should be doing more of is just with a smaller amount of upfront work, throw something up and see what works. Their prime example of that was when he and some colleagues literally said, can we take a picture from space with a commercial smartphone? And they launched a phone. They almost got fired. They launched a phone from a rocket. They put it into orbit on a cheap satellite. They got it to send data down to Earth. They convinced a bunch of amateur radio enthusiasts to run around with antennas to try to grab the packets, mail them back to Will. They stitched them together in an image. It was the first image taken of Earth from a smartphone. And then what Will said to me when I was interviewing him was, he pulled out his phone. He said, this is about a $500 device. A commercial satellite is a $500 million device. What are those extra 6 zeros buying us? And his answer was not nearly enough. And the secret to getting there is to iterate, be willing to fail, not be concerned if a piece of gear goes dark. And he now launches on a 3-month cadence a bunch more satellites and an experiment about what the next satellite looked at. That 3-month cadence is absolutely impossible for an organization like NASA.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Andy, and I would agree that this culture of moving fast and breaking things, being willing to fail, treating failure as a badge of honor, that's all part of this amazing culture which has created that gigantic green blob. And what's fascinating, by the way, and I'm going to be talking about this tomorrow, is that this kind of culture is now permeating some of the Ukrainian army right now as they're trying to fight the Russians in a really fascinating way.
Okay, so my question for you is, let me.
I want to talk about the downside of this in a second.
That was my question.
Well, my question about the downside is this. I, as a financial journalist, covered the 2008 financial crisis, and I was fascinated by the tribalism of the financial geeks.
Yep.
The bankers who created products like credit derivatives and CDOs. And the problem there was that they were such a distinctive tribe who were in control of a set of innovations that nobody else understood, that they were bound together by their own creation mythology. They all believed in the theory of innovation, even though there were huge intellectual contradictions in what they believed. And they spoke a language which no one else understood, called financial gobbledygook. I used to joke they were like the priests in the medieval Catholic Church who spoke Latin. And the congregation, i.e. everyone else who used financial services, had no idea what was happening, but basically just accepted the blessings because it seemed good until it wasn't.
Yep.
There was no challenge. And so those financial priests kept speaking financial Latin, developing their products until they spun completely out of control in ways they couldn't see because they had tunnel vision, no checks and balances. Now, I first went to Silicon Valley in 2010, and I went, wow, I've come back into a replay of Wall Street. Because once again, you get a bunch of not financial priests, but computing priests who speak Latin, technical code language that no one else understands. They have their creation mythology, they have their own networks, they have tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision can be very good. It can create this amazing experimental culture. It can also be really dangerous because people lose sight of what common sense is, what people outside their world, people who are common with a common view, might think about them. And that's led to things like the tech clash, Cambridge Analytica, all the scandals about privacy, all these other issues that could potentially get much more serious in the future around issues like AI. So to my mind, the biggest threat to those sides of those green blobs are either regulators and politicians step in because of tech clash, because people had tunnel vision, or some of that innovation starts to diffuse elsewhere. Discuss.
First of all, Jillian wrote the best book about the Great Recession. Please go buy it. It's called Fool's Gold. It's a fantastic book. She has seen these tribes up close and personal. I want you to talk a little bit more about what we should be worried about from the tribe of tech, because I understand why the tribe of finance should worry us, because they can take down the entire global economy. As you well know, you and I are unfortunately old enough, the last time the tech sector vanished We had a mild cold of a recession in 2000, 2001. It was not COVID like 2007 to 2009. I mean, even if you're right, and there is a lot of tribalism going on, what's the big problem?
Well, there are a number of risks, potentially, and I'd like to ask you whether you see any risks, but, you know, the AI, artificial intelligence, could create applications that spin out of control and become dangerous, that you could have all forms, you know, forms of data privacy problems, you could have, you know, social media problems of the sort we're living with now, it can threaten democracy, et cetera, but what do you see? Do you think the problems aren't there, or the risks aren't there, or?
I think compared to taking down the global economy, they're absolute rounding error, with the exception of destabilizing democracy. And even there, if someone gave me the choice of unplugging Facebook versus unplugging Fox News to lead to a healthier democracy, I would find that a really easy choice. A really, really easy choice. You mentioned the techlash, and it's absolutely going on. I think it's a revolt of the elite, and you and I are both part of elite opinion and elite opinion making. As you well know, it is strikingly anti-tech in a way that the broad population is not. In LinkedIn, they did a most attractive company to work for study in 2016. They didn't repeat it, because the top 11 most attractive companies in the United States and the top 6 in the world were all tech companies. It was too skewed.
Probably because they were paying everyone a lot more because of the size of those green blobs. But it's not just me who's saying that actually too much power is concentrated in the hands of too small. Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, who is not exactly an anti-techie, when he filed his IPO documents, he wrote a letter in which he said, society has effectively outsourced control and ethical decision-making of these new technologies like AI to a small group of technocrats who neither want nor are able to actually have that responsibility. When you get the CEO of Palantir saying the tribalism is too intense, there are too few people who are involved in making those green blobs, to my mind, that should ring alarm bells. But you're saying it's all good.
I'm saying that all great concentrations of power demand vigilance. That is different than saying all great concentrations of power are bad and must be broken up. And I trust an enlightened populace and a bunch of companies that want to satisfy customer demand. Not perfectly, but I trust them more than a bunch of unaccountable bureaucrats.
So question, we're sitting in Toronto. If that green blob was actually more scattered across North America, and you had even a middle-sized blob in Toronto to balance out that enormous green blob in California, would that make you happier?
Yes. We want more profound innovation in more places around the world, yes. That's why I'm writing a book.
Well, that's one way of saying, you go Toronto. And thank you very much indeed.
Always a pleasure, Jillian. Thank you all.
All right. What an incredible first day we've had. What do you think? It's been a great day? Thank you. Thank you. It's been so amazing to be back here today with all of you, and it's hard to believe we're now at our last talk of the day already. Our next guest is one of the godfathers of blockchain and an undeniable authority on Web3. So whether you're a Web3 advocate, a degen, or want to learn more, this next talk is 100% WAGME. Please welcome The Intercept's Murtaza Hussain and co-founder of Ethereum and Polkadot, entrepreneur and computer scientist, Gavin Wood.
Gavin, pleasure to chat with you today. Thank you. A very, very robust crowd showed up, very curious and answered some questions today. So I wanted to start by asking you something, and it's my own curiosity in part, but I think it's shared by many people. Web3. I've heard this term a lot in the last year. I don't fully know what it means or how to characterize it. I think like a lot of people, I tend to associate with cryptocurrency markets and token markets and so forth, which I think may be a bit incorrect. I'd like to hear from you, from someone who's many years in the space. What does Web3 mean in the short term? If you can describe it in comparison to the internet people are familiar with.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I came up with the term back in 2014. I think different people do use it to mean kind of different things. But what I specifically meant by it when I wrote this like almost manifesto was something akin to an internet or a web, an application platform, where there was no great need, or where we fundamentally reduced the need to trust service providers. So, you know, if we think of Web 1, this was like an awesome data publication system. People could publish web pages, you could link them together, people could read basically information, whatever it was that other people had put on the internet. Great stuff. Web 2 took this and sort of introduced additional technologies in order to create what we currently know as like the application platform of the internet, right? The web is a great way of like introducing an application to you know, everybody else in the world. It can be massively multi-user. The application can allow many different people to interact with each other. And it's fast. No one has to download extra software to use it. But the big issue is that it comes with this huge, sort of almost invisible requirement that there's a service provider behind the service. And these service providers tend to be very centralized entities, usually like a specific single company that is running the service and that's aggregating all of the various data of the users and is providing the single source of truth and the single source of trust, single source of authority for these users to you know, interact with each other, whether it's sending messages or sending money, voting, or whatever else that they're using the service for. It's this service provider that is telling them if what they're doing is okay. And Web3 was really meant to be the service without the service provider.
It's very interesting. So I actually got into journalism very early because of the Snowden documents and the Snowden revelations. For those who don't remember, it's been maybe 10 years now. There were revelations from a whistleblower from the National Security Agency in the US about widespread surveillance taking place by the US government using, in some cases, data from these centralized service providers. So what's interesting about what you're saying is that there's not this intermediary in the middle when you're doing things on the internet. There's somebody, it's more decentralized environment. On a technical side, how does that work? And for those who tend to connect it more with these financial markets we've seen for tokens and so forth, which at the moment people who may notice are down a little bit, is there a connection between the two? Are they necessary, or should we think of them as two separate phenomenon, a technology platform and a market, or do they need each other?
Yeah, I think really it is important to consider the technology and the platform. And really, it's like a lot of different it's an aggregate platform. There are many different technologies that are utilized within the platform itself. So like Web 2 is an aggregate platform as well. There are many different technologies, JavaScript, CSS, HTML. We've got like back-end systems, you know, Apache and whatnot. Python, like there are many different technologies that sort of come together that developers can pick and choose in order to deliver their application. It's the same with Web 3. It's not like a single technology, but there are many different technologies. And the sort of technological mechanisms that we use are things like, well, there are two key things. The first is cryptography. We make substantial use of cryptography to give individual users, individual participants, hard guarantees about things like data accessibility. Who can access their data at any given time? Who can see their data at any given time? Who is able to aggregate and see the results of the aggregation of the data? We also use economics, game theory, and sort of widely termed crypto economics in order to provide these like much larger aggregate services like consensus, like smart contracts, like decentralized application platforms, in order to provide guarantees without having to trust any individual service provider for those guarantees.
So it's interesting. So there's not this middleman in doing surveillance or ensuring sometimes the the functioning systems, they function in a decentralized manner. So what are some of the functions, actually I'd like to frame it a different way. If you think of people's internet experience today, what's going on the front end and the back end, how would theoretically, some years from now, if these Web3 applications come to fruition, how might it be different on the front end and how might it be different on the back end in terms of overseeing the surveillance, but also the day-to-day experience of using the internet?
Yeah, I would hope that like a lot of the front-end technologies probably are not going to change dramatically, or at least if they do, they'll change for both Web 2 presentation and Web 3 presentation. So in terms of like really user experience, we should be aiming for something that, I don't see any obvious like key differences between Web 2 user experience and Web 3. They should both be seamless, they should both be beautiful, they should both be a joyous experience. But the key thing's what's going on in the back end and the guarantees that the users are getting when they use the service. These guarantees under Web 2 are basically fine print, lawyers, they are, users generally click, accept terms and conditions without really considering what they really mean. And that's really the guarantees that users are getting when they use a Web 2 service. It's like effectively none. And if they were to try to use them as guarantees, they probably have to hire a lawyer to understand exactly what guarantees it is. Whereas with Web 3, it's a little different. With Web 3, the guarantees are codified in terms of the underlying technology and any of the program code that is sort of maybe the slightly higher level programmatic representation of the guarantees, smart contracts, in other words.
It's interesting. So, if you think about the current tech landscape, there's a lot of hegemonic control of a few big players of people's internet experience, and people know who they all are and so forth. And that's suboptimal for many reasons. But a lot of critics of what you could call Web3 right now, their contention is, okay, this technology is aiming at displacing those hegemons, but it'll create a new set of big players, hegemons. Is that the case? And how do you respond to that criticism that's been leveled in some cases? But I think the core of the accusation is that, okay, we should use regulation to break up the big tech companies and then distribute this way. But you're talking more of a technological solution to that problem. Tell me how that works and how you would respond to that sort of framing.
I mean, it's hard to, I can't sit here in all honesty and sort of claim that 100 years hence, the technology could never possibly be used for, some centralized power to assert control. But what I can say is that the technology is designed in order to give users the ability to understand at a very fundamental level how their interests are being protected. We use like openness and transparency for this. The technology is fundamentally based on openness and transparency. Unlike Web 2 technologies, Web 2 social constructs, which are fundamentally based on trust and opaqueness. You don't have any right to go to Facebook and have your auditor audit their systems. That is not a right that you get by using Facebook services, right? Maybe at a push, your government might possibly be able to have some kind of right for that, but then you can't audit your government that they're actually acting in your interests behind the scenes either. So Web 3 is designed with this level of openness and transparency fundamentally being a part of it, so you can audit it. Now, maybe you don't always want to audit it. Maybe you're lazy and you choose not to audit it, but the point is that you can. And this is a crucial difference, because when push comes to shove, you at least have the option.
That's very interesting, because I actually was very intimately familiar with this after working on the Snowden stories, because I saw how pervasive the surveillance apparatus can be. And I do think that surveillance is a very key prerequisite for power generally, and we don't underestimate how much power accrues from those who have the ability to do surveillance. And what you're describing is more a transparent system of gathering data and so forth. To people who, I've heard this rebuttal many times, well, I don't care. I don't care if someone's surveilling me. I'm not doing anything wrong anyways. Or I don't need to see my data because my data is, it's not really my concern, and so forth. And I think that's a very short-sighted perspective, but I'm actually curious what you say to that, in the sense of how may somebody who's very seemingly superficially satisfied with their Web 2 experience maybe losing out or missing out on the big picture of what the implications are of the sacrifice of their data to these opaque entities?
Yeah, I mean, the usage of big data is probably a potentially fairly substantial part of what makes Web 2 applications so nice, and certainly what makes Web 2 application providers so rich. I think there is an underlying economy here. I think at this point it's incredibly opaque. We don't know precisely the cost of the provision of Google's services. Similarly, we don't know the value to Google of the individual user using those services. Like, it's simply a closed economy. And as long as it's a closed economy, it's likely to be in a single participant's favor, Google's. The point of Web3 is in part to open up economies, to reduce barriers and to make things more transparent and to make markets function more seamlessly, more efficiently. And this ultimately could mean opening up the possibility of data provision, aggregation, and sale into a far wider market, so users at least get the opportunity to decide which elements of their data are investigated, aggregated, under what conditions they're aggregated. Can we guarantee users that it will definitely not be identifiable? We don't have that guarantee right now. Of course, Google could put it in their fine print, but at the end of the day, they only have to provide a best effort. If anything goes wrong, they're not going to be the ones suffering under a lawsuit. If it is, it's probably not going to be a lawsuit that's really going to kill them.
So, you were integral in the founding of Ethereum and also Polkadot. What are you building right now, and what do you foresee for the future of this new internet, which is iteratively being developed at the moment under this banner of Web3?
We're currently, I think, still in relatively early days of the development of this technology and of this wider aggregate platform. But we are making substantial progress. And one of the key elements is to not lose sight of what it is that's actually different. That we are actually giving users guarantees back, credible expectations that the technology works as they believe it does. And as soon as we start losing sight of that, as soon as Web3 becomes cluttered with these Web 2.5 platforms that kind of are Web 3 in name but Web 2 in nature, then we start risking that the world will not change, that we will be beholden to these trust-bound platforms and the trust-bound service providers, the princes that this technology creates. So I think, for me at least, the coming 5-10 years is really about staying on target, developing the technologies in their fullest, and ensuring that the technology that people use is actually the technology that they believe they're using, and that they're getting the guarantees that they expect.
So it's very interesting because I see the technology as very decentralizing and disruptive to established oligopolistic players in the tech space. And I'm curious, are they hostile to it, or are they skeptical of it? I've seen maybe some attempts to co-opt it into maybe what you've called Web 2.5. You can say some major companies have tried to use some of these terminologies to brand what they would like to build in the future. Is there a necessary tension between big tech companies that are centralized as they exist and this technology, or can they cohabit? Can it be used by them? What's the actual dynamic here?
I kind of see it as a bit similar to the advent of the internet, the advent of the modern web. I remember back in the late 90s, early noughties, people were asking questions of well, okay, the internet's going to revolutionize commerce, right? Does this mean that the big high street brands are going to do most of their sales on the internet in the future? And it's the big high street brands, by and large, a few exceptions, but by and large, didn't move over to the internet, right? It was Amazon. It was an internet native company with an internet native attitude that was able to capitalize on this new technology. And I think it's realistically going to be the same with Web 3. Yeah, the Web 2 guys will eventually kind of see that, oh, hold on, zero transaction costs. Yeah, this is probably a useful thing. We kind of need to integrate this into our business model. But as individuals with a business model that is fundamentally based upon trust, upon a single centralized service to draw in the users and basically tell them, hey, don't worry about your interest, we got it covered. This is not going to be a particularly useful proposition in a world where trust is essentially commoditized. In the same way as those high street brands were not a useful proposition in a world that didn't need the high street anymore for commerce.
And so this kind of brings me back to where I started, was the recent developments in the markets and crypto and so forth. But not so much in the changes in them recently, in the volatility, but how does they connect then? In the sense of Ethereum, Polkadot, how do they underlay this new Web 2 system? And what's the necessary connection between these assets, people will become familiar with you, the financialization, and the actual foreseen technological application of them in the next 5 to 10 years?
I mean, technology is usually quite iterative. Eventually, like maybe a major sort of key piece of technology is innovated, but by and large, we learn from our past, and we, as builders, we strive to create new, better things in our future. And I think I kind of see a similar path. I learned a bunch when I did Ethereum, and I kind of understood better what needed to be created to make Web3 a reality. And in many respects, the lessons that I learned in those years have sort of made good with Polkadot. And I mean, one of the crucial lessons that I realized was smart contract platforms, the platforms that we sort of see a lot in the crypto market. These kind of programmable platforms, they don't really fulfill the needs in order to create a truly Web3-based application, massively multi-user application platform that's capable of largely eclipsing Web 2. And when I understood this, I kind of also understood that Polkadot has to integrate, has to free itself from this cryptocurrency-centric notion. It cannot pass the interests of the dot currency onto the interests of the end user of applications on its platform in the same way that Bitcoin does and Ethereum does. And so one of the key innovations within Polkadot was to create a platform that application providers, these teams that use Polkadot, can utilize for their application without passing on knowledge of this token, of the dot token, to their users. It would be a bit like Google passing on knowledge of Google's electricity provider onto its search users. It wouldn't make any sense. Its search users don't care where Google gets its electricity from. They care that Google gives them the search results. Well, it's kind of the same if you build an application on Ethereum at the moment. Your users have to care about owning Ether. If you build it on Polkadot, your users are divorced from the concept of dot tokens. It's only you who have to care about it as the application developer. Your users just use your application in the way that you want them to use it.
Right. Kevin, thank you so much for chatting. It's a pleasure. We'd like to talk to you more. We have to wrap up for the day, but thanks for coming out.
Likewise. Cheers for the chat.
Just go when they come back in. Great, thanks, Gavin. Awesome, thank you. All right, thank you so much. You've all been super amazing. I will see you here tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we'll have NBA superstar Carmelo Anthony and his digital self, Google legend Eric Schmidt, and some more of Canada's finest tech minds like Michelle Romanow. So now, go and enjoy Collision After Hours. We're hosting it tonight at the Distillery District, and I'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.